the atmosphere slowly quieted down. Everyone was still immersed in the series of fierce battles, their minds still not calm. However, even though the fiercest battle had already ended, why did everyone feel a sense of disappointment in their hearts? In conclusion, many people had an answer in their hearts, and that was his intentions were not over yet. Elder Yu praised, "It's hard to imagine that this is a battle for the Xiantian realm city." Yes. At the side, Elder Yu's senior brother also nodded and said, "In the eyes of us old fellows, warriors in this stage of the Xiantian realm to the origin returning realm, their battles are just small fights. But today, Xianxia used a man and a saber to perform a hardy battle against us. It taught us that a battle between low-level martial artists can also be shocking. The battles between high-realm martial artists were either watercut or sea-shattering, or even heaven and earth-shaking. However, everyone guessed today that the shock brought about by the battle of martial arts did not necessarily require a big scene. Looks like the results are out now." Many sect envoys exchanged glances with each other, believing that the battle was over and that Xianxia had won the final victory. However, the next scene caused everyone's hearts to rise again. There was another person. In the exam hall, there was another person carrying a sword, slowly walking towards Xianxia. Li Qingchuan. Everyone cried out in shock. How could he forget this person? However, Li Qingchuan of Mo Hai's team had never participated in the battle. He had always maintained his most complete strength, especially Li Qingchuan, who was a late Xiantian 8th layer martial artist. At this moment, every step Li Qingchuan took towards Xianxia was affecting the hearts of thousands of spectators. Xianxia. Xiang Fei pulled out her spear and hurriedly ran towards Xianxia. She could not allow Xianxia to die under Li Qingchuan's sword in this final period. The current Xianxia didn't even have the strength to speak. Elder Yu's heart skipped a beat. Oh no! It's a blessing in disguise. Xianxia's saber slashed Kai Jianyun at the 9th level of the Xiantian realm, suppressing half-step Guiyuan Mahai and fighting Wang Jingyun at the 2nd level of the Guiyuan realm. Could it be that, in the end, he would die at the hands of a Li Qingchuan at the 8th level of the Xiantian realm? Good fortune messes with people, really good fortune messes with people. It's broken. City Lord Hongzhen's heart was burning with anxiety as he said, "There is still 1 hour left before the city selection ends. This hour was enough for Li Qingchuan to kill Xianxia 100 times. Facing Xiang Fei, who was running over, Li Qingchuan shook the sword in his hand. The sword hummed, and the sword energy alone sent Xiang Fei flying. Don't kill Xianxia. After Xiang Fei landed on the ground, she continued to crawl towards Xianxia. At this moment, she could no longer care about everyone's elegant demeanor. She screamed, "All the famous brands are yours. Please don't kill Xianxia." Xianxia was the Xiang clan's last hope. If even he died, the Xiang clan would truly be doomed and would never be able to turn over. A faint smile appeared on Li Qingchuan's face. He stepped on the ground with his right foot and the circular airwaves knocked Xiang Fei out twice. At this moment, Li Qingchuan had already arrived in front of Xianxia. He looked down at Xianxia condescendingly and suddenly asked, "Do you regret it? Do you beg for mercy? If you beg for mercy now, I can let you live." Xianxia still laughed heartily, but his laughter was too weak. "Do you regret it? I only regret being sophisticated in the human world and meeting people who are unreasonable. I have never regretted martial arts. Since you dare to step into martial arts, you should be willing to fight with your life. If you want me to be a dignified martial artist, you can only be killed. You don't know how to beg for mercy. Li Qingchuan, do it." Li Qingchuan nodded his head and waved his right hand. The sword in his hand condensed into the weather before humming again. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, but at the same time, everyone was moved by Xianxia's words. Li Qingchuan smiled and his right hand shook rapidly. A sword light flashed in front of him, while Xianxia lay on the ground, not even moving his eyebrows. He just accepted it calmly. But however, that sword did not land on Xianxia. Instead, something floated down and landed on Li Qingchuan's hand. It was a famous brand with 3 words written on it. Li Qingchuan. Li Qingchuan personally cut off his own brand? Xiangnan was also surprised and looked at Li Qingchuan strangely. Li Qingchuan took a deep breath. He raised his head and said, "As the saying goes, human nature is originally good. No one is born to do evil." Xiangnan smiled and listened to Li Qingchuan's words seriously. Li Qingchuan lowered his head and smiled. "Actually, when I first came into contact with martial arts when I was young, I could be said to have thousands of beautiful dreams about the world of martial arts, just like grass that broke through the ground and saw warm sunlight for the first time. However, the more I grew up, the more I discovered that this world of martial arts was dirty. However, what was dirty was not martial arts, but people's hearts. It was all because of people's hearts that the world of martial arts became intrigued and schemed against each other. Everyone plotted against each other. The world of martial arts in my heart is not like this." Li Qingchuan's words caused all the martial practitioners to tremble and lowered their heads thoughtfully. Li Qingchuan took a deep breath and said, "Therefore, I, Li Qingchuan, have never admired any experts. Those experts can only make me feel awe and fear, but not admiration. But I saw a martial spirit on you. I saw the demeanor of a martial artist. So I admire you and thank you." Speaking of this, Li Qingchuan respectfully placed the nameplate between his two fingers in Xiangnan's hand. He raised his head and shouted, "I, Li Qingchuan, hereby announce that I will give up my nameplate and be willing to admit defeat to Xiangnan." Li Qingchuan's words aroused the hopes and dreams of every martial artist present. However, this world would never take the initiative to adapt to humans. Only people could adapt to the world. In this incomparably cruel martial law of survival, everyone gradually lost their original hearts. In order to survive, their hearts changed color. At this moment, the young contestants on the 4 mountain peaks also unknowingly came to Xiangnan's side. The contestants stepped forward one after another and silently took off their badges on their chests. They respectfully placed them beside Xiangnan. As more and more people gathered, more and more famous brands piled up beside Xiangnan into a small hill. Xiangnan was stunned. Xiangfei was also stunned, including the organizers of the selection of Martial Arts City, whether it was the City Lord of Bluestone City or the messengers of several large sects. They were all stunned. "Senior brother." Elder Yu was touched and said, "Have you ever seen such a scene in your lifetime?" Elder Yu's senior brother only shook his head, but he didn't know what to say to express his heart. In the end, apart from the dead contestants, all the contestants gave their brands to Xiangnan. In a martial arts city election, Xiangnan actually won the championship. This was an unprecedented martial arts city selection with only one winner. The sect envoys were all silent. This battle, which was dominated by Xiangnan, was not only exciting, but there was also a thought-provoking alarm bell for the word martial arts behind it. What should the world of martial arts be like? Perhaps 100 people have 100 different opinions. However, when everyone first came into contact with martial arts, they all longed for a world of chivalry and courage, throwing their heads and spilling hot blood. Don't admire others. Don't tell yourself sadness. If there is wind and frost, your path is calm. This was the martial way. The martial Tao of the present world, however, was tainted with the aura of too many merchants. They bullied the weak with their martial arts and humiliated human dignity with their martial arts. Before Xiangnan killed the enemy, he never used words to humiliate the enemy's dignity, nor did he use force to toy with the enemy's bottom line. Instead, he cut it off with a single saber. It caused your entire body to collapse in a fierce battle. Although there was still an hour left before the martial arts city election officially ended, the scene at this moment indicated that the city selection had ended ahead of schedule. Everyone walked out of the vast forest. Everyone surrounded Xiangnan and sat cross-legged in a circle. They quietly waited for the moment the end signal was issued. On the flying ship, City Lord Hongzhen sighed with emotion and nodded with emotion. After that, he cupped his fists and cupped his hands to the crowd, saying, "What Hongzhen did earlier was rather reckless. I hope everyone can forgive me. But as a city lord, I have something to say now." Everyone looked at Hongzhen. Hongzhen said, "This selection of martial arts city is quite special. It can also be said to be unprecedented, because all the contestants in the arena have lost, and only Xianxia won. However, I hope that the sect envoys and friends can choose the contestants at their discretion and respect the strength displayed by the contestants. Those young people who volunteer their famous brands also have potential. On behalf of Bluestone City, I, Hongzhan, am here to thank everyone in advance. City Lord, you're welcome. Elder Yu smiled faintly. We naturally know that because Xianxia won alone, we won't choose any other contestants. Don't worry. Thank you so much. Only then did Hongzhan's heart land on the ground. If they forcefully chose according to the rules of the city selection, it would be the six sects snatching Xianxia alone. This was very unfair to the other contestants. However, at this moment, Elder Yu of the Cavalry sect looked at Wang Xiaoyun of the Blazing Fire sect with a heavy heart. Hongzhan City Master had caught her in this detail, but Hongzhan frowned and thought about it. But he couldn't think of a reason. Below. In the last hour, everyone chose to rest on the spot. Xianxia's body had also recovered very well during this entire hour. The remaining medicinal power of the demon origin fruit was repairing Xianxia's losses. After about half an hour, Xianxia had already recovered by 77 to 88%. At this point, everyone surrounded Xianxia and excitedly asked Xianxia about the battles. A series of unfamiliar martial skills that Xianxia had used in battle had become the focus of everyone's attention. Xianxia, is there a limit to the Azure Dragon going out to sea? Is the stronger the enemy, the stronger the Azure Dragon going out to sea? If you encounter a Heaven Origin Realm expert, will the Azure Dragon still be able to play its role? Xianxia, that move that shocked Longyao Ri is so powerful. Could it be that if you accumulate more Saber Chi, this move will be even stronger? For example, if you accumulate 1,000,000 Saber Chi, wouldn't you be invincible under the heavens? That's right. Where did you learn those martial skills? Is it the Xiang clan's martial skill? Xianxia was not stingy and answered everyone's questions directly. He smiled and said, the Azure Dragon has its limits when it comes to going out to sea. For example, a small grass that grows under a giant rock can overturn the giant rock. But if there is a mountain pressing down on the grass, then there is nothing I can do. Xianxia turned around and replied to another person. The reason why Jing Longyao Ri could only condense a dozen or so strands of Saber Chi is because this is the limit. No matter how much Saber Chi there is, it will collapse. However, regarding the origin of this set of martial skills related to the dragon, Xianxia did not say it out loud. Everyone was very tactful and did not hold on to it. Those lightning bolts of yours, did they really come from this saber? Right at this moment, a very sensitive sentence entered Xianxia's ears. Everyone also looked at the saber. The person who asked this question was Mo Hai, who had just recovered. He had personally seen Wampo Arian gift this black saber to Xianxia. Xianxia didn't want to deceive them directly, but he didn't intend to expose his talent. He reached out and grabbed the giant black scale saber in his hand. When the black scale escaped Xianxia's control, it turned into an ordinary mortal weapon. However, once it was held in Xianxia's hand, lightning immediately flickered on the black saber. As for the black saber's grade, it had also leapt to the beginner earth grade. As expected, it's really a good weapon. Mo Hai sighed and said, I am convinced that you have defeated me. An hour passed quickly, and the light shield in the sky slowly dissipated. The huge flying ship descended to the top of everyone's heads. Right above, Hongzhan's clear voice said, the selection of Martial Arts City is officially over. Now, let's begin the sect selection stage. This place will be handed over to the messengers and friends of the major sects to preside over. Hearing these words, all the contestants became excited and eager to try. Only Xianxia stared at Wang Xiaoyun vigilantly. He killed 2 siblings of the Wang clan, but at this moment the Wang clan's performance was surprisingly quiet. If something unusual happens, there must be a demon. This kept Xianxia on guard. At this time, the cavalry sect was the first to stand out. Elder Yu's senior brother cupped his fists at the crowd and said, I am Yu Zurin, the second-generation elder of the cavalry sect. Since everyone except Xianxia has lost their famous brands, our cavalry sect will use your actual performance as a reference for selecting disciples. As he spoke, Yuzuran looked at Mo Hai and said, Mo Hai, are you willing to join my cavalry sect? Mo Hai was stunned. He didn't expect that he would be defeated so badly by Xianxia. There were still sects willing to accept him. He immediately clasped his hands and wanted to speak. Wait! At the side, Yu Bufan of the Absolute Saber sect stood up and said, My Absolute Saber sect also wants Mo Hai. Haha. Such an outstanding talent naturally belongs to our Fierce Tiger sect. Wait. Mo Hai is strong and strong. He is a strength-type martial artist, so he is naturally the first choice of our Berserk Lion sect. The 5 third-grade sects were all competing for Mo Hai. Only Wang Xiaoyun from the Blazing Fire sect remained silent and didn't even look at Mo Hai. Wang Xiaoyun's actions caused Mo Hai's heart to be very disappointed. He knew that Wang Jingyun's death had something to do with him. The people of the Wang clan were very vengeful. No matter how outstanding Mo Hai was, Wang Xiaoyun was determined not to recruit Mo Hai. As such, the other 5 third-grade sects heaved a sigh of relief. Since the 5 sects were competing for one Mo Hai, it was only natural that the 5 sects would reveal their sect characteristics and advantages on the spot. Even Yu Bufan took out the essence transformation pill for the second time in an attempt to bribe Mo Hai. After some thought, Mo Hai finally chose the cavalry gate. The other 4 sect envoys all shook their heads and sighed. It was as if a piece of meat had been dug out of their hearts. Unfortunately, Xianxia. Mo Hai walked forward and stretched out his right hand. There is no deep hatred between us. I have said this more than once. I'm going to the cavalry sect in the future. Perhaps there will be a long time before we meet again, or perhaps we will never meet again in this life. But after we leave, we are both Bluestone people. Why don't we just shake hands and make peace? Xianxia smiled and shook hands with Mo Hai. After Mo Hai was chosen by the cavalry sect, Elder Yu and Elder Yuzuran's faces turned red with joy. Next up was Li Qingchuan. The impression that this person had left on everyone earlier was actually not good. Everyone thought that he was just a dog leg of Mo Hai. But at the end of the city selection, Li Qingchuan's heart-piercing words to Xianxia had infected many people. In the end, Li Qingchuan was chosen by the 3rd-grade sect and the White Sword sect. This was the only sect on the scene that matched Li Qingchuan. That Li Qingchuan was also good at using swords. Brother Hai, thank you for taking care of me for so many years. Li Qingchuan anticipated that he would leave soon, so he felt something. He knelt down on one knee to Mo Hai and cupped his fists. In the future, the heavens will part ways, and I will never forget you in my heart as a big brother. Mo Hai laughed loudly and patted Li Qingchuan's shoulder. You and I will always be brothers. I wish you a bright future for brother. Li Qingchuan walked towards Xianxia and said, I admit that I was jealous of you and hated you. I don't beg you to forgive me for what I did. But just as Brother Hai said, after we left, we were both Bluestone people. Xianxia interrupted Li Qingchuan with a smile and said, There's no need to say anything. I still have to thank you for showing mercy in the end. The grudges of the past should be written off. When everyone saw this scene, they all smiled happily. Especially Elder Yu, she admired Xianxia more and more. But the more she did, the deeper the worry on Elder Yu's face became. Apart from Mo Hai and Li Qingchuan, the experts who had followed Kai Jianyun had also been chosen by the various sections. The other members of the Xiang clan were all defeated. As for Mo Hai's younger brother, Maki, he went to the Fierce Tiger sect. When everyone was selected, the contestants all began to shake hands. Before the city selection, they treated each other as opponents. However, once the city selection was over, they would have to go their separate ways in the future, and the feeling of parting would become even more intense. Because they all had the same hometown, and that was Bluestone. In the end, excluding the players who had died in the Black Sharp Demon Forest, a total of more than 20 of the 300 players had been selected. This elimination rate was already very high. In the end, there was only one person left, Xianxia, who had yet to be selected. Countless pairs of eyes landed on Xianxia. They were all looking forward to which sect Xianxia would enter. But at this moment, everyone's mood was complicated, because Chihua's sect, the strongest second-rate sect, had never chosen anyone. This sect is most suitable for Xianxia. However, Wang Xiaoyun of the Blazing Fire sect was also Xianxia's greatest enemy. More people's eyes fell on Wang Xiaoyun. Was Wang Xiaoyun putting the overall situation first and adding an outstanding martial artist disciple to Chihua's sect? Or was he putting selfishness first and ignoring Xianxia? Everyone was quietly waiting. However, after 5 minutes, Wang Xiaoyun remained unmoved. He only stared at Xianxia with a meaningful smile on his face. Xianxia did not intend to enter the Blazing Fire sect at all. Even if the Blazing Fire sect chose him, he would not go. However, strangely enough, not only did the Blazing Fire sect not say anything, but even the other 5 sects remained indifferent. At first, everyone thought that the 5 sects didn't dare to compete with Chihua's sect for Xianxia. But after 10 minutes, no one spoke. City Lord Hongzhen couldn't bear to watch any longer. He hurriedly asked, "Are there any conditions that you haven't mentioned? Why did you leave out Xianxia alone?" The messengers of the 5 sects all had bitter expressions on their faces. City Lord Hongzhen was shocked. How could such a thing happen? Could it be that another new record of the Blue Stone Martial City selection is about to be born? That was the result of Xianxia gaining the unanimous vote alone. But in the end, no one paid any attention to it. The other contestants were also dumbfounded. Xianxia's performance was so dazzling. He should be the fiercest contestant in the competition. How could the result be exactly the opposite? Xianxia himself did not expect this scene to occur. His face was first blank, and then he looked at Wang Xiaoyun with enlightenment. At this time, Wang Xiaoyun also looked at Xianxia. The two of them exchanged glances. Wang Xiaoyun laughed mockingly and said, "Everyone, have you already picked everyone? Nobody wants to continue picking anymore, right?" The 5 third-grade sects remained silent. Xianxia was actually defeated? What exactly is going on? City Lord Hongzhen was furious and shouted, "You didn't want the first place in the city selection? According to the rules of the competition, Xianxia has obtained all the famous brands. If Xianxia really failed, then the Xiang clan would be in a terrible situation. The Xiang clan was not the only enemy of the Wang clan. The reason why the Wang clan had repeatedly bullied the Xiang clan was because apart from the Wang clan, there were also the Mo clan and the Li clan. Moreover, there was now another Bluestone City's Kai clan. Once Xianxia was defeated, the 4 families would probably have to eat all of the Xiang family's food. These 4 clans have a total of 4 Heaven Origin Realm experts. Everyone, don't be stunned. Hurry up and choose. Xiaonan is the first winner. Don't you want to choose him?" Xiang Fei begged anxiously. At this time, Xianxia smiled and shook his head at Xiang Fei. "Sister Fei, you have to have backbone. Since they don't choose, we don't have to plead bitterly." "Forget it." Suddenly, the cavalry Menue elder gritted her teeth and shouted, "Xianxia, you can be willing to enter me?" Everyone's spirits were lifted, and Mo Hai and Li Qingchuan heaved a sigh of relief. But at this moment, Yu Zuren suddenly grabbed Elder Yu's wrist and whispered, "Junior sister, don't be reckless." Elder Yu's eyes turned red with anxiety. "Senior brother, Xianxia is a top candidate regardless of character or talent. Do we have to let go of such a good seedling?" Yu Zuren's hand that was grabbing Elder Yu also began to tremble, but he could only endure spitting out the words, "The overall situation is of utmost importance." These 4 words caused Elder Yu to feel as if her backbone had been extracted, and she was absent-minded all of a sudden. 2 days ago, Wang Xiaoyun's conspiracy words on the flying ship echoed in Elder Yu's mind once again. "I, Wang Xiaoyun, do not ask everyone to break the rules of the city selection for me, but I only have one request, and that is, no one is allowed to choose the Xiang family. If anyone dares to disobey my orders, then don't blame our Blazing Fire sect for being ruthless to them. Who would dare to offend a second-rate sect?" Although Wang Xiaoyun was young, he was a core disciple that the Blazing Fire sect had focused on cultivating. The fact that the Blazing Fire sect had Wang Xiaoyun, a young disciple, represent the sect in selecting people was enough to prove how important Wang Xiaoyun was in the eyes of the elders of the Blazing Fire sect. When the conversation between Yuzuran and Elder Yu reached this point, everyone who didn't lose their minds would also think of the cause and effect. City Lord Hongzhan looked at Wang Xiaoyun in shock and said angrily, "Wang Xiaoyun, you actually dare to disturb the rules of the city selection." Hongzhan knew that the Wang clan had a lot of grudges and were all villains, but he didn't expect Wang Xiaoyun to dare to go so far. It was so bad. Wang Xiaoyun said calmly, "Lord City Lord, be careful what you say. When did I disturb the rules of the city selection? If there is no evidence, it's best to swallow it. Other people are unwilling to choose Xiangnan. That's someone else's own business. Can you force it?" Hongzhan was trembling with anger, but what could he do? At this time, Wang Xiaoyun looked at Xiangnan and sneered. "Xiangnan, do you remember what you said in the Colosseum? Don't let you rise to prominence. As you wish, I have fulfilled your wish." Xiangnan narrowed his eyes. To tell the truth, he did not expect Wang Xiaoyun to have such a move. "No matter how powerful you, Xiangnan, are, I won't choose you. What can you do?" Then now, Wang Xiaoyun looked around the crowd and said, "Has the other 5 sects finished selecting people? I need a definite answer." "It's over." The Absolute Saber sect was the first to express their stance. Immediately after, the Fierce Tiger sect, the Berserk Lion sect, and the White Sword sect also expressed that they would no longer choose disciples. On the other side of the cavalry gate, Elder Yu was also helpless under Zuran's forceful control. "Xiangnan." At this moment, Elder Yu rushed in front of Xiangnan and said with tears in her eyes, "I said in the Colosseum that day that if you join my cavalry sect, I will protect your entire family. Today, I betrayed my promise and didn't choose you. I'm the one who let you down. This arm can be considered as apologizing to you. Junior sister, you can't." Yuzuran was shocked and hurriedly rushed forward to intercept her. However, a sword light flashed in front of everyone. That Elder Yu had already severed her left arm, and blood was spraying out continuously. Everyone was shocked. "Junior sister, why are you doing this?" Yuzuran's eyes also turned red. However, Elder Yu ignored her pain and looked at Xiangnan guiltily. Elder Yu had indeed made a simple verbal agreement with Xiangnan, but it was only a verbal agreement. Not to mention breaking her promise, even if he was ungrateful, would the matter of revenge happen less in Bluestone City, and even in the entire world of martial arts? Who would be willing to cut off his left arm for the sake of a single word? The heroes among these women even made many men feel ashamed. Xiangnan's pupils also shrank. He hurriedly knelt down on one knee and caught the broken arm with both hands. He respectfully said, "Elder Yu, in my heart, you are not a treacherous person. Thank you for looking up to this nameless junior, Xiangnan. Xiangnan also dares not forget your kindness to take care of him. If there is another day, Xiangnan will definitely repay her. You don't have to feel sorry for me. A man dares to do what he deserves. If he dares to kill, he dares to shoulder it. Today, Xiangnan's life and death will be decided by heaven's will." With that, Xiangnan respectfully delivered the broken arm to Yuzuran. No one expected things to reach this point, but the tragic scene before them touched the softness in everyone's hearts. At this point, Elder Yuzuran publicly announced that he would no longer recruit any disciples. In that case, the city selection is over. The smile on Wang Xiaoyun's face gradually became hostile. Xiangnan still didn't look at Wang Xiaoyun. Instead, he bowed to Elder Yu and said, "Xiangnan's death is not worth cherishing. Elder Wang Yue is easy to recuperate. I wish you well for 1,000 years." With that, Xiangnan held the saber in his hand and faced Wang Xiaoyun, straightening his waist. Even if he were to die, he would still die in a grand and upright manner. The hostility on Wang Xiaoyun's face grew more and more serious as he said, "Lord City Lord, the city selection is over. It is now a grudge between our Wang Xiang clan. You have nothing to say anymore." Hongzhen gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. However, he was helpless now. Wang Xiaoyun raised his head and laughed. His eyes were filled with monstrous hatred. His laughter abruptly stopped. Then, he pointed his sword at Xiang Nan and said, "Little brat surnamed Xiang, I want to see where else you can escape to this time." When he said this, Wang Xiaoyun almost gritted his teeth in hatred. Behind him, Wang Changhe also walked over angrily. The Kai clan's Kai Baohua also led a group of experts to surround Xiang Nan. As for the Mo clan and the Li clan, they were somewhat moved. In the end, they did not stand out and maintained a neutral attitude. However, Wang Changhe and Kai Baohua were first-level Heavenly Yuan Realm experts, while Wang Xiaoyun was fifth-level Origin Returning Realm experts. Apart from that, there were more than 30 Origin Realm experts among the Wang clan and Kai clan's uncles. With so many people surrounding Xiang Nan could no longer fly. Xiang Nan was in a one-sided desperate situation. First, a soft palm force shook Xiang Fei away, knocking Xiang Fei unconscious. Then, he took out a jar of liquor from his storage ring and drank heavily. He didn't swallow the last mouthful of liquor, but instead sprayed it onto the black saber. He immediately swung his saber horizontally and laughed loudly. "Come! If I, Xiang Nan, raise my eyebrows, I will be considered to have no backbone." Facing such a desperate situation, Xiang Nan still stood there with his saber in his hand, drinking and laughing happily. This scene shook the hearts of some people. What a backbone brat! "Today, I will take your life." Wang Changhe was the first to charge out. As a Heavenly Yuan first-layer expert, the Yuan Qi on Wang Changhe's sword surged into the night, and a heavenly and earth-shattering sword light slashed down. "Don't worry, I'll kill you. I'll kill all of the Xiang clan members soon, and you won't be alone on your way to the Yellow Springs either. This little bastard Xiang Nan belongs to my Kai clan." Kai Baohua also flew into the sky and struck Xiang Nanmeng with his palm. A gigantic Yuan Qi palm howled towards them like a black cloud pressing down on them. Two Heaven Origin Realm experts attacked at the same time. That scene was so vast that it was simply incomparable to a city selection battle. As the city lord, although Hongjin wanted to save Xiang Nan, he didn't have any strength left. He immediately released his Yuan Qi and swept away all the contestants and their clansmen, quickly leaving the battlefield. The two Heavenly Yuan Masters only released one move, which was enough for all the youths at close range to be shocked to death. Xiang Nan pulled out his saber and stood up, facing a sword beam that descended from the sky. A palm of Yuan Qi that covered the sky and the earth could only be seen with a resolute expression on his face. His saber-wielding back looked so bleak. "Good job!" Xiang Nan shouted loudly. He actually held a long saber in his hand and welcomed him. Even if he died, he would never take a single step back. "Who dares to hurt my grandson?" At this critical moment, a white-bearded old man stepped into the air, followed by a gigantic hand print that shone brightly. The gigantic hand seal seemed to have been cast by the sun, canceling out Wang Changhe and Kai Baohua's attacks in mid-air. "Grandfather!" Xiang Nan suddenly paused and couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. "Tianyuan first layer?" Wang Changhe and Kai Baohua exchanged glances and shouted. Xianxia, this old bastard, has actually stepped into the first level of the Heavenly Yuan realm." Xianxia was followed by a large number of clansmen holding the Xiang clan spear, including the 3 elders of the Origin realm, as well as several experts of the uncle generation. "Xiang Nan, today, the Xiang clan stands with you and answers the enemy together." Many members of the Xiang clan shouted in unison. Xiang Nan felt his heart heat up, and his nose was a little sour. "That's what it feels like to be close. Whoever dares to hurt my son, I will not rest until we die." Even Xiang Nan's father, Xiang Shaohua, who was only at the body-tempering realm, had come. Thanks to Xiang Nan's help, Xiang Zhanxiong, who had just stepped into the first level of the Heavenly Yuan realm, had entangled Wang Changhe and Kai Baohua from the start. Under the leadership of the Grand Elder, many members of the Xiang clan also went to fight against the experts of the Origin realm from the Wang and Kai clans. However, the difference in strength and numbers between the two sides was too great. There were more than 30 Origin realm experts from the Wang and Kai clans, The Xiang clan only had a dozen or so Origin Realm experts. These 10 or so people had been nurtured before the Xiang clan had fallen. As soon as the three sides exchanged blows, the Xiang clan fell into a disadvantageous position. They were in a suppressed situation and could only barely hold on, but they were unable to make an effective counterattack. Within a minute, one of the Xiang clan's 5th-level Gui Yuan experts was injured, and the Great Elder was wandering around the clan, using his 7th-level Gui Yuan strength to constantly block attacks for his clansmen. However, this could only delay for a bit. It was simply not enough to turn the situation around. Old man Xiang, I didn't expect that you would actually ascend to the Heaven Origin Realm. But today is the day you die from hatred. Wang Changhe held the long sword in his hand and slashed open the air. He shouted, "Flying Cloud Sword, charge at night." The power of this sword was boundless. It was an Earth-grade beginner martial skill. Behind the gigantic sword light was a faint snake-eyed phantom that opened its eyes. This unique martial skill was definitely not owned by the Wang clan, but brought back by Wang Xiaoyun from the Blazing Fire sect. Kai Baohua similarly waved his palm and shouted, "Kai Clan Palm! Cloud-flipping palm!" With Kai Baohua's palm strike, the Yuan Qi palm print was incomparably huge, but it was much weaker than Wang Changhe's attack. It was weaker than a martial skill, and it was a high-grade spiritual grade. Xianxia stepped on the air. His hands and wrists joined together. At the same time, he pushed out both of his palms and shouted, "One leaf shades the sun." This palm slapped out 2 enormous Yuan Qi palm prints. The 2 palm prints combined together, resembling a furious roaring flaming phoenix, and the 2 palms were the phoenix's feathered wings. This move came from the Earth-grade elementary-grade martial skill, Song Yuan Tian Yang Palm, that Xiang Nan gave Xiangzhan Xiong. Because these 3 heavenly Yuan realm martial artists did not possess the heavenly meridian attribute, they decided the outcome based on their own cultivation and martial skills. Xiang Zhanxiong's ES Sunshade Palm immediately defeated Kai Baohua's cloud-flipping palm, and then the sword light that was convenient for Wang Changhe collided with each other. After Xiang Zhanxiong's Yuan Qi palm destroyed Kai Baohua's palm, it had weakened a lot. When it encountered Wang Changhe's sword light, both of them exploded. Wang Changhe stood motionless in midair, while Xiang Zhanxiong took a few steps back, blood spilling out from the corner of his mouth. Wang Changhe smiled sinisterly and said, "Old Master Kai, I'm the main attacker. Help me." After saying that, Wang Changhe slashed another sword, Flying Cloud Sword. The sword provokes mountains and rivers. When the sword slashed out, the enormous sword light suddenly turned dark red, as if it was a poisonous letter from a fierce snake. Especially, the sword light was wrapped around the phantom image of a fierce snake, like an old vine-coiled tree. Xiang Zhan's ambition shook abruptly. He immediately raised his right hand and the sky disappeared. It was as if the sky had suddenly darkened for a moment and returned to normal in an instant. However, Xiang Zhanxiong's entire right hand emitted a dazzling light. A palm strike was one of the moves in the Blue Origin Heavenly Yang Palm, dazzling to cover the stars. That enormous palm was really like the condensation of sunlight. It could be said to be glowing brightly, illuminating the black sharp demon forest. Wherever his eyes could reach, it was as bright as day. Song Yuan's Heavenly Yang Palm collided with the sword light of the mountain and river. The Heavenly Yang Palm and even Yang Zhilie's martial skill, while the Flying Cloud Sword laws belonged to the most keen and poisonous. The sword palms collided with each other, and a strong wind instantly blew out, uprooting countless ancient trees one after another, causing a fierce wind to wreak havoc in the sky. Such a strong wind was enough to easily crush any expert at the 5th level of Origin Return. Moreover, this was only the strong wind that came with the collision of martial skills. For a moment, the palm sword junction revealed a strange scene of half-red and half-white light, causing the sky to change color. Just as the 2 sides were in a deadlock, Kai Baohua suddenly inserted himself from the side and viciously slapped at Xiang Zhanxiong. Although his palm strike was only a high-grade spirit-grade martial skill, Xiang Zhanxiong didn't have any extra energy to deal with it. He could only hastily pull out his palm power and dodge Kai Baohua's sneak attack. As a result, Xianxia's heavenly yang palm dissipated on its own. Wang Changhe's sword light broke free and shot straight at Xianxia. Xianxia used all of his strength to forcefully twist his body in midair, dodging a sword strike. However, the sinister sword light brushed past Xianxia, causing his right arm to turn purple. Not good. I'm poisoned. Xianxia was shocked, and he hurriedly used his left hand to condense his fierce yuan qi and fiercely slapped it on his right arm. At this moment, the purple-red poisonous gas on his right arm was sprinting wildly. It had already reached bow neck, and wherever it passed, the skin quickly rotted and suppurated. After thinking about how Xianxia could save himself in time, he used his heavenly yang palm to neutralize the poison, but his right arm was already riddled with wounds. Ha ha! Wang Changhe smiled sinisterly. Old man Xiang, you have just stepped into the heaven origin realm, yet you dare to fight me? You really don't know whether to die or not. Do a few more moves. I will definitely take your dog's life. Wang Changhe raised his sword high and pointed it at the sky. The black night sky before dawn became even darker. In a trance, there seemed to be a purple python phantom in the sky, soaring into the air. As the phantom descended, it left a strange snake-shaped purple mark in the air. When the python phantom rushed onto the sword suddenly began to tremble. Before it could even swing its sword, large droplets of purple liquid began to flow down the sword. He didn't know whether the liquid was a phantom or a real object, but when the liquid landed on the broken half of the ancient tree root, the ancient tree was immediately corroded, and in the blink of an eye it actually melted into a pool of purple water. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected the name of the Blazing Fire sect to be so masculine, but his martial skills were so vicious. On the other side, Xiang Nan, who had lost his enemy, was targeted by Wang Xiaoyun, who had been waiting for an opportunity for a long time. The confrontation between experts of the Heaven Origin realm caused countless Xiantian realm contestants to be enthralled and their hearts to tremble endlessly. In the eyes of low-realm martial artists like them, the attacks of experts of the Heavenly Yuan realm seemed to be able to shake mountains and rivers, causing the sun and moon to change color. It was simply incomprehensible. At this moment, the sword radiance of Wang Changhe's sword strike was not huge. It was only 100 meters long. However, in the eyes of ordinary people, this length was already a shocking scene that could pierce through the heavens and earth. The 100-meter sword light shot out, causing the surrounding air to distort. At first glance, it was dazed and blurry. This abnormal expression of the air was caused by the strange poison on the sword light. Xianxiang did not dare to underestimate his opponent at all. He raised his hands high up and the stars in the sky shone. The light on his palms quickly obscured the light of stars and moons. Although this scene was only seen by the martial artists below, it was enough to prove how powerful Xianxiang's palm strike was. Xianxiang gathered his palm power and shouted in a deep voice, "Heavenly Yang Palm!" This move matched the name of the Blue Origin Heavenly Yang Palm itself, and was clearly the strongest move. Everyone could only see a huge spiral vortex of light suddenly appear in the sky above Xianxiang's head. The vortex slowly rotated clockwise, engulfing the vast amount of spiritual qi of heaven and earth. As the vortex rotated, an unimaginable amount of spiritual energy was sucked into Xianxiang's hand. This move of the heavenly yang palm was immediately released. One side was 100 meters tall and 50 meters wide radiant palm print, slowly advancing forward. Sharp winds howled from both sides, shooting the clouds to see the moon. One sword and one palm collided once again. The gigantic palm print was corroded by the poisonous sword light. The palm print was first dyed with a strange purple color, and the purple color continued to spread in all directions. The enormous poisonous sword light was also purified by Gang Lai's Yuan Qi palm, and the color of the sword light quickly faded. The terrifying martial skills of the two of them canceled each other out and were about to dissipate. At this moment, Xianxiang caught a glimpse of the scene and hurriedly shouted, "Protect little Nan!" His distraction immediately gave Kai Baohua an opportunity to sneak around Xianxiang's back and raise his hand to form 3 consecutive palms. Boom! In the sky, Xianxia's palm print and Wang Chenghe's sword light finally reached their limits, both exploding. But behind him, Kai Baohua's 3 yuan qi palm prints also flew over. Xianxia's reaction was already fast. Unfortunately, he had lost the first chance. After dodging with all his might, he was still hit by Kai Baohua's 3rd palm. This palm landed on Xianxia's back. The entire palm print completely covered Xianxia, but in the middle of Xianxia's back, a small palm print suddenly appeared. The small palm print caused Xianxia's skin and flesh to cave in. 3 of his ribs were broken at the same time, and a mouthful of purple blood sprayed out. The giant palm plus the small palm print and the double palm force caused Xianxia's internal injuries to be severe and his internal organs to be injured. Grandfather! Xiangnan saw this and hurriedly wanted to rush forward. However, at the same time, a fierce sword light slashed towards Xiangnan's toes, causing soil to fly into the sky. This sword strike was used by Wang Xiaoyun. Fortunately, Xiangnan's reaction was quick enough and he hurriedly stopped. Otherwise, his entire face would have been cut off. Little bastard! Exchange for my younger brother and sister's lives. Wang Xiaoyun's face was filled with resentment. Just as he finished hacking the sword, he waved his left hand and a strand of yuan qi palm force appeared. This palm didn't use any martial skill at all. It was just a casual palm strike, but it was also condensed with the yuan qi of the 5th level of the origin reversion realm. The speed of that palm power was already beyond the scope of a Xiantian realm martial artist's ability. Xiangnan's reaction was astonishing, and he immediately retreated with the flash steps. But even so, it was too late. When he dodged Wang Xiaoyun's sword strike earlier, his body was already in a state of emergency. There must be a strong inertia when he stopped in a hurry. At this moment, he suddenly retreated, slowing down for a moment. The flash steps were astonishingly fast, allowing Xiangnan to immediately dodge the yuan qi palm power, but he was unable to dodge the range of the palm power. The yuan qi palm landed 3 steps in front of Xiangnan. This palm force was so shocking that it forcefully sent Xiangnan, who was in the state of flash shadow steps, flying away. Although Xiangnan was not directly hit by the palm force, the shockwave generated by the palm force affected Xiangnan. There were also large pieces of small stones that were randomly shot everywhere under the bombardment of the palm force. These stones were all accompanied by Wang Xiaoyun's yuan qi, and they were extremely hard. Stones scattered everywhere, piercing through the air to the point of making ear-piercing sounds. Xiangnan was first engulfed by the shockwave. His entire body was as if he had been hit by a meteor. His mind buzzed, and his ears buzzed endlessly. Then, the small stones pierced through Xiangnan's body. Careless. This time, he was really careless. Last time in the Xiang manor, Xiangnan was focused on avoiding Wang Xiaoyun's assassination and could barely survive. But this time, he was worried that his grandfather would be wrong step by step. By the time Xiangnan landed, there were as many as 6 penetrating wounds all over his body. The spattered pebbles were extremely deadly. Apart from his chest and back, which were protected by the black armor, the 6 penetrating wounds were divided into 2 arms and legs at Xiangnan's side. Xiangnan landed on the ground and then sat up. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not stand up. This scene attracted everyone's attention. After all, everyone's main target was Xiangnan. Even Xianxiang, Wang Chenghe, and Kai Baohua temporarily stopped fighting and looked at Xiangnan. Xiao Nan! Xianxiang panicked and hurriedly went up to protect his grandson. However, Wang Chenghe and Kai Baohua exchanged glances, both of them entangling Xianxiang. Wang Chenghe laughed sinisterly and said, "Old man Xiang, I'll let you see for yourself how your grandson was tortured to death today. I'll send you to your death after you see this scene." In the distance, in the Xiangnan battle circle, Wang Xiaoyun took a step into the sky and pointed his sword at Xiangnan from above, shouting, "Little bastard, you should go crazy for me now. Didn't you say you wanted to kill me? Fuck your ancestors. Little bitch, if you dare to shout at me, I will take your dog life." Wang Xiaoyun was furious and didn't care about his identity at all. He actually cursed on the spot. Wang Xiaoyun cursed and raised the sword in his hand. In the air above the sword, a giant viper head phantom gradually took shape. Beneath the heavens, the sinister and terrifying giant snake was like a ghost. It was as if at this moment, within a few miles, it had turned into a terrifying hell. Let's see where you're going this time. Earth Fiend, Snake King Sword. Everyone was stunned. This was the first time they had seen the Earth Fiend Snake King Sword. They were all shocked by the might of that martial skill. The terrifying scene of this sword strike had actually caught up to the scene of 3 heavenly Yuan masters. Hiss! Yu Bufan sucked in a breath of cold air from the Absolute Saber sect. Too shocking. The terrifying power contained in this sword actually came from the hands of a 5th-level origin returning martial cultivator. When the Xiang clan saw the Earth Fiend Snake King Sword, they all revealed expressions of despair. Back then, when Xianxia was still at the 9th level of the Origin realm, he had to use all of his strength to receive the Earth Fiend Snake King Sword. However, Xiangnan was only at the 9th level of the Xiantian realm. How? Xiangnan himself knew this. He deeply understood that even if his current strength was 50 times higher than before, he would definitely not be able to catch Wang Xiaoyun's sword. Thinking of this, Xiangnan raised a sad smile and said, "Wang Xiaoyun, you just want to kill me. Forget it. Since that's the case, let's end this today." At this point, the sad smile on Xiangnan's face had changed into a resolute expression that looked at death as if he were returning home. Using his own strength to fight against Wang Xiaoyun, it was certain that he would die. In that case, he could only rely on external forces that did not belong to him. Thinking of this, Xiangnan sat down cross-legged and raised the black-scaled saber high in his right hand. Immediately after, the lightning talisman sealed with white flames and lightning flew out of his storage ring. At the same time, he plunged the giant saber into the ground. The thunder talisman instantly drilled into the tip of the giant saber and was stabbed into the ground by the 3-meter saber. Everyone was shocked by the power of the Earth Fiend Snake King Sword, and no one noticed Xiangnan's small movements. Following that, Xiangnan flicked his left hand on the black blade 3 times, producing 3 clanging sounds of metal colliding with each other. The 9 transformations of thunder shocked everyone. The lightning talisman that was hidden underground suddenly erupted with a ball of blazing white lightning. The entire blade of the black saber was wrapped in lightning. "Wang Xiaoyun, even if you kill me, I will skin you," Xiangnan shouted loudly. At this time, Wang Xiaoyun's giant viper head phantom was completely intact. It was violently absorbing vast amounts of spiritual energy from heaven and earth. Ha 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 ha. Wang Xiaoyun's hair was disheveled and he laughed crazily. "I want to see how you can skin me." Xiangnan simply closed his eyes and slowly used the Thunder King and King Sparrow seals. At this time, Xiangnan's heart was like still water, neither seeing nor listening nor disrupting. At this moment, Xiangnan ignored the 7 emotions, neither sad nor happy, neither angry nor worried. At this moment, Xiangnan completely ignored all external factors, as if he was in a world that only belonged to him. It was the so-called thunder in silence, and Xiangnan was giving birth to the thunder before the mountain rain came. At this moment, even time seemed to have slowed down. Everyone's movements were dozens of times slower. Even Wang Xiaoyun's heaven-shaking and earth-shattering sword strike was strangely slow. The formidable power condensed in Viper's head was slowly condensing into Wang Xiaoyun's sword. At the same time, Xiangnan moved his hands, and the King Sparrow seal made the first gesture. Heavenly Fate Thunder Drawing Hand. This was the name of the first hand gesture of the King Sparrow seal. Xiangnan bent his middle fingers and his 2 palms joined together. Within the lightning talisman, a violent white flame bolt of lightning was suddenly introduced into Xiangnan's hands. In an instant, his fingers were wrapped in lightning. In the past, Xiangnan had absorbed the power of lightning. Every time he absorbed the power of lightning in the next stream would be several levels stronger than the previous stream, and it would be closer to the power of the true body of lightning. This time, Xiangnan did not absorb it. Instead, he directly used it. With Xiangnan's current strength, he was unable to use such a powerful lightning power. However, he had originally treated death as if he were returning home and had made up his mind to fight Wang Xiaoyun's life. The second gesture was the Earth Soul Lightning Hand. Xiangnan's hands turned backwards, his 8 fingers clasped together. His left thumb moved forward, and his right thumb moved backward. A ray of lightning flew out from the lightning talisman and merged into Xiangnan's palm. The astonishing white lightning had already climbed onto the back of Xiangnan's hand. The third gesture was to not move the thunder-gathering hand. Xiangnan clenched his fists and clenched them together. A third ray of lightning poured into his hands. The lightning continued to climb along Xiangnan's hands and reached his wrist. The terrifying power of lightning caused the skin on Xiangnan's hands to begin to decompose. Skin fragments slowly left his body. Xiangnan didn't stop. The fourth gesture was the fearless thunder refining hand. Xiangnan clasped his middle fingers together, his 4 fingers hooked upside down, and his thumbs clasped together. The fourth bolt of lightning was channeled into his hands, and the white flames of lightning still surpassed his wrist and spread towards his forearm. The fifth hand gesture, Heavenly Dipper Lightning Transformation. A bolt of lightning attracted him, and the dense bolt of lightning had already climbed to the middle of his forearm. The sixth hand gesture, Dark Cloud Lightning Roar. A streak of lightning attracted him, and the dense white lightning climbed to his elbow. At this time, the skin on Xiangnan's arms had fallen off even more severely, turning into melt. 1/3 of the flesh and blood on both arms had melted into liquid. Such an astonishing amount of power had even formed a spherical barrier of astral chi around Xiangnan. With every additional bolt of lightning that Xiangnan had, the barrier would expand in all directions. Every time this barrier expanded, everything would be destroyed, shattering the trees into dust, crushing the stones into powder, and burning the scorched earth into smoke. The seventh hand gesture, Divine Thunder Devouring Mountains and Rivers. A bolt of lightning attracted him, and the white light crawled over his elbow and spread towards his shoulder. The eighth hand gesture, Lightning Soul Moving Heaven and Earth. A bolt of lightning attracted him, and the white light climbed to the front of his shoulder. The rapidly liquefied flesh and blood in Xiangnan's arms immediately vaporized. Almost half of the area was covered in white bones. The ninth hand gesture, Underworld King Thunder Rage. The lightning attracted him, and he had already climbed onto his shoulders. At this moment, the backs of Xiangnan's 2 hands were covered with white lightning. The spherical aura shield surrounding him expanded by a radius of 10 meters. Within a radius of 10 meters, no martial artist dared to stay. The land where Xiangnan was located had become a natural forbidden zone. There was no life left, nothing left. Even the ground beneath Xiangnan disappeared in a hemisphere, and Xiangnan sat cross-legged in the air. What's that? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and cried out in alarm. Then Xiang Zhanxiong's expression changed. Wang Changhe and Kai Baohua exchanged a glance, and both felt the terrifying change in Xiangnan's aura. The sword in Wang Xiaoyun's hand had already descended from the sky and stabbed towards Xiangnan. Xiangnan's entire set of actions happened between lightning and flint. It was only his incomparable concentration that slowed down. However, after 9 hand gestures, Xiangnan suddenly opened his eyes. A dazzling white light flashed in his eyes. The 2 beams of lightning shot out, extremely shocking. Finally, in the end stance, Xiangnan separated his palms and butted his fingers together, forming a prismatic gesture. He shouted, "Sparrow! King! Seal!" The little bird in the sky dived down, directly passing through the gap between Xiangnan's hands, and was grabbed by Xiangnan. "Go!" The veins on Xiangnan's neck and forehead bulged out. He used all his strength and threw the little bird out. At that time, the heavens and the earth changed color, and the sun and moon did not shine. Hoo! A gale roared as a 10-meter-long lightning golden rock soared into the sky. Dragging a long tail of lightning, it shot straight into the 9 heavens. The thunder that had been silent for a long time finally erupted. Everyone was shrouded by the tens of thousands of white rays of light, and their faces turned pale in shock. Only Xianxia had a relieved expression on his face. He slowly lowered his arms and allowed his body to vaporize and spread to his chest and neck. This scene of death caused by enduring a large amount of lightning was uncontrollable. Wang Xiaoyun. When Xianxia was dying, he smiled and said, "If you want my life, then you have to leave something behind as a price." The 10-meter golden lightning rock descended from the sky and made a big dive, fiercely exploding towards Wang Xiaoyun. Ah! Wang Xiaoyun cried out in alarm and used all his strength to stab the Earth Fiend's Snake King sword towards Xianxia. A sword and a bird met in the air. Wang Xiaoyun's most sinister and poisonous Snake King sword struck the golden lightning rock that was extremely fierce and pure yang. This sword strike was enough to destroy the martial skills of ordinary 9th-level origin returning realm experts. Under the attention of everyone, it started a crazy battle with the golden lightning rock. In midair, a giant viper phantom vomited out a scarlet letter. The little bird turned into a golden lightning rock, more like a white flame vermilion bird that was reborn from a bath of fire. Its entire body was wrapped in burning white lightning, and a pair of fire eyes shot out 100,000 feet of white light. Everyone could feel the core of the battle circle. In that incomparable destruction, even warriors as powerful as the Heaven Origin realm had no choice but to bring their clansmen back quickly. At this moment, no one cared about fighting each other. As long as they didn't pay attention and were swept into the battle of the snake bird, they would definitely be doomed. Every martial artist only had one word in their hearts: escape. Quickly escape from the inner circle of the bird-snake struggle. The further away the better. Hurry! Hurry! The flying ship must leave. City Lord Hongjin stepped into the air and his body suddenly grew stronger. He actually used his muscular hands to push the flying ship and save the innocent spectators on the flying ship. The flying ship also accelerated at full speed, not daring to stay at low altitude and flee like it was flying. Damn it! Hongjin cursed. What exactly happened? The ultimate battle between Xianxia and Wang Xiaoyun has already reached the Heaven Origin realm. Furthermore, it's the extent to which a Heaven Origin realm expert has used all of his strength to attack. In just these 2 short breaths of time, the white photoelectric bird had already gained the upper hand, crazily suppressing the Earth Fiend Snake King sword. Seeing that the Earth Fiend Snake King sword was about to be destroyed, Wang Xiaoyun's face flushed red with anxiety. He bit the tip of his tongue and pushed his strength to the limit. As such, Wang Xiaoyun raised his right hand and slashed down with his sword. The image of the giant viper floating above his head was suddenly drawn into a long black gas. The black gas instantly merged into the swordlight of the Earth Fiend Snake King sword, causing the originally shapeless swordlight to suddenly transform into a black snake. The explosion caused the black light bird to suddenly wrap itself around it. The sharp snake fangs bit down on the lightning feathers on the lightning bird's body one bite at a time. Each bite pulled down a bolt of lightning from the white photoelectric bird's body. The bolts of lightning were torn off and slowly dissipated in midair. The white photoelectric bird was furious. Its sharp claws instantly dug into the black snake's body, causing the black snake to tremble. Immediately after, the lightning bird lowered its head and its sharp beak pierced through the head of the snake like an arrow that had disconnected from a string. The Earth Fiend Snake King sword was broken. How is this possible? This must be a dream. That little bastard surnamed Xiang is only at the 9th level of the Xiantian realm. How could he break my Earth Fiend Snake King sword? Wang Xiaoyun shrieked from the bottom of his heart. No matter how unwilling Wang Xiaoyun was, he had already lost. The white photoelectric bird's body had shrunk to 1/3 of its original size after fighting the black bird. It only had 3 meters of spread wings left. However, the white photoelectric bird did not stop and continued to charge towards Wang Xiaoyun. The lightning bird spun through the air and turned into a shuttle of light. The dense white flames crackled with lightning, and every crisp sound touched one's heart. Anger, fear, unwillingness, and despair wrapped around Wang Xiaoyun's heart. At this moment, Wang Xiaoyun lost control. He tilted the yuan qi in his body like a madman and slashed at the lightning bird crazily. In a short breath, Wang Xiaoyun had slashed hundreds of times. Hundreds of sword lights burst forth and landed on the lightning bird's body. And that lightning bird inherited the fearless spirit of the Thunder King seal, burning everything like a vermilion bird into the forest. The heavy sword light exploded without stopping for a moment. Finally, Wang Xiaoyun hacked out his last sword, and it was too late to hack out his next sword. Finally, the white photoelectric bird, which was only 2 meters long, smashed into Wang Xiaoyun's body. Boom! White light flashed across the sky. From Wang Xiaoyun's core, a white explosive wave rolled in all directions, like a drop of water dripping into a pot of oil. That scene seemed to have an extremely strong visual impact, as if a surging river was slamming onto the bluestone. Within a radius of nearly 10 kilometers, all the remaining trees bent down fiercely. Everyone's eyes were still wide open in the fierce winds, refusing to let go of every detail. As the lightning wave gradually dissipated, a figure appeared in the inner circle. That figure was slowly descending. After landing on the ground, his figure became clear. It was Wang Xiaoyun, who was bathed in blood. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Wang Xiaoyun's arm was broken. What a coincidence! The one who was blown off was also his left arm. This time, the Earth Fiend Snake King Sword did not touch Xiangnan at all. On the other hand, Wang Xiaoyun's left arm was blown off. No one could say anything. They simply could not believe what they had seen. This was all too ridiculous. How could Xiangnan, who was at the 9th level of the Xiantian realm, launch such a terrifying attack? However, Xiangnan's situation was not optimistic at this moment. His 2 arms had already lost all their flesh and blood, leaving behind only 2 blood-stained arm bones and hand bones. Even his chest was slowly vaporizing, and even his left chest was vaporizing into a walnut-sized bloody hole. He could actually see his heart that was gradually failing and struggling inside. Xiangnan was powerless to prevent his situation from deteriorating. Now he could only wait for death. However, the corner of Xiangnan's mouth was still smiling. He had won. Even if you, Wang Xiaoyun, can kill me, so what? I risked my life to break one of your arms. Elder Yu's arm was cut off. As long as he took a large amount of spirit pills, he could recover. However, Wang Xiaoyun did not want to have his left arm in his lifetime, because his left arm had been blown up and had long since dissipated with the dust. Wang Xiaoyun, who was covered in blood, lowered his head and looked at his broken arm in disbelief. After a deathly silence, Wang Xiaoyun screamed, "Xiangnan, I'm going to scratch you one sword at a time." After saying that, Wang Xiaoyun rushed towards Xiangnan. Xiangnan laughed out loud. "Happy? Wang Xiaoyun, what I lost was only 1 life, and what you lost is all your dignity." Xiao Nan, Xiang Zhanxiong, Xiang Xiaohua, and the others cried out in alarm. Xiang Zhanxiong desperately flew towards Xiang Nan, but was stopped by Wang Chenghe and Kai Baohua again. Xiang Zhanxiong angrily poured blood into his pupils, wishing he could eat the 2 old bastards in front of him in one bite. Is it finally over? The audience had lost their ability to express themselves, and they were all dumbfounded as they spoke emotionlessly. Xiangnan had used his strength to prove himself, but now he was like a flash in the pan, blooming beautifully and withering away. A peerless bluestone genius was about to die. Just as Wang Xiaoyun's sword was about to pierce through the space between Xiangnan's eyebrows, a shadow suddenly flashed in the sky. In less than a flash, the shadow suddenly appeared beside Xiangnan. This figure grabbed Wang Xiaoyun's sword with his right hand and pressed his left hand on Xiangnan's head. A gentle, spring breeze-like force slowly penetrated Xiangnan's head and entered the 100 bones around him. It actually suppressed the speed at which Xiangnan's body was being destroyed. This person was dressed in a simple linen robe, and his long black hair fell down. He was surprisingly a man in his early 20s. Who is it? Wang Xiaoyun was shocked, but he was furious and couldn't care less. He wanted to pull out his sword from the mysterious man's hand, and even wanted to attack him. The man in the linen robe smiled faintly and did not exert any strength on his hand. However, Wang Xiaoyun desperately wanted to pull back his sword, but the sword did not move at all. It was as if the sword had pierced into a solid rock, and no matter how hard it tried, it could no longer be pulled out. Wang Xiaoyun gritted his teeth and decided to let go of his sword and smash the man in the linen robe with his fist. However, the man in the linen robe smiled faintly. A soft yuan qi flowed out from his hand, sticking the sword to Wang Xiaoyun, who was holding the hilt of the sword. Wang Xiaoyun's face revealed a look of shock. He wanted to let go, but he couldn't let go no matter what. That sword could not be pulled back, nor could Song. The spectators were shocked again. Who exactly was that mysterious person? He actually held Wang Xiaoyun tightly without a single move? Wang Xiaoyun was stunned. You are. Let go of my son. In the distance, Wang Changhe, who was at the first Tianyuan layer, could no longer watch. He turned around and rushed towards Wang Xiaoyun, leaving only Kai Baohua to temporarily restrain Xianxia. Wang Changhe slashed out from afar. This slash turned dark red and flowed with a dense poisonous liquid. He shot towards the man in linen. The smile on the man's face disappeared, but he stretched out his right hand and casually grabbed the fierce dark red sword light. He only used 2 fingers. He grabbed the sword light. The sword light buzzed between the man's fingers, constantly struggling to move forward. However, no matter how much sparks the sword light created on the man's finger swords, or even the sound of metal rubbing, it was still unable to move forward at all. The crux of the matter was the poison contained within the sword light. Once it touched the man's skin, it turned into black smoke and evaporated. Not to mention Wang Xiaoyun and his son. Even City Lord Hongzhen and the messengers of the 5 great sects were stunned by this scene. Wang Changhe was an expert at the first level of the heavenly Yuan realm. His sword radiance was actually unable to even break free from his fingers. Most importantly, none of the people present could see through the mysterious man's martial arts realm. On the other hand, Xiangnan's pale face slowly turned red. Although the large area of the vaporized body had not been repaired, the signs of continued destruction had completely stopped. The gentle power of the man wrapped around Xiangnan's arm bones and said with a gentle smile, "Xiangnan, don't move." You are Xiangnan struggled to stand up, but before the man could speak, he bowed to the man. "Thank you for saving me." This was the difference between Xiangnan and the others. If it was someone else, most of them would clamor to kill Wang Xiaoyun when they saw the mysterious person helping them. However, Xiangnan did not. The first thing he said was to be grateful. Because he had tasted the feeling of betrayal, he knew how to cherish the kindness of others. "Who on earth are you?" Although Wang Xiaoyun was afraid in his heart, he still held on to his face and shouted, "You dare to stop me? Do you know who I am? I am the core disciple of the Blazing Fire sect, Wang Xiaoyun. Are you trying to make an enemy of my Blazing Fire sect?" Hearing this, 3 words appeared in the hearts of all the spectators. Shameless. When you, Wang Xiaoyun, were able to beat Xiangnan, you would jump up and down and yell. If you couldn't beat the mysterious man, you would immediately move out of your sect. This kind of behavior, could it be considered a man? Do you have any more dignity as a man? Blazing Fire sect? The mysterious man smiled faintly. "I really don't dare to offend you. However, if you want to know who I am, I will tell you." As he spoke, the mysterious man flipped his right hand and a wooden waist plate appeared in his palm. The waist token looked simple and old, but it carried a heavy feeling of 1,000 years of sedimentation. There was only one pattern on the waist token. It was a small red sun at the center of the token. The moment he saw the waist token, Wang Xiaoyun's face instantly turned pale. His legs softened and he almost knelt on the ground in fear. The mysterious man smiled and said, "I am Jiang Yunfan, the 22nd generation disciple of the Haoran sect." Haoran sect? The Wang clan and the Kai clan felt their brains buzzing and almost fainted. The entire place was silent. It was as if after this man arrived, even the entire black sharp demonic beasts had quieted down. Ever since the selection of Martial Arts City, the miracles and shocks that Xiangnan had brought were enough to make everyone's minds waver. Right now, even the people of the Nature sect had appeared. Could it be that this year's Martial Arts City election was favored by the heavens? City Lord Hongzhen was the first to charge down and stood in front of Jiang Yunfan. He cupped his fists and said, "Welcome to the Friends of the Nature Sect." Although City Lord Hongzhen pretended to be calm on the surface, he felt as if his heart was in turmoil. That was the Howren sect. Throughout the entire Blue Tide continent, there was only one first-rate sect, the Howren sect. It could be said to be the apple of the Blue Tide continent's eye. Xianxia, who was once the #1 genius of the Profound Sky sect, naturally recognized the waste token of the Howren sect. This kind of waste token was simply impossible to imitate. It was absolutely true of the Howren sect. Immediately after, Jiang Yunfan tossed out another explosive piece of news. Jiang Yunfan smiled at Xianxia and said, "The only thing I have to announce is that Xianxia will be the 23rd generation disciple of our Howren sect from today onwards." After hearing this, Wang Xiaoyun's body finally shook and he sat down on the ground dejectedly. It's over. This time it's really over. In terms of talent, Wang Xiaoyun was inferior to Xianxia. In terms of strength, Wang Xiaoyun did not get any benefits from Xianxia. Even in terms of background, Wang Xiaoyun was inferior to Xianxia. Blazing Fire sect? Second-rate sects? It was a joke in front of the Howren sect. Howren sect was a first-class sect. There were only 8 first-class sects in the world. Until now, no one was able to regain their senses, because what was happening now was too sudden, and it had already exceeded everyone's tolerance. However, no matter what, Xianxia was already a disciple of the Howren sect. This was definitely not as simple as the Everbright sect's lintel. It was simply an ancestral grave emitting green smoke. At the same time, everyone was truly happy for Xianxia. This 16-year-old child had managed to break through one knife at a time and finally managed to break through. At this moment, all the Xiang family members were so excited that they almost burst into tears. Finally, he turned around. City Lord Hongzhen is so impulsive that he wants to kneel down to the heavens. In our Bluestone City, there is finally someone who can rise to prominence. For thousands of years, in the history of our Bluestone City, you can write down the 3 words, Howren sect. Looking at the Wang clan, their faces were as ashen as ashes, but the fear on their faces was greater than shock. Xianxia became a disciple of the Howren sect. Then, does the Wang clan still have a foothold? Who were even more excited were the Mo clan and the Li clan. They secretly rejoiced that they had not participated in this operation against the Xiang clan. Who would have thought that Xianxia would ascend to the heavens in one step and directly enter the strongest Howren sect in the entire Blue Tide continent? Senior brother Jiang, Xianxia wanted to express his gratitude, but before he could finish his sentence, blood spilled out of his mouth and his body began to tremble. The collapse of Xianxia's controlled body had actually begun again. "Don't move." Jiang Yunfan's expression changed as he said seriously, "Your body is in a terrible condition. Don't use the weather for the time being." As he spoke, Jiang Yunfan jumped up behind Xianxia and sat down cross-legged, placing his palms on Xianxia's back. A gentle, sunny energy slowly entered Xianxia's body. At this moment, Xianxia's collapsed body stopped again. Xiao Nan, Xiang Zhanxiong and Xiang Shaohua had already rushed over anxiously. That Xiang Shaohua anxiously said, "What's wrong with my son Xianxia?" Jiang Yunfan continued to absorb the mysterious energy for Xianxia. He frowned and said, "Xianxia's body is in a very strange state. His body is like a burnt leaf. Although it still retains the shape of a leaf, once touched, it will collapse into ashes." Hearing this, Xiang Zhanxiong and Xiang Shaohua were shocked. Jiang Yunfan said, "Xianxia, I am using the Haoyan Chun Yuan technique of the Nature's Vast sect to repair your injuries. However, this technique can only be used when you cultivate it yourself. Right now, I can only use external force to stimulate your body and allow your body to repair itself. Haoyan Chun Yuan technique." The messengers of the 5 sects, including Wang Xiaoyun, all had astonished expressions on their faces. This Haoyan Chun Yuan technique was one of the symbolic techniques of the Howren sect. It was a secret manual that countless people dreamed of. Wang Changhe's face turned pale from fear. He whispered in Wang Xiaoyun's ear, "This is a good opportunity. Let's get rid of Jiang Yunfan and Xiang Nan together. Otherwise, once the two of them are free, our Wang clan will be annihilated." Wang Xiaoyun's body trembled. He felt the heart-wrenching pain coming from his broken arm, and killing intent quickly flashed in his eyes. However, did he really dare to attack the Haoran sect disciples? If he didn't make a move now, would he still be able to eat the good fruits of the Wang clan in the future? Wang Xiaoyun's expression darkened, but he still didn't dare to make a move. He cupped his fists at Jiang Yunfan and said, "Senior brother Yunfan, I am the core disciple of the Blazing Fire sect, Wang Xiaoyun." Jiang Yunfan raised his eyelids and looked at Wang Xiaoyun without saying anything. Wang Xiaoyun gritted his teeth and said forcefully, "There is a personal grudge between our Wang clan and the Xiang clan. Even if we surrounded the Xiang clan just now, we did not use the power of the Blazing Fire sect. The other martial brothers of our Blazing Fire sect are just watching from the sidelines. So now that Xiang Nan has entered the Haoran sect, your Haoran sect cannot interfere in this matter. I wonder if what I said is correct." Although Wang Xiaoyun was a vicious villain, his brain was not stupid. He could still think of this section at this critical moment. Jiang Yunfan still didn't answer Wang Xiaoyun's question. Instead, he took out a dark green pill and stuffed it into Xiang Nan's mouth. "This is a pill specially made by our Haoran sect. With the stimulation of my Hao Yan Chun Yuan technique, your body should slowly recover," he said. Hao Yuan rejuvenation pill was a kind of rejuvenation pill. It was an improved version of the rejuvenation pill. It belonged to the Haoran sect. Apart from the Haoran sect, other sects, large and small, also had their own secret pill formulas. Those were not available on the market. At this time, Jiang Yunfan only glanced at Wang Xiaoyun, but he still didn't speak to him. This made Wang Xiaoyun feel extremely embarrassed. However, he didn't dare to shout at Jiang Yunfan, so he could only endure. Yunfan Jiang said to Xiang Nan, "Junior brother Xiang Nan, how do you plan to settle this matter? Do you need senior brother's help?" Upon hearing Jiang Yunfan's words, the Wang clan was in a state of panic. Xiang Nan narrowed his eyes and said, "Thank you, senior brother Yunfan, for your kindness. However, I will use my own fist to retrieve the Xiang clan's venue." "All right." Jiang Yunfan expressed his admiration and said, "It's not bad that he is someone I like. He has courage. He would use his own strength to settle his personal grudges. This was the best man in the world." Jiang Yunfan continued, "However, your current cultivation level is still too low. Senior brother in disguise will do you a small favor." At this point, Jiang Yunfan finally looked at Wang Xiaoyun and said, "Wang Xiaoyun, you don't have to provoke me. If you didn't borrow the might of Qihua sect, why wouldn't the other 5 sects accept Xiang Nan?" Wang Xiaoyun was speechless. He felt a burning pain on his face. Because of this, all the spectators present had witnessed it with their own eyes and were unable to refute it. Jiang Yunfan added, "However, the other disciples of the Blazing Fire sect did not help you kill. How about this? Your Wang clan cannot move out of Blackstone City within 2 years. If 2 years later, Xiang Nan still doesn't have the ability to do anything to your Wang clan, then your Wang clan will go wherever they want, and my Haoran sect will no longer care." Hearing this, Wang Xiaoyun finally heaved a sigh of relief. 2 years? Haha, within 2 years will Xiang Nan be able to catch up with me? It was a joke. "Thank you, senior brother." Xiang Nan was extremely grateful in his heart. He was truly afraid that the Wang clan would run away. In the future, even if he wanted to take revenge, he would not be able to find anyone. "In the future, you're all one of us. There's no need to be so courteous. All right, your injuries have stabilized. Get up." Jiang Yunfan withdrew his Hao Yan Chun Yuan technique and pulled Xiang Nan. At this moment, everyone noticed that Xiang Nan's arms had been repaired. Although it looked very shabby, at least it had flesh and blood. This kind of recovery speed was simply too heaven-defying. That Hao Yuan rejuvenation pill was truly no small matter compared to the Hao Yan Chun Yuan technique. "Let's go." After Wang Xiaoyun received the promise he wanted, he immediately fled the scene with the Wang family. As soon as a dignified Howren sect disciple arrived, would there be any room for the blazing fire sect to speak? Wang Xiaoyun could only humiliate himself if he continued to stay. Seeing this scene, the spectators from the other towns all spontaneously applauded. Perhaps some people had disliked Xiang Nan before, or perhaps some people were secretly hostile to him. But Xiang Nan had used his strength to win everyone's respect in this martial arts city election. He traveled alone through the insurmountable 300 origin return path, and even defeated all the city-elect experts on his own. Xiang Nan's unyielding spirit made everyone who saw this match feel sincere admiration. Ha ha ha! Good, good. Everyone is happy. City Lord Hongzhen smiled from ear to ear. Xiang Nan, whom he valued the most, had finally received a fair treatment. Talents shouldn't be buried like this. Brother Jiang, City Lord Hongzhen said to Jiang Yunfan, I think Xiang Nan's injuries won't fully recover in a day or two. It's not appropriate to hurry. You should stay at the Xiang clan for a few days first. How about leaving after Xiang Nan's injuries stabilize? Jiang Yunfan thought for a moment and nodded. City Lord Hongzhen's words are true. Then let's settle it. What do you mean, Xiang Nan? Xiang Nan sighed in his heart for the rest of his life. He nodded and said, Follow senior brother's orders. At this point, Xiang Nan turned to look at the 5 third-grade sections. The messengers of the 5 third-grade sects all felt their faces burning. So they hurriedly turned around and dodged, not daring to look at Xiang Nan. Only Elder Yu had a guilty look on her face and bit her lips without saying anything. Xiang Nan walked up to Elder Yu and said respectfully, Elder Yu, today is the big day for the Xiang clan. You accompany our friends from the other 4 sects and come stay with us for a few days. I, Xiang Nan, can also entertain you. Cough cough. This is good. Even cough it's fine. The sect envoys all felt their faces darkened. But they didn't want to miss this opportunity, so they could only shamelessly agree. Also, Mo Hai and Qing Chuan, you guys can come with us. Xiang Nan said to Mo Hai and Li Qingchuan. The two exchanged glances and sighed. Mo Hai cupped his fists at Xiang Nan and said, Brother Xiang Nan, I, Mo Hai, am truly convinced this time. Since you are willing to treat us as friends, then you, Xiang Nan, are also our friends. Since that's the case, then let's go. Jiang Yunfan smiled. With a wave of his right hand, Xiang Nan's black saber flew over. At this moment, Xiang Nan suddenly remembered that the lightning talisman was still being suppressed by the black saber. Damn it. In that case, wouldn't the lightning talisman be discovered by senior brother Jiang Yunfan? However, what happened surprised Xiang Nan. Jiang Yunfan only held the black saber in his hand, and the lightning talisman was stuffed into Xiang Nan's belt at an invisible speed. Let's talk about the lightning meridian's talent slowly in the future. Junior brother Xiang Nan, there's no need to worry. Jiang Yunfan's words entered Xiang Nan's ears. Presumably, Jiang Yunfan knew very well that the lightning meridian's talent was not something that could be easily exposed, so he helped Xiang Nan cover it up thoroughly. So senior apprentice brother can already tell. Xiang Nan felt relieved. Since the other party had discovered it, he didn't have to hide it anymore and directly admitted it. Afterwards, Xiang Nan introduced his grandfather, uncle, elder, and parents to Jiang Yunfan. Only then did the group leave Black Sharp Demon Forest. A fierce martial arts city selection officially ended. On the flying ship, Jiang Yunfan curiously grabbed a small bird leg of the Gale Sparrow and asked curiously, This bird is actually holding my storage ring. Xiang Nan rubbed his temples awkwardly and said, This is hard to say. Little Bird actually went to steal Jiang Yunfan's storage ring and was caught in the act. Xiang Nan felt that he was really embarrassed today. On this day, the Xiang Manor gave a big banquet in honor of all the guests from the 6 towns of Blackstone City. For a time, the Xiang Manor was bustling with people. Although the Xiang Manor was not small, it could not take up so many people. The entire manor was filled with tables. Many people who rushed over to congratulate him did not even have their own tables or chairs. They were just standing outside the Xiang Manor with wine bowls on their hands and smiles on their faces. Everyone was admired and wanted to see how glorious the people of the Howran sect were. Normally, the disciples of the Howran sect would not be able to see them just by wanting to see them. Not to mention the city lord of Bluestone City, even the prefecture lord of Wulong Prefecture would not be able to easily invite the people of the Howran sect. However, the Howran sect treated their disciples extremely well. Since they had already accepted Xianxia, they were generous enough to welcome the guests with Xianxia in the Xiang manner. Xianxia was very grateful for this action of lowering his body. Zhang Yunfan leapt into the air with his wine bowl and smiled at the guests inside and outside the mansion. Everyone, from now on, Xianxia will be the 26th generation disciple of our Howran sect. I hope everyone can help the Xiang clan more. Naturally. All the large and small clans of Blue Rock City had arrived. Everyone hurriedly raised their glasses in fear and agreed. Xianxia, tell me a few words. Zhang Yunfan pulled Xianxia into the air with his yuan qi. Xianxia raised his glass to the guests and said, Everyone, my Xiang family has experienced great ups and downs. To be honest, this journey has not been easy. Everyone knew what had happened to the Xiang clan. Hearing that Xianxia had told them about the Xiang clan's difficulties, they couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. Xianxia sighed in his heart. In his previous life, he was one of the 8 great sections. He was a disciple of the heavenly profound sect. Unexpectedly, he had entered the Howran sect of the 8 great sects in his current life. Perhaps this was good fortune playing tricks on others. Xianxia smiled and shook his head. He drank a mouthful of the strong liquor in the bowl and said in a loud voice, I don't know how to say such emotional words. Anyway, thanks to everyone's care. After drinking this glass of liquor, we will all be friends in the future. Everyone present gave a thumbs up. They all drank with Xianxia. To tell the truth, apart from the city lord and Wampo Ruyan, no one had ever taken care of the Xiang clan. However, at this moment, Xianxia had transformed into a dragon and his identity was greatly different. To be able to say these words was truly convincing to everyone. What a hot-blooded man! City Lord Hong Zhun was the happiest today, and his laughter shook the heavens and earth. Everyone in the Xiang clan was also very happy for Xianxia, especially the elders. Their eyes were filled with gratification. Our Xiaonan has grown up. Xiang Xiaohua and his wife shook hands, their eyes slightly moist. Hongzhen City Lord added, There is one thing I want to ask you, Brother Jiang. When did you arrive at Bluestone City? This was also a common question in everyone's hearts. Why did Zhang Yunfan suddenly appear? Zhang Yunfan smiled faintly. Our Howran sect has always been here. This simple sentence left everyone stunned. They couldn't help but be shocked when they thought about the reason behind it. The Howran sect never recruited disciples on the surface, but they had always been observing in secret. It could be said that there were messengers from the Howran sect in every corner of the Blue Tide continent. Only when the messengers of the Howran sect truly took a fancy to a person would they appear. Otherwise, they would come and go silently. No one knew that he had been here before. If Xianxia hadn't performed too well in the martial arts city selection, Zhang Yunfan would have left after observing for a while. In other words, everyone who participated in the selection of martial arts city actually had a chance to enter the nature sect. Can be said that everyone has an opportunity. The key is to see if you have the strength to be chosen by the nature sect. This wine was really dark. The Xiang clan had finally changed their appearance and stood up again. Furthermore, it was even higher than the previous time. After the banquet was over, everyone returned with great pleasure. It was night, and Xianxia found it difficult to fall asleep. He stood alone in his small courtyard and sighed while looking at the moon. At the side, the wall buildings destroyed by Wang Xiaoyun hadn't been completely repaired. Now that he saw those broken bricks and tiles, it was as if he could remember them from yesterday. After Xiangxia's rebirth, he had experienced great ups and downs in a few short months. He had lingered on the line of life and death several times. Can't sleep. At some unknown time, Zhang Yunfan stood quietly behind Xianxia. Xianxia did not turn around, only smiled. Zhang Yunfan took a few steps forward and stood side by side with Xianxia. He said, Although you have entered the nature sect, you can't relax. The responsibility on your body is still a long and arduous one. I've seen Wang Xiaoyun's talent before. Although this kid has a vicious heart, there's no denying that he is truly a genius. 2 years from now, his realm will definitely surpass his father, Wang Changhe, and he might even become an expert at the second and third heavenly Yuan realm. Zhang Yunfan looked at Xiang Nan seriously and said, in 2 years, it will be very, very difficult for you to leap from the 9th level of the Xiantian realm to the Tian Yuan realm. 2 years later, the Xiang clan will still face destruction. At that time, Wang Xiaoyun will do everything he can to kill you. It's impossible for him to leave you behind as a future trouble. I know. Xiang Nan nodded. Wang Xiaoyun had already burned his boat. The next time, even with the help of the Haoran sect, he would not be able to stop Wang Xiaoyun's killing intent. After all, there was an agreement between the two sides. Senior brother doesn't doubt your talent, nor does he underestimate you. Yunfan Jiang stared at Xiang Nan seriously and said, but there are some things that I, as your senior brother, still want to tell you. Don't think that you can rest easy just because you have exceptional talent. Under the heavens, there are more than 10 million martial arts geniuses. But how many people can really live to the end? Geniuses. Zhang Yunfan put his hands behind his back and looked up at the starry sky. Even by Mukin, the number 1 genius under the starry sky, is stronger. So what? Haven't an unknown person died? Xiang Nan's heart shook. Yes. Natural selection, survival of the fittest, talent is definitely not the capital of a martial artist. Zhang Yunfan's words were really good words. Xiang Nan had used his previous life to prove Zhang Yunfan's correctness. Yunfan Jiang smiled and patted Xiang Nan on the shoulder. However, I am very happy to have you, a Lightning Meridian's talent disciple. In the past 2 years, the Profound Sky sect has grown more and more powerful. It is almost impossible to suppress it. Although our Haoran sect is also one of the 8 great sects, it is still unable to raise its head in front of the Profound Sky sect. Xiang Nan smiled bitterly. He knew that the overall strength of the Profound Sky sect was indeed greater than that of the Haoran sect. Zhang Yunfan smiled bitterly and said, the disciples of the 8 great sects have always been competing in secret. Unfortunately, Bai Mukin pushed the Profound Sky sect to an unparalleled height by himself. Among the younger generation of disciples of the sect, no one can look at the back of the heavenly Profound sect's necklace. Originally, I thought that Bai Mukin had perished. We first-rate sects have finally had a chance to catch up with the Profound Sky sect. However, the Profound Sky sect has produced another profound green bamboo. This woman's talent is even stronger than Bai Mukin's. It's simply the heavenly blessing Profound sect. When Zhang Yunfan said those words, his tone was filled with a sense of powerlessness. At this point, a hatred rose in Xiang Nan's heart. Xian Qingzhu's talent was originally outstanding amongst her peers. After absorbing Bai Mukin's 5 heavenly spiritual meridians, she was truly even more terrifying than Bai Mukin back then. However, Xiang Nan became even more determined in his heart. He thought to himself, back then, I was able to push the disciples of the heavenly Profound sect to the peak with one hand. In this life, I was also able to let the Haoran sect surpass the heavenly Profound sect by one head. All right, it's getting late. Rest. Zhang Yunfan handed Xiang Nan another Haoyuan rejuvenation pill and said, follow me to the Haoran sect to report in 3 days. Prepare well for the next 3 days. Xiang Nan thanked Zhang Yunfan and the two separated. In the past 3 days, Xiang Nan was no longer in a hurry to cultivate. If he wanted to defeat Wang Xiaoyun, he would not be lacking for a moment. He spent 2 days reuniting with his family and enjoying the joy of family that he had never enjoyed in his previous life. On the last day, he went to the city lord's mansion sincerely to pay a visit to Hongzhen, the great benefactor who had always taken care of him. On the 4th day, Xiang Nan finally followed his senior brother, Zhang Yunfan, on his way to school. Everyone from the Xiang clan, including city lord Hongzhen, came to bid farewell. After arriving 10 li away from the pavilion, everyone stopped in their tracks. After Xiang Nan continued to walk for a while, he suddenly turned around and stabbed his saber into the ground. Then he knelt down and bowed to his family. Xiangnan knelt down and clasped his fists. Xiangnan, the descendant of the Xiang clan, kowtowed to the elders. Once I go to the Haoran sect, I will definitely learn something. In 2 years' time, I will definitely be able to defeat an enemy surnamed Wang. Xiangnan swore an oath with his saber. At the same time, Xiangnan also made an agreement in his heart. Heavenly profound sect, your good days will not last long. Xian Qingzhu, how much did you take from me? I Xiangnan will double my reward. Grandfather, parents, this child has gone. After saying that, Xiangnan and his clansmen shed tears. After the setting sun lengthened Xiangnan's back and dyed his future red, Xiangnan realized that the most difficult thing to part with in the world was not martial arts, but kindness. With dreams and hatred in his heart, Xiangnan embarked on his journey. With a whistle, a flying demonic beast descended from the sky. Xiangnan and Zhang Yunfan stepped onto the back of the demonic beast and headed towards the setting sun. The Haoran sect, the only first-class sect in the Blue Tide continent, possessed an extraordinary status. The Blue Tide continent was divided into 5 countries. The Haotian Empire was the largest of them. The Azure Tide sect was located in one of the most prosperous areas of the Haotian Empire, Donghai Province and Haotian City. From Wulong Prefecture to Donghai Province, it was 500,000 kilometers away. One was at the southwest border, and the other was at the east coast. After arriving in East China Sea Province, Xiangnan finally understood what prosperity was. After arriving at Haotian City, he finally understood what it meant to be vast and majestic. In fact, Zhonglan continent was more commercialized. It was famous for its prosperity, while the 9 Firmaments continent where the Profound Sky sect was located was a sacred land of martial arts. In terms of prosperity, the Blue Water continent was still far ahead of the 9 Firmaments continent, but in terms of martial arts status, it was inferior to the 9 Firmaments continent. Haotian City was incomparably huge, and its scale was only vast, far exceeding Xiangnan's expectations. As Xiangnan and Zhang Yunfan walked in Haotian City, Xiangnan's eyes almost never stopped. He kept looking around, his eyes filled with admiration. The grandiose buildings were so strong that they pierced through the clouds. Those tall and frightening buildings, however, were mostly built with an ancient flavor, and their entire body was built with several high-strength timbers that were famous all over the world. At a glance, it didn't lose its unique feeling because of the enormity of those buildings. Instead, it gave people a kind of magnificent and special charm that emitted an ancient fragrance. Especially on the eaves of those huge buildings, there were sparkling and translucent wind bells hanging. Under the sunlight, the wind was colorful. The wind bells rang like birds singing in the jungle. In the macroscopic past, Haotian City did not look like an ice-cold city made of steel, but more like a peaceful green jungle. It was simply seizing the good fortune of the heavens. The precipitation of history and the foundation of culture were vividly embodied in Haotian City. Zhang Yunfan smiled and said, "The architectural style of Haotian City has not changed for 1,000 years. Listen to that pleasant wind bell. This city is also known as the City of Style. It's really beautiful." Even though Xiangnan was knowledgeable, he was still shocked by Haotian City. The only flaw was that the pedestrians on the streets had a high status in Haotian City, causing the people in the city to be even more tainted with Philistine aura. Regardless of whether it was high-ranking officials or ordinary people, everyone's faces carried a kind of arrogance hidden deep within their bones. Galloping past, gorgeous and horrifying carriages, each inlaid with golden jade, dazzling and dazzling. Everyone thought they were superior, and even when they saw Xiangnan's rustic attire, they did not hide their disdain. This caused Xiangnan to feel that the scenery was truly terrible, and Zhang Yunfan felt helpless towards this. Then, an even more shocking scene appeared. Haoran sect was located in the middle of Haotian City. That's right, it was a group of mountains. The mountains were actually surrounded by the city. When the two of them stood outside the mountains in front of a giant mountain gate, Zhang Yunfan smiled and said, "This is our Haoran sect." The huge mountain gate was cyan green, and at the top, there were 2 large characters written on it, dragon and snake, vigorous and powerful. Howren, the mountains were isolated, and the mountainside was already covered in clouds. From afar, the green mountains were lush and surrounded by immortal clouds. It was truly beautiful. Senior brother Yun Fan. Outside the mountain gate was the bustling city, and on both sides of the mountain gate stood the disciples guarding the gate. The two disciples were clearly familiar with Zhang Yunfan and greeted him respectfully. It wasn't hard to see that Zhang Yunfan had a high status amongst the disciples of the Nature's Nature sect. After Zhang Yunfan brought Xiang Nan into the mountain gate, the mountains were right in front of him. As they walked, Zhang Yunfan introduced Xiang Nan. There were a total of 6 green mountains in the Hao Ran sect. The main peak was called the Hao Ran Peak, and the Hao Ran Palace was built on top of it. It was the cultivation ground and residence of the Hao Ran sect master and the Hao Ran Palace elders. The other 5 secluded peaks were the Qi sect's Zhangyang Peak, Sword sect's Xiangyang Peak, Dongyang Peak of Saber sect, Pil Zhaohua Peak, and the last Sun Peak. The two of them walked along the way and greeted Zhang Yunfan respectfully from time to time when they met young sect disciples. Xiang Nan digested Zhang Yunfan's introduction and muttered, "I can understand the Qi sect, the Sword sect, the Saber sect, and the Pill tools, but what is Sun Peak?" The so-called Qi sect was mainly focused on Qi condensation. This type of martial artist usually had extraordinarily powerful Yuan Qi, but their flexibility and physical strength were far from enough. The Sword sect was only a symbolic name. Although most of the disciples of the Sword sect used swords, the style represented by the Sword sect itself was flexible and changeable. It mainly relied on battle techniques and did not require all of the disciples to use swords. Similarly, the Saber sect had the most disciples using sabers. However, the Saber sect itself represented a strong and fierce style, dominated by tyrannical power. Pill artifacts were easier to understand. Not all of the disciples who came to the nature sect were martial arts geniuses. Many of them possessed powerful pill refining or artifact forging potential. This type of non-combat martial artist was more suitable for the Zhaohua Peak where the pill artifacts were located. Xiang Nan had memories of his previous life, so he naturally understood these basic sect structures very well. However, there was only one Sun Peak that Zhang Yunfan did not elaborate on. It's a long story. Zhang Yunfan let out a long sigh when he heard Xiang Nan ask about Taiyang Feng. Afterwards, Yunfan Chang told Xiang Nan about the history of the Haoran sect. The Haoran sect was founded more than 1,500 years ago by 5 brothers who had experienced life and death together. They were known as the 5 ancestors of the Haoran sect. These 5 people were friends of life and death, not true brothers. Among them, the eldest became the first generation of Haoran sect master, while the second to 5th eldest created the Zhangyang, Xiangyang, Dongyang, and Taiyang sects because of their different martial art styles. Nowadays, the Haoran sect had gone through a lot of hardships. With the fall of the first generation of sect masters, the second generation of sect advocated Haoran taking over the sect. That Zhang Haoran was named the Heavenly Dao Marquis by the Haotian Empire's Grand Emperor Haotian. Outsiders called him the Heavenly Dao Old Master. The peak lords of the 4 peaks had already reached the 3rd generation, but the 3rd generation peak lord of Sun Peak was a genius that even Zhang Haoran admired. It was said that there was no martial technique in this world that Peak Master Sun could not comprehend. Unfortunately, Peak Master Sun was too obsessed with innovation and created a martial technique that violated martial arts. It was called the Sun God Technique. Sun God Technique? Xiang Nan was stunned when he heard this. Why did the name of this cultivation technique sound so exaggerated? Zhang Yunfan smiled bitterly and said, "It is said that this Sun God Technique is designed to absorb the power of the sun for one's own use and can display unparalleled power. But what is even more regrettable is that even the 3rd generation Sun Peak Master did not succeed in cultivating it himself, and even died from it." Xiang Nan rubbed his temples and thought to himself, "It's strange that those 3 generations of Sun Peak Masters killed him by practicing martial arts." Zhang Yunfan continued, "At present, the only Peak Master of the Sun Peak is the 4th generation. Her name is Su Kaiwe. She is the only daughter of the 3rd generation of Peak Master of the Sun Peak." Su Kaiwe firmly believed that her father hadn't done anything wrong, and firmly believed that the sun god technique could be cultivated. Therefore, she stubbornly chose to continue cultivating and perfecting the sun god technique. Regardless of how the elders of Howran Palace tried to persuade her, Su Kaiwe refused to listen to them. Zhang Yunfan said as he sighed, "That sun god technique has practiced a peak master of the half-sage realm to death. Do you think any other disciple would dare to enter the sun peak?" As a result, the other 4 peaks of the Howran sect are flourishing with disciples. Only the sun peak is a sect disciple. Afterwards, Zhang Yunfan told Xianxia all the details of the Howran sect. It turned out that the disciples who joined the nature sect had to choose a secluded peak to join the sect. Take the Zhengyang peak of the Qi sect as an example. After a disciple joined the Zhengyang peak, the Zhengyang peak master would be the disciple's master. However, the Zhengyang peak master would not guide the disciple one move at a time. He would only be responsible for teaching the disciple the corresponding Qigong techniques or answering the disciple's martial arts questions. The place where disciples really wanted to learn martial arts knowledge was actually the Howran Academy below the 6 peaks. There were special tutors there who would teach disciples martial arts knowledge and theories, as well as combat techniques. The cultivation method of Zhengyang Peak's faction is Rank 3 Dipper Qi. This is the only type of Qi cultivation technique that can advance. After a disciple cultivates, his Yuan Qi will be far beyond ordinary people. However, what comes with it is the weakening of his physical strength. This is the purest Qi cultivation technique and does not have body refinement functions. The sword sect's Xiangyang Peak's faction technique was Xiantian Astral Qi. This technique was the most agile of the 3 sects, both in terms of speed of release and smoothness of operation. The Saber sect's Dongyang Peak's faction technique was Primordial Dipper Qi. This technique was strong and domineering, but when used it was slower than Xiantian Dipper Qi, but its power surpassed Xiantian Dipper Qi. The cultivation methods of the Sword sect and the Saber sect were supplemented with the effects of Qi condensation and body refinement, and they were called Qi dual cultivation. It could be said that these 3 techniques had their own advantages and disadvantages. The Qi sect had the strongest lethality, the Sword sect had better techniques, and the Saber sect had a strong physique. However, the cultivation methods of these 3 sects were only the purest cultivation methods, and they did not have any martial skills attached to them. The Howran sect gathered all kinds of powerful martial skills in the world. These martial skills were hidden in the War God Palace of the Howran sect, where they could be learned. As for the Sun Peak, what kind of style of cultivation technique was the Sun God technique? This was unknown, because Zhang Yunfan was a disciple of the Sword sect. So it's like this. Xianxia nodded thoughtfully. What he wanted the most when he came to the Howran sect was a formula to increase his resistance to electricity. The martial skills of the nature sect were all hidden in the War God Temple, while the other mysterious historical manuals, pill formulas, and artifact forging manuals were hidden in the Heavenly Secrets Temple. As the two chatted, they stepped onto the main peak, the Nature Peak. Coincidentally, Xianxia came. Today was the day when the 23rd generation disciples of the Howran sect entered the sect. The 2 of them circled up the mountain path. Clouds and mist wrapped around the sky, and strange birds kept appearing. Could be said that they were in an immortal realm. When they reached the peak of Howran Peak, they saw that the peak of Howran Peak had been peeled off, leaving behind an open and flat space. On the open space, there was a vast expanse of endless wooden palace buildings. In this palace, there were already a large number of newly promoted disciples waiting. Many disciples were chatting non-stop with novelty and excitement in their hearts. Xianxia raised his head again. In the air several hundred feet above the palaces, there was a floating palace. The mysterious palace was hidden in the clouds, revealing only a corner. Zhang Yunfan introduced, "The mysterious palace in the sky is the most important place of our nature's vast sect. The nature's vast sect is the retreat of the sect master, his old man, and elders." Xianxia thought to himself. The other secluded peaks were filled with spiritual qi. The density of spiritual qi in the heavens and earth was more than 100 times that in the outside world. Only this nature peak was unable to sense even the slightest bit of spiritual qi. It seemed that the spiritual energy of the entire main peak had been channeled into the mysterious and unfathomable nature palace. At this moment, a distant ancient bell slowly rang. Many young disciples immediately respectfully tidied their clothes and entered the first palace hall of the Wooden Palace group. Jiang Yunfan patted Xiang Nan on the shoulder and said, "Remember, there are countless geniuses here. You must be kind to others and have a good relationship with your fellow disciples. Also, according to my judgment of you, I recommend you to join the Dongyang Peak of the Saber sect. Of course, this is only my personal opinion. Alright, let's go in." In the lobby, there were hundreds of praying malls. The young disciples sat down as they pleased, and in the center of the hall, there were 5 praying malls in a row. At this moment, the disciples were quietly chatting with each other. Some people were excitedly wondering if they would be lucky enough to meet the famous Heavenly Tao Old Man Zhang Haoren today. More disciples scoffed. The Heavenly Tao Old Man had already reached the transformation realm, and his cultivation was so high that it was impossible to guess. He wanted to see the divine dragon without seeing the head. Only a handful of people had truly seen him before. As the disciples were chatting excitedly, Xiang Nan suddenly felt that there were 5 more people in the corner of his eyes. The 5 of them were sitting on the 5 prayer mats in front of them. This scene caused Xiang Nan's expression to become serious. The 5 prayers were still empty one moment ago, but there were already people in the next moment. When the other disciples saw this scene, the scene instantly became completely silent. With his toes, he knew that these 5 people must be the world-famous 5 peak masters of the Haoren sect. The first person on his left hand was a dignified middle-aged man in his 40s and 50s. He said, "Qi sect, the 3rd generation peak master of Zhengyang Peak, Zhang Haiyuan." The second person was handsome and carefree, and his entire body was filled with an extraordinary temperament. He said, "Sword sect, the 3rd generation peak master of Xiangyang Peak, Wu Qingfeng." The third person had a tall figure, and the edges and corners of his face were as neat as knives and axes. He said with a strong aura, "Saber sect, Dongyang Peak's 3rd generation peak master, Chu Shaoshan." The fourth person was a woman with a peerless appearance. This woman looked a bit younger than the other peak lords. Her expression was neither salty nor faint. She said indifferently, "Sun Peak, the 4th generation peak lord, Su Kaiyue." Everyone's eyes widened as they stared fixedly at Peak Master Su Kaiyue. To be fair, Su Kaiyue was definitely one of the most beautiful women Xiang Nan had ever seen. In terms of appearance alone, she was not even inferior to the number 1 beauty in the 9 firmaments continent, Shen Qingzhu. Unfortunately, this Su Kaiyue did not dare to laugh. Her face was always filled with a faint aura of rigidity. She was truly somewhat flawed. The 5th person was an old man with a stooped body. This person was untidy and even had bright grease stains on his sleeves. The old man laughed strangely and said, "I am the 3rd generation peak master of Fortune Peak. I am called Half a Gourd." Many disciples were stunned. Half a Gourd? What is this name? However, Xiang Nan's expression was solemn. This half-gourd's origins weren't small. Even in the 9 firmaments continent, the name half-gourd was like thunder piercing through the ears. After the 5 peak masters finished introducing themselves, they all nodded to the left and said, "Old Master, let's begin." "Old Master!" Everyone was shocked and hurriedly looked to the left. On the far left of the 5 peak masters, there was actually an old gentleman with a kind expression. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. When did this old man come? Everyone hadn't noticed the 5 peak masters just now because they weren't paying attention, but just now, everyone was really listening to the peak master's speeches. That old gentleman had appeared so inexplicably. No one even knew when he had come. It was as if he had always been there, and it was as if he had never been there. The old man wrapped his sleeves in his hands and smiled kindly at the crowd. "Welcome to the Nature Sect. Since you have been selected, it means that all of you have extraordinary potential. I won't say anything else. Since you've already come, let me briefly introduce the purpose of our sect." At this point, The old man's expression suddenly became serious, and his soft and kind voice immediately became loud. The reason why my Howren sect is called this name is because of the meaning of Howren righteous chi. Our sect is different from other sections. Any disciple who joins the Howren sect should adhere to an unwavering purpose, and that is, establish your heart for the heavens and earth, establish your destiny for the people, inherit the supreme art of the holy realm, and create peace for all generations. These few words sounded like a bell, and they were deeply imprinted in the hearts of the disciples. At that moment, all the disciples seemed to have forgotten about their desire to compete and win, and all of them became mindful of the world. Evidently, this sudden change in mentality was not something that the disciples suddenly came to an epiphany. Instead, the old man's voice caused the disciples to rise out of thin air. Xianxia's expression was also solemn. This nature sect was truly different from the heavenly profound sect. Throughout the world, all martial arts sects were studying, seeking strength, climbing high and looking far, seeking above 10,000 people below one person. A sect like the Howren sect that upheld the grand Tao and righteousness was very rare. Invisibly, Xianxia had some respect for the Howren sect. The old man said, "Our Howren sect never lacks geniuses. What we need is a disciple with a righteous heart. And our sect's commandment is to indiscriminately kill innocent people, chase adultery and kidnapping, chase those who harbor evil intentions, chase brave and bully the weak, chase. If one of the 4 commandments was committed, he would be expelled from the sect and would not be tolerated." The words chase exploded in the hearts of the disciples like thunder in the clear sky. All right. Following that, the old man's expression changed and he became amiable again. He smiled and said, "Next, let me introduce the history of my Howren sect." Xianxia had already heard about this history from Zhang Yunfan. After that, the 5 peak masters spoke. They simply introduced their own faction characteristics and what benefits they would gain from cultivating after joining their own faction. Xianxia, like the other disciples, had apparently inquired about this beforehand. However, what Xianxia noticed was that when the other peak masters introduced their factions, they were all extremely arrogant, except for Su Kaiwe, who was as calm as clear water. She simply said, "Anyone who wants to come can come to Sun Peak." Everyone's eyes widened when they heard this, as if Su Kaiwe didn't care if anyone would enter the Sun Peak or not. Nor did she have any intention of attracting people's attention. This won't do. Xianxia secretly shook his head. He thought to himself, Sun Peak did not have an advantage in the first place. This Su Kaiwe Peak Master was still an unstable practitioner of secular matters. Next was the talent test. The amiable old man brought up a transparent crystal stone. The crystal stone was as tall as a person, and it was in the shape of a multi-sided prism. According to the instructions, the disciples all stepped forward and placed their palms on the Jingshi, releasing their Xiantian or Yuan Qi. Most of these disciples were 16 or 17 years old. Half of them had already entered the origin realm. The strongest of them was actually at the terrifying realm of the 2nd level of origin realm. Earth grade, fire vein. After a disciple stepped forward to test his innate talent, the old man immediately reported his innate talent level and attributes. The level of a martial artist's innate talent was mortal, spirit, earth, heaven, and hidden god. Normally, if one encountered the talent of an earth-grade fire vein, it would definitely cause countless people to be shocked. However, in this grand Howren sect, no one would exclaim in admiration. Earth-grade water vein. Earth-grade earth vein. Earth-grade. As the disciples stepped forward one by one to test, their earth-grade talent was constantly reported. This unified earth-grade talent was simply unimaginable, but the expressions of all the disciples were as calm as water. Heavenly grade, fire vein. It wasn't until this sentence was reported that the scene was in an uproar. Not bad, not bad. Even the old man stroked his beard and smiled. Looks like the harvest this year is quite good. That was a heavenly talent, especially a fire attribute. This was already the highest level of talent that could be seen on the market. Even in the peak of the nature sect, this talent made people drool. Many disciples cried out in admiration and admiration. And this person who was reported to be talented in the heavenly grade fire vein was actually a graceful and elegant girl. She looked like she was only 15 or 16 years old, possessing an astonishing second-level origin returning realm. She wore luxurious clothes and exquisite facial features, but she could not hide the arrogance in her bones. Ha! Little Lady Sunset has indeed come. Sword Sect Master Wu Qingfeng laughed and said, I've already told your great-grandfather that you have to enter my Xiangyang Peak. The scene was in an uproar. Heavens! Could she be one of the 5 great families of the East China Sea? Murong Wanqing? The eyes of the disciples glittered. Murong Wanqing smiled sweetly at Peak Master Xiangyang. Wanqing greets Uncle Qingfeng. Wu Qingfeng laughed happily. His carefree manner did not correspond to his status as a supreme being. However, Wu Qingfeng was a person with such a personality. What did you say? The Saber Sect Master, Chu Shaoshan, immediately raised his eyebrows and said in a low voice, I've also taken a fancy to Little Lady Sunset. She can also join my East Sun Peak. Ha! The Qi sect advocated that Hai Yuan waved his hand. Little girl Wanqing's meridians are very coincidental. Obviously, they are more suitable for our Zhengyang Peak. Little girl, come here to learn how to concoct pills. I guarantee that your youth will last forever and your beauty will last forever. The pill artifact sect master, half a gourd, laughed strangely. Little girl, come here to learn how to concoct pills. A few dignified peak masters began to fight in front of the disciples. Not only was Murong Wanqing extremely talented, her realm was also frighteningly high. It was reasonable for her to be snatched away by the peak masters. In the end, Murong Wanqing bowed to the peak masters and said, Thank you for your favor. However, Wanqing is willing to listen to great-grandpa and join Uncle Qingfeng. Hearing this, Wu Qingfeng laughed heartily, while the other peak masters shook their heads in regret. After the other disciples finished testing their talent, they only waited at the side. Only this Murong Wanqing was decided on the spot. As for Sun Peak's peak master Su Kaiwe, she had actually been resting with her eyes closed, not even glancing at Murong Wanqing. This made Murong Wanqing, who was arrogant, feel a little embarrassed. Perhaps this woman was too proud and too strong. She had already chosen Xiang Yangfeng, but she actually bowed to the Sun Peak Master on the spot and said, May I ask Lord Peak Master, is Sunset's son so untalented that she is unable to enter the eyes of the sect master? Why does the sect master not even look at Sunset? The other disciples kept praising these words, but Xiang Nan frowned slightly, thinking to himself that this little girl seemed to have been spoiled. Unexpectedly, Su Kaiwe raised her eyelids slightly and said, Who is Sunset? Sunset, who is it? Murong Wanqing, who was naturally proud of herself, was stunned like a thunderbolt from the blue. A trace of anger flashed across her expression. Murong Wanqing's anger was captured by Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan thought to himself, it seemed that this woman was spoiled and raised. She would actually get angry because of such a trivial matter. However, Murong Wanqing was not stupid. No matter how arrogant she was, she did not dare to show any disrespect to a dignified peak master. She only smiled brightly and stopped talking. Next, the test continued. Heavenly grade, fire vein. Another disciple was reported to have such a shocking talent. This person was a 16 or 17-year-old man, also at the second level of origin return. Lin Hai, Saber Sect Chu Shaoshan immediately said, Your grandfather and I are good friends. You must enter my East Sun Peak. Ah, it's the Shin clan, one of the 5 great clans of the East China Sea. Shin Lin Hai, the disciples whispered, their faces filled with envy. These disciples came a lot earlier than Xiang Nan, and they seemed to know the situation in Donghai province like the back of their hand. The so-called aristocratic families were very different from clans. If you have money, you can network your relatives together and form a family. However, aristocratic families needed at least 10 generations of inheritance to survive in order to be worthy of the title of aristocratic family, such as the Whampoa aristocratic family. There are 5 large aristocratic families in Donghai province: Murong clan, Shen clan, Feng clan, Jiang clan, and Luo clan. These 5 aristocratic families could be counted in the entire the Haotian Empire. Each of them was a resounding colossus. Moreover, according to what was happening, the relationship between the 5 aristocratic families and the Haoran sect was quite close. Thinking about it, it was much easier for them to enter the Haoran sect than for a poor kid like Xiangnan who had no money or power. Not surprisingly, Shun Linhai entered the Saber sect. Soon after, Feng Zhaoqi of the Feng clan, Luo Yuan of the Luo clan, and Jiang Yu of the Jiang clan were all chosen on the spot with their heavenly talent. These 5 young disciples from the 5 great families were all gifted with heavenly grade talent. The youngest was only 16 years old, and the oldest was only 17 years old. They were also at the first level of origin returning realm. The youngest was only 16 years old, and the oldest was only 17 years old. The atmosphere at the scene became lively. From their conversations, it could be seen that this was truly a bumper harvest year for the Haoran sect. All the people from the 5 great clans had arrived. Apart from these 5 brilliant geniuses, the other geniuses were a bit ordinary. Most of them were earth-grade geniuses. Occasionally, disciples with heaven-grade geniuses were either slightly older or had lower cultivation bases. None of them could compare to the 5 sedans. In the end, it was Xiangnan's turn. Xiangnan really had the courage to test his talent. But now that the matter had reached this point, there was no way he could escape. When Xiangnan stepped forward, something strange happened. Su Kaiyue, the heavenly Yang Peak's peak master who had been resting with her eyes closed, actually opened her eyes in a rare manner. Xiangnan's heart sank. No matter how talented others were, Su Kaiyue didn't even look at them. Why did she open her eyes when she was here? Could it be related to the sun god technique? Could Su Kaiyue be able to sense the lightning attribute that was similar to light? Many disciples immediately cried out in surprise. One of them pointed at Xiangnan and said, "May I ask which family does this junior brother come from?" One of the disciples asked this question because of Su Kaiyue's unusual performance, and the other was because of Xiangnan's shabby attire. Those who could come to the Haoran sect were all descendants of aristocratic families, and at the very least they were also nobles. Their attire was extremely exquisite, and even a seemingly ordinary bracelet ornament in their hands was worth a lot of money. Looking at Xiangnan, although his clothes weren't really tattered, they were at most better than ordinary people, but in the eyes of many noble children, he could definitely go beg for food with a broken bowl. Xiangnan didn't care about the looks in everyone's eyes. He immediately cupped his fists and said, "I'm from the lower Wulong continent, Blackstone City, Xiangnan." Everyone was dumbfounded, and then they all laughed out loud. Murong Wanqing was even more concerned about Xiangnan and said, "Wulong continent? I didn't expect that kind of desolate country to produce talents. Junior brother Xiangnan, come. I'll give you 100,000 gold coins and find time to buy 2 sets of clothes." Everyone laughed again. Murong Wanqing seemed to care about her senior brothers, but in reality, she was just mocking him, especially when she took out a sparkling gold coin storage card in front of everyone and handed it over. However, she only handed it over, but did not step forward. How could Xiangnan shamelessly go up to receive it? He cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, junior sister, for your kindness, but you won't receive any rewards if you don't have any merits. You should take it back." He knew that Murong Wanqing wasn't targeting him, but because Peak Master Su Kaiyue didn't look at her, but looked at him instead. Therefore, Murong Wanqing, was actually mocking Su Kaiyue for her lack of vision by mocking him. Xiangnan was too lazy to get involved in this muddy water. He neither took the money nor retorted. And that's good. Perhaps you're used to wearing this kind of clothes, but you might not feel comfortable wearing anything else. Unexpectedly, Murong Wanqing was so aggressive that she added this sentence. Even though Xiangnan was a little angry, he ignored Murong Wanqing and directly walked up to put his palm on a crystal as tall as a person. It was good to directly curse people. The most annoying thing was the kind of guy who pretended to be kind but actually sarcastically mocked others. Xiangnan was a little worried after putting the crystal stones on, and Su Tsayue's pair of beautiful eyes also focused on the crystal stones. This scene made Murong Wanqing even more unhappy. She definitely wouldn't join Sun Peak, but she couldn't accept the fact that Sun Peak's Peak Master ignored her. At this moment, the crystal flashed. Heavenly grade. No attributes. The old man stood at the side and reported Xianxia's talent with a smile. Some of the disciples laughed, while others remained indifferent. Heavenly grade did not have any attributes. It was neither good nor bad. Its grade was quite high, but its lack of attributes had become a chicken rib. Xianxian felt strange in his heart. It seemed that the crystal stone could only detect heavenly talent at the highest, but it could not detect divine quality. As for why the lightning meridian's attribute could not be detected, it was possible that the divine rank talent was too high, suppressing the ability of the crystal stone to detect. However, it was good that such an outcome was in line with Xianxian's wishes. Next, everyone chose their own factions. Some went to the Qi sect, some went to the Sword sect and Saber sect. Only 3 people went to the Fortune Peak. Only Xianxian made a decision that caused everyone's eyes to drop. He actually went to the Sun Peak, standing beside Su Kaiyue. This brat, everyone found it hard to believe. Who doesn't know the origin of Sun Peak? Going to Sun Peak was equivalent to destroying one's future. Xianxian had his own plans. There were very few disciples on the Sun Peak, so it was just right for him to protect his innate secret. As for whether or not the Sun God skill could really kill people, Xianxian didn't care. He had a powerful 9 transformations thundershocking skill. Originally, although Xianxian's actions were strange, they didn't have any other meaning. However, in the eyes of others, there was something else. Murong Wanqing's face turned green and red, but she still maintained a smile. She tilted her head at Xianxian and said, "Junior brother Xianxian, are you showing me your face? Just because Su Kaiyue ignored me, Murong Wanqing, you actually want to join Sun Peak? This isn't for me, Murong Wanqing, what is it? Was it because I gave you the money just now that you made a fool of yourself?" On the side, Shin Lin Hai, Luo Yuan, and Feng Zhaoqi all hugged their shoulders and laughed with interest. The world of martial arts has always been like this. Even if you don't intend to provoke it, there are many things that you can't avoid. Even ordinary people would cause conflicts because of their family background, not to mention the fiery martial artists. Xianxian knew that there was no way to explain this matter. The more he explained, the more chaotic it became. He simply said to Murong Wanqing, "You think too much." Murong Wanqing took a deep look at Xianxian and didn't say anything else. However, Xianxian knew that this small beam was formed. Even Murong Wanqing dared to bear grudges against Peak Master Su Kaiyue, let alone a poor boy like himself in the remote countryside. In short, try not to interact with Murong Wanqing in the future. I am here to study, not to fight with others. After the sects were divided, there was a greeting ceremony. The disciples present officially became the 23rd generation disciples of the Haoran sect, and their nominal master was their respective peak master. Afterwards, the disciples followed their own masters back to their own side peaks. The other peak masters waved their hands and brought their new disciples back to Pianfeng with their yuan qi. Su Kaiyue was the only one who flew away, ignoring Xianxian. Xianxian rubbed his nose and could only walk away with a bitter smile. Fortunately, there were arch bridges built between the various peaks, so there was no need to go down the mountain again. They directly crossed the intricate arch bridges and arrived at Sun Peak. Although this Sun Peak's name was quite bluffing, it was actually the most partial peak. Amidst the mist, the Sun Palace of Sun Peak came into view. It was a quiet building made of desolate bamboo wood. Its architectural style was very light and unique. It was not as spectacular as a palace, and it had a different charm. The special quality of the desolate bamboo wood was faint yellow and faint golden under the gradually slanting sunlight, and it was worthy of the words Sun Palace. Strangely enough, when Xianxian passed through the other side peaks were filled with flourishing incense. A large number of disciples were laughing and joking, and they were getting to know their new fellow disciples. There wasn't even a single person on the Sun Peak. At the main entrance of Sun Palace, Su Kaiyue stood alone. Xianxian was stunned, thinking that senior brother Yun Fan had lied to me. How could Sun Peak be a sparrow? It was simply a desolate place. Do you regret it? Su Kaiwe put her hands behind her back and quietly looked at Xiang Nan. If you regret it, you can leave. Go talk to the other peak masters. They will still take you in. Xiang Nan asked, Master, how many disciples are there in Sun Palace? Su Kaiwe said, There were some before, but most of them left after joining Sun Palace for a few days. Currently, you are the only disciple. I'm the only one. Although Xiang Nan was mentally prepared, he didn't expect the result to be so shocking. The Grand Howran sect actually had a faction with only one disciple. Looks like the Sun God technique's reputation is really great. Quit? Su Kaiwe asked. Xiang Nan shook his head. Since this disciple chose Sun Peak, then he must. Su Kaiwe did not wait for Xiang Nan to talk about it. Instead, she directly tossed a book to Xiang Nan and said, This is the Haotian Chun Yuan technique. Go and learn it yourself. Also, don't come looking for me if you're in trouble. I can't handle the big trouble, but I'm too lazy to care about the small trouble. After saying that, Su Kaiwe turned around and entered the Sun Palace without looking at Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan bitterly smiled as he caught the Cultivation technique book and sighed. What a master with a bright personality. It seems that I will have some peace in the future. After saying that, Xiang Nan also stepped into the hall. The facilities in Sun Palace were complete, and there were large areas of elegant courtyards for disciples to live in. Of course, they were all empty. There were also green bamboo swaying along with the night wind. It was unknown who had the powerful ability to forcefully lead the spring water to the peak of the mountain. A clear spring fell from the sky and sprinkled on the cliff, creating a sparkling mist of water. Under the bright moonlight, Xiang Nan sat alone beside a quiet pond and flipped through the Haotian Chun Yuan technique. To be exact, this was not a battle technique. Instead, it was a cultivation technique. Using it to breathe in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth could increase one's martial arts realm and at the same time possess a powerful self-repairing ability. This technique had once been used by Zhang Yunfan to cure Xiang Nan, leaving a deep impression on him. But it's a skillful job. After Xiang Nan finished reading the Haotian Chun Yuan technique, he nodded in satisfaction. He immediately closed his eyes and began to circulate his heart technique oral arts. Gradually, a pure elemental energy was bred in Xiang Nan's body. In addition, the spiritual energy here was several hundred times more powerful than the outside world. This allowed Xiang Nan's martial arts realm to make a great leap forward in a short period of time. Xiang Nan was speechless all night, cultivating alone, and for the next 3 consecutive days, it was the same. On the 4th night, Xiang Nan finally stepped into the half-step origin return realm and stopped. If he continued, he would no longer be able to advance through cultivation. He would have to convert the weather into Yuan Qi. If he cultivated this step himself, it would probably take him a year and a half, so he had to borrow the essence transformation pill. But how can I obtain the essence transformation pill? Xiang Nan frowned and finally stood up to stretch his muscles and bones. He went to ask his master. The night is not too late, so I guess master hasn't fallen asleep yet. Only after leaving did Xiang Nan feel that his gait was light and comfortable. The Haotian Chun Yuan technique was indeed very effective, and even the weather inside his body had become much more lively. But where does master live? Xiang Nan rubbed his nose and could only search for the huge Sun Palace buildings one after another. Only when he found a strange palace entrance did he discover traces of Su Kaiwe. The scene before Xiang Nan's eyes shocked him. This was a huge dome with a diameter of 100 meters, but the dome was not sealed. There was a 50-meter diameter opening that allowed one to directly see the stars in the night sky. Su Kaiwe was sitting right below the patio, and her body was illuminated by a beam of bright sunlight. Xiang Nan was shocked. That light was definitely daylight. But this night, where did the sun come from? Immediately after, Su Kaiwe seemed as if she did not notice Xiang Nan's existence at all. She still closed her eyes, then raised her left hand to the dantian, raised her right hand high and raised her palm to the sky. Following that, a thick beam of sunlight 10 meters in diameter descended from the sky and landed on Su Tsayue's body with a loud boom. The daylight was dazzling, giving people the feeling of looking straight at the sun. The moment the sun smashed down, the ground shook violently, causing Xianxia to bounce more than half a foot high. The intense and dazzling sunlight completely enveloped Su Kaiwe. Behind Su Kaiwe, an incomparably large, phantom sun slowly appeared. His Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air and took 2 or 3 steps back, his eyeballs almost flying out. What heaven-defying cultivation technique was this? With Xiangxia's gaze at this moment, Su Kaiwe sat with her eyes closed. Under the intense light, her jet-black hair turned into golden threads. Her entire body was shrouded in sunlight, as if she was a god of the sun descending from the sky. At that moment, in front of the sun, the darkness dissipated. Demons and evil spirits did not invade, and the heavens and earth were like daylight. You're really right. Xianxia bit his lips hard to wake himself up, and at the same time he was overjoyed. This was the sun god technique? My god! Such a terrifying cultivation technique is simply incomprehensible. Xianxia was excited and couldn't wait to learn the sun god technique, because the sun god technique itself was the technique of the sun peak. However, no matter how excited he was, he forced himself to suppress it. He just sat quietly on the ground and did not disturb his master's cultivation. Looking at the beam of light that landed on Su Tsayua's body, it gradually began to weaken, as if she had already entered the stage of retracting her cultivation. About half an hour later, Su Kaiwe finally retracted her hands and the light in the sky completely disappeared. Su Kaiwe opened her eyes and looked at Xianxia without saying anything. She knew that Xianxia had something to say. Master, is this the sun god technique? Yes. Can you impart it to me? No. Su Kaiwe was still as rigid as ever, and she could speak as little as possible. Why? Xianxia hurriedly said, I am your only descendant at present. Why can't you teach me the sun god technique? Su Kaiwe said, because if you learn the sun god technique, you will die. It wasn't until Su Kaiwe said those words that Xianxia caught the change of emotions on her face for the first time. It was an undetectable sadness that flashed through his eyes. Xianxia knew about the origin of the sun god technique. Perhaps the sadness in Su Tsayua's eyes was reminiscing about her dead father. Or perhaps he was sad that his father had personally created a peerless technique of the sun god technique, and that there was no successor. Of course, she wanted to carry forward the sun god technique, but for the sake of other people's lives, she could only say this. This was a kind of contradictory sorrow. I'm not afraid. Xianxia refused to give up. Su Kaiwe shook her head. It's useless to be brave. Xianxia was a little anxious and said, What on earth are you going to teach me? Su Kaiwe remained silent and did not know what she was thinking. After a full 5 minutes, she said, The sun god technique is incomparably complicated. It is not something that can be learned if you want to learn it. Before that, let me ask you a few questions. If your answer satisfies me, I will consider imparting it to you. Master, tell me. Su Kaiwe said, As far as you can see, do you think Sunshin technique is feasible and why? This question was very vague, because Xianxia had never learned it at all. If it was someone else, there was no way to answer it, but Xianxia already had an idea in his heart. After thinking for a long time, Xianxia said seriously, I think the sun god technique is feasible. Although we human martial artists absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, demonic beasts can absorb the essence of stars and moons. Oh! Su Kaiwe raised her eyebrows and said, Go on. Xianxia knew that he had found the right direction and said, However, the difficulty is that demonic beasts are stronger than humans. Unfortunately, just because they absorb the essence of stars and moons does not mean that humans can do it. Especially the essence of stars and moons is not as intense as the sun's rays. Therefore, it's more difficult for humans to absorb the sun's rays. However, it's not completely impossible. Su Kaiwe nodded, her eyes filled with approval. Then why do you think the sun's rays can be absorbed and utilized by humans like spirit energy? Xianxia said, The sun shines on the earth, nourishing all living things to grow, and all living things give birth to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Therefore, nearly half of the source of spiritual energy comes from sunlight. Therefore, although it is very difficult, it is feasible. At this time, Su Tsayue's face was slightly surprised. She began to look at Xianxia again and said, "I didn't expect you to know so much at such a young age." Xianxia said modestly, "I'm only talking about logical speculation. I don't need a huge reserve of knowledge. If I were to create a sun divine art myself, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens." Su Kaiwa nodded and said, "Don't be arrogant or impatient. Then what do you think? How do you think you can overcome the difficulty of cultivating the sun god technique?" Xianxia thought for a moment and said, "If you want to skip the middle link of spiritual energy and directly absorb sunlight, it will cause tremendous impact on the body's meridians and even irreparable permanent injuries. Perhaps we can follow the example of demonic beasts and increase the strength of our meridians and bodies to resist the impact of sunlight." Absorbing sunlight was a completely different concept from ordinary people being exposed to sunlight. It was just like the difference between roasting fire and swallowing fire. Although the metaphor was not accurate enough, it was roughly the same. Su Kaiwe said expressionlessly, "This idea is fine. So do you think cultivating the sun god technique requires body refinement?" Xianxia originally wanted to answer in the affirmative, but he frowned. Suddenly, he thought of something and hurriedly said, "No, just strengthening your body is like building a dam to block water. But it's better to block water than to block it." At this point, Xianxia slapped his thigh and his eyes lit up. "Plants. We can imitate the way plants absorb sunlight." Su Kaiwe smiled. Xianxia was dumbfounded. It turned out that she smiled so beautifully, but thinking that she was her master after all. Xianxia quickly straightened his attitude and didn't dare to be disrespectful. Su Kaiwe said, "My father also thought of this point, but after all, a person is a human. It is easy to say that he is similar to a plant, but how difficult is it to do it? But the meridians in the human body are actually very similar to the meridians in plants, aren't they?" Xianxia said. Su Kaiwe said, "However, plants absorb sunlight most instinctively, while humans use their meridians to circulate spiritual energy or sunlight. It belongs to the outside world." At first, Su Kaiwe only asked Xianxia questions, but as Xianxia answered, the two of them gradually changed from asking and answering questions to communicating and conversing with each other. If the elders of the Howran sect saw this scene, they would lose their eyes. Everyone knew that Su Kaiwe was silent. If they wanted to talk to her, it would be as difficult as ascending the heavens. Thus, Xianxia and Su Kaiwe slowly began to talk about the accommodation between humans and plants. At this moment, the two of them no longer seemed to be in the relationship of master and disciple, but more like bosom friends and confidants. Su Kaiwe, who had always been rigid, would be interested in the cultivation method her father had created and would forget about her lofty status. When it came to rising, the two of them couldn't help but have red faces, or they couldn't help but frown. The difficulty of the sun god technique was very great. Although it could be cultivated, the longer it cultivated, the more serious the physical injuries to humans would become. If this problem was not solved, then cultivating this technique would truly be tantamount to committing chronic suicide. Others learn martial arts for the sake of longevity. Who would be willing to learn a martial art that ends in death? Xianxia had no choice but to admit that Su Tsayue's knowledge really made him look at her differently. The two talked from midnight to midnight, and then from midnight to late night. Xianxia licked his lips and said somewhat unhappily, "It would be most beautiful if there was a pot of good wine accompanying us." Su Kaiwe smiled faintly. With a wave of her hand, a wine jar flew out of her storage ring. The shape of the wine jar was simple and simple. It was an antique at a glance. Xianxia's greedy insect was hooked up, and he couldn't help but laugh heartily. He poured a gentle cup for his master and a bowl for himself. He drank a few large mouthfuls of it, and the burning fragrance of the wine soaked into his heart and spleen. He couldn't help but shout for joy. Compared to the bold and unrestrained Xianxia, Su Kaiwe gently pecked at the wine and tasted its fragrance. "So, Cultivating the sun god technique is actually the most suitable for cultivating wood veins? Xianxia muttered. If I'm not mistaken, master, your talent should be heavenly grade wood veins, right? Su Kaiwe smiled and nodded. Heavenly grade wood and fire veins. Xianxia was speechless. The heavenly grade wood and fire dual meridians could also be called the heavenly spirit dual meridians. This was already considered very rare in the martial world. Su Kaiwe said, however, although the wood vein is good, the lightning meridians is even better. When I first saw you at Howren Peak a few days ago, I thought you were a lightning meridians, but I didn't expect you to lack the affinity of the 5 elements. Xianxia suddenly realized that when Master looked at him, did she feel a trace of lightning pulse in his body? Su Kaiwe and her daughter had spent their entire lives studying the sun god technique, so they had an extraordinary sense of smell towards thunder meridians. What a pity! Su Kaiwe shook her head. She had already begun to admire this brat Xianxia. Unfortunately, Xianxia's talent wasn't good enough. At this time, Xianxia gave Su Kaiwe a bright smile. Master, I am actually a heavenly grade lightning meridians. Xianxia was able to say these words, but no one else could understand the hardships. The reason why Xianxia died in his previous life was because he was too talented. In this life, he still chose to trust his master and report the attributes of his lightning meridians, only concealing the heaven-defying grade of divine grade. Xianxia did not want to be a martial artist who would rather let himself take down the world than let the world take down him. He was still willing to welcome his life with enthusiasm. At the same time, he was more willing to believe in Su Kaiwe, the woman who upheld his father's last wish to protect Sun Peak alone. Su Tsayue's eyes lit up and she said, let's see. Xianxia spread out his right hand and transformed his chi into lightning. A small ball of lightning appeared in his palm. As expected. While Su Kaiwe was excited, she did not ask why Xianxia's talent had not been detected, and she did not care. Su Tsayue's expression was brilliant as she said, lightning veins are more suitable for sun god techniques than wood veins. However, this is still far from enough. Innate talent alone is not enough. We must strengthen our body. However, if you want to solve this problem overnight, it's unrealistic. It's better for you to upgrade to the origin realm as soon as possible. Only by possessing Yuan Qi can you cultivate the sun god technique. At this moment, the sky had already brightened, and the two of them talked overnight, and they felt like they wanted to see each other too late. Speaking of which, Xianxia suddenly remembered his purpose and hurriedly said, how should I obtain the pills of our Howren sect? He was here to find a way to obtain the essence transformation pill. He almost forgot about it and cursed in his heart that his brain was not working well. Su Kaiwe said, in order to obtain pills, you must enter the Howren Academy. After your basic martial arts theory is approved by your mentor, you can go to the credit hall to receive missions. You can exchange the credits you earn for pills, weapons, martial skill manuals, and so on. Ah? Then when can the Howren Academy enter? Xianxia was shocked. It turned out that he wanted to exchange credits for medicinal pills, so did the formula he wanted for the resistance to electricity. Su Kaiwe said, on the second day after the distribution of the factions, I have to enter the academy to register. Ah! Xianxia's eyes widened. This is going to register the next day? Then I'm already 5 days late. Why didn't anyone tell me? Su Kaiwe indifferently took away the wine jar and said, because I forgot. Is that what you're saying? Xianxia scrambled to wash up by the pond, took out a chicken leg from his storage ring, and ran down the mountain while eating. Looking at Xianxia's departing figure, Su Kaiwe nodded silently. Father, I accepted the right person this time. Howren Academy was located below the 6 peaks. It was divided into 6 grades, with the lowest grade and the highest grade. The 7th generation elders of the Howren sect were the mentors. After a student officially graduated from a 6th grade institution, he would be promoted to a 7th generation elder. This was also the current generation elder seat with the lowest seniority in the Howren sect. Each grade school was divided into different classes according to the number of students. Currently, there were a total of Class A10, Class B10, and Class C10 in the first grade academy. Each class was filled with 100 people, and there were a total of 3,000 students in 30 classes. Since then, the 23rd generation of disciples had no longer been recruited. Xianxia belonged to the third batch of 23rd generation disciples, which meant that there were 2 batches of seniors above him. The earliest batch had arrived a year earlier than Xianxia. On the other hand, Xianxia's non-attributed talent was neither low nor high. In terms of actual combat, it was actually comparable to the attributed talent of Earth grade. Logically speaking, he should enter Class B. However, because Xianxia's cultivation level was too low, he was assigned to Class C, plus he was 5 days late, so he was assigned to Class C, which was the bottom class. After hearing this news, Xianxia's face turned green, but what could he do? He couldn't blame his master. When Xianxia arrived at his class, he discovered that the class hall was actually a huge training ground. All the students were sitting on the ground. A young 7th generation elder was explaining basic theories to the students on a scroll that depicted the meridians of the human body. As soon as Xianxia arrived, 100 pairs of eyes stared at him alone. Holy shit! This is the kid who's 5 days late. It must be him. He really has a personality. He actually doesn't put the 7th generation elders in his eyes. If he doesn't say so, then he won't come. Ah, I remember this brat. He is the only disciple of the Sun Peak. Xianxia felt extremely embarrassed when he was stared at by 99 students and an elder. These youths were called 23 generations of disciples in the Howran sect, and were collectively called students in the Howran Academy. The 7th generation elder mentor looked coldly at Xianxia and said, "Xianxia, what a grand person. I've heard of you a long time ago, but wanting to see you is so difficult." Xianxia smiled bitterly, not knowing how to answer. When the mentor saw that Xianxia did not answer, he was even angrier. "Do you treat this place like an inn? Come and go if you want. If you can't satisfy me today, don't dream of stepping into this threshold." Xianxia's heart went cold. If he didn't let his mentor nod, he wouldn't have the qualifications to go to the credit hall to receive missions. When the mentor was angry with Xianxia, he also angered the other students and said angrily, "If I had known that Class C Class 10 was a bunch of useless rotten wood, you guys actually didn't advance so much." Everyone was enraged and glared at Xianxia with pairs of angry eyes. Xianxia had a guilty look on his face, and he didn't know how to make up for it. The mentor continued angrily, "This lesson is about the relationship between spiritual energy and meridians. I learned all of them on the first day of Class A, and I also finished learning all of them on the second day of Class B. In the end, you Class C Class 10 students actually didn't understand after 5 days. These martial artist youths were just like ordinary martial artists. They only cared about practicing martial arts, so how could they waste time to learn martial arts theories? Normally speaking, although the knowledge of martial arts theory was vast and profound, it was of little help to actual combat. The reason for learning this was because only by learning martial arts theory would it be possible to create martial arts techniques in the future. Therefore, this kind of course relied solely on one's perception. The more he spoke, the angrier the mentor became. He spat Xianxia flying around and said, "Do you think our Howran sect only relied on 2 fists? If a martial artist only knows how to fight, he will at most become an expert of a generation. Only by knowing how to create martial techniques and martial skills, and being able to set up a sect, can he become a grandmaster of a generation." Many students hurriedly nodded in agreement. This mentor didn't like Class C Class 10 very much. Back then, he was one of the top students. If not for this, how could he graduate from a 6th grade institution and become a 7th generation elder? The more outstanding a student like him was, the less he liked inferior students. That was why he was so angry. The instructor pointed at Xianxia angrily and shouted, "Don't think that just because you can enter the Howran sect, you don't care about martial arts theory. Do you really think that my class is just a mess? Let me ask you, what is the spiritual energy of heaven and earth?" Xianxia said, "Everything in the world has its own spirit. Mountains, rivers, and rivers can give birth to the spirit of the earth. They are divided into earth veins, spirit veins, death veins, dragon veins, spirit veins that give birth to vegetation, spirit veins that give birth to ores. Life also has a spirit. The spirit of life gives birth to all living beings. It is divided into. Xianxia spoke at length and confidently. This knowledge was his specialty, causing many students to be stunned. After Xianxia finished speaking, the mentor was stunned for a moment. He wanted to make things difficult for Xianxia, but who would have thought that Xianxia would really answer? Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. He thought to himself that he could enter this time. Unexpectedly, the mentor's eyebrows twitched and he said, "What is innate affinity?" Xianxia said calmly, "Because of the differences in the meridians of martial artists, they are divided into 5 major categories, and all things in the world are composed of 5 elements. Those who are sensitive to wind elements are wind meridians, while those who are sensitive to earth elements are earth meridians. The branches of the wind meridian structure are single and thick, moving smoothly and straight. The fire meridian structure is thick and multi-branched. At first, the movement is complicated, but the other end is wide, so it is good at erupting." A set of theoretical knowledge about innate affinity was gushed out by Xianxia endlessly. The mentor actually took half a step back and looked at Xianxia in shock. Xianxia's set of answers was practically perfect. Then, the mentor took a deep breath and said, "Then tell me how your meridians absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and how they are refined through your dantian." Xianxia said, "The spiritual energy of heaven and earth flows into the meridians like water into the roots of trees. It's." After saying that, the instructor blushed and felt extremely embarrassed. He then said, "What kind of principle does that martial artist use to summon Yuan Qi?" Xianxia said, "Teacher, this question is already within the scope of the Heavenly Inspiration Response chapter. Only then did the mentor realize that he had lost his composure and could only let Xianxia in reluctantly. The joy in the hearts of all the students present all gave Xianxia a respectful glance and secretly gave him a thumbs up. They viciously let out a mouthful of anger in their hearts. These past few days, these so-called inferior students of theirs had been mocked and ridiculed by this mentor. The first class exam was on the 7th day of entrance. As long as Xianxia passed the exam 2 days later, he could go to the credit hall to accept the mission. After the class ended, the instructor left angrily. Many students immediately surrounded Xianxia and asked around, "Xianxia, you don't know that we've been so angry these past few days that we've been wronged to death." "That's right. Fortunately, you know more than us. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to find a hole in the ground with him," sarcastically. "Speaking of which, why do you know so much theoretical knowledge? Could it be that you have been learning these boring things since you were young?" Just as everyone was talking, someone outside the classroom suddenly shouted, "Xianxia, someone is looking for you." "Looking for me?" Xianxia walked towards the door strangely. He thought to himself, "I don't know anyone here. Who would look for me?" When they arrived at the door, they discovered that there were 3 people standing outside. They were about the same age as Xianxia. The 2 people in front of them were normal height, but the one behind them was 2.2 meters away. All the muscles in his body were taut and sturdy. At the front, a gentle-looking young man smiled at Xianxia and said, "Are you Xianxia?" Xianxia felt that the 3 of them were very unfamiliar. It was as if this was the first time he saw them. He subconsciously nodded and said, "I am you." Just as Xianxia's words were spoken, the 2-meter-tall man across from him stepped forward and smashed his fist towards Xianxia's face. Xianxia didn't even have the slightest bit of precaution against this punch. It was definitely too late to retreat. He hurriedly used both of his hands to protect his face. The strong man's heavy punch smashed into Xianxia's palm, causing him to slide backwards 3 to 5 meters. The strength of this punch was astonishing. After Xianxia put down his hands, his wrists trembled slightly. "I don't know where I offended you." Xianxia frowned. Xianxia knew very well that his purpose in coming to the nature sect was not to fight with others, so he decided that it was better to do one more thing than one less thing. Those that can be dissolved, try to dissolve them in a friendly manner, but those that cannot, think of another way. "How can I offend you?" The burly man rubbed his fists and stepped through the door. He looked down at Xianxia condescendingly and asked if he were Xianxia. Xianxia frowned even deeper. I said before, I am Xianxia. Since you are, then that's right. The sturdy man strode over 2 meters and swung his thick arm with another punch. This punch was even heavier than the previous one. It was actually accompanied by the whistling sound of the wind. Xianxia was prepared this time. He immediately pushed his hands up, pushed them on the strong man's wrist, and borrowed the strength to backflip. The sturdy man's left leg also followed him and crossed another 2 meters. His left hand, the size of an alms bowl, grabbed Xianxia's collar and then raised his left leg. His long leg swept towards Xianxia's lower body with a strong wind. Xianxia bent his knees clashing against the strong man's sweeping legs, and he borrowed strength to turn back again. The sturdy man's legs smashed into the wall, causing cracks to appear one after another. In this kind of place, everyone tacitly agreed not to use the primordial weather and yuan qi. Otherwise, destroying the academy would not be an offense. Since that was the case, the strong man who had the advantage of the sentient body had the upper hand. The other students of Class 10 also reacted and hurriedly rushed forward. Why are you hitting people? The students of Class 10 were all indignant. Perhaps because they were all inferior students, they were assigned to the worst class C Class 10, and they actually had a kind of unity power. The sturdy man tilted his head and swept his fierce gaze across the crowd, causing the students to take a few steps back in fright. This sturdy man's enormous body had a natural oppressive force, especially his extremely strong strength, causing the students to be very fearful. The students of the 10th class were the weakest among the 23rd generation disciples. Li Hu, it's almost time. Let's leave first. The gentle-looking young man at the door laughed, and then the two of them turned around and left. The burly man nodded and walked out of the door. When he reached the door, he turned around and pointed at Xianxia's nose, saying, "You'd better be honest with me." After saying that, the three of them walked away one after another. Xianxia was angry, but he was really confused. He did not know who those 3 people were, nor did he know why they came to find trouble for him. Not long after, the second lesson began. However, all the students in the hall didn't have the heart to listen. What happened just now really made them angry. Bullying people was bullying their way into the class. It was obvious that the 3 of them were also students from a first-grade school, and they looked like they were at least in the second-grade class. Xianxia was also confused. Could it be that my mentor sent someone to teach me a lesson? Impossible. The mentor is already a 7th-generation elder. How could he be so serious with this little student of his? After this lesson, the instructor had just left when the door to the classroom practice field was kicked open. A group of 7 or 8 people walked in aggressively. "We are from Class B and Class 3. Who is Xianxia?" The person in front of him shouted from the podium. Xianxia frowned and stood up, saying, "I am." The man licked his lips and waved his hand. "Beat him!" 7 or 8 people jumped up and jumped over a distance of more than 10 meters, surrounding Xianxia one after another. The 2 of them smashed their fists at him head-on, while the other 2 surrounded him from the side. Xianxia dodged the fists of the 2 of them with his agile movements, but the person on the left used a beautiful close-range capture martial skill. The man's body was as soft as a snake, and his arms directly circled around Xianxia's body. Then, he flipped upwards and grabbed Xianxia's shoulders with his 2 arms. The other person on the right suddenly fell backwards and grabbed Xianxia's legs with his legs. These people were all extremely experienced in battle, but they were far from being compared to those remote martial artists and youths in Bluestone Town. As for Xianxia, he was more skilled in explosive combat styles, so he didn't dare to make heavy moves easily. Otherwise, the opponent would definitely die or be injured. With many worries in mind, Xianxia tied his hands and legs as he dodged and said, "Who exactly are you?" But at this moment, Xianxia had already been captured by the 2 of them, and the 2 of them who were directly opposite him had punched him heavily. Bang! 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 2 fists smashed into Xianxia's chest, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, Xianxia has already been beaten out of true fire. He's avoiding you everywhere, But you guys are pressing him step by step? In a trance, Xianxia flipped his right hand, and the giant black scale saber in his storage ring began to buzz. It was about to fly out at any moment. Mentor is here. Hurry up and leave, the gatekeeper shouted, and the 7 or 8 students who came to look for work immediately dispersed. Before leaving, someone else said, Xiang, be honest, don't be too arrogant. They walked forward and the trainer came in. He must have seen those people leave in a hurry. After entering, the mentor saw Xiang standing in the distance gasping for breath again. How could he not understand what was happening? But the mentor did not say a word. Get back to class. In this battle, no one from class 10 dared to speak up for Xianxia anymore. They clearly knew that Xianxia had caused great trouble. Xianxia was still sitting there, secretly circulating the Haotian Yuan technique to recover his injuries. The 2 punches on his chest were quite heavy, almost breaking his ribs. Xianxia here? Beside him, a simple-looking student whispered a bottle of medicine to Xianxia. Xianxia opened it and saw that there were 2 rejuvenation pills inside. So he said politely, "Thank you." The simple-minded student rubbed his head and said angrily, "They actually bullied us and beat people at our door. If I didn't specialize in alchemy, I would definitely help you." Xianxia nodded. This simple-minded student's aura was not abundant. It turned out that he was from the Fortune Peak. "My name is Li Jian. Just call me Shaoli." The simple-minded student introduced himself. "My name is Xianxia." Xianxia had a good impression of this person and said, "Why did the mentor not care when he saw someone looking for something? You're the last to arrive. Perhaps you don't know. It's like this." Li Jian introduced that, just like the law of the jungle and survival of the fittest in nature, the Haoran sect also supported competition among students. Only competition would create pressure and make people work even harder. Therefore, whether it was a disciple or a student, the nature sect had always turned a blind eye to the friction between them, as long as no one died. So it's like this. Xianxia was thoughtful. In his previous life, he was the chief disciple of the profound sky sect. Who would dare to cause trouble for him? Therefore, he didn't know much about the situation between ordinary disciples. Li Jian whispered, "Looks like they are overcrowded. If you really can't, then go back to your own sun peak to avoid the limelight. Perhaps they won't be looking for trouble with you in a few days." Xianxia did not comment and just thanked him. After this lesson, everyone returned to their own peak. The first 7 days of the Haoran Academy were the heaviest, and they were arranged more closely. After the first assessment was completed 7 days later, the courses of the Haoran Academy could be selected. Xianxia frowned as he returned to his own sun peak. That night, Su Kaiwe took the initiative to find Xianxia and had a chat with Xianxia about the sun god technique. Xianxia was a carefree person, so he forgot about the unpleasantness of the day. After chatting for a long time, Su Kaiwe suddenly said, "This time, I forgot to remind you to report to the academy. It was master's negligence. Since you are my only disciple now, there is still a need for me to brief you on the situation of the Haoran sect. There were 7 generations of elders in the Haoran sect. Currently, there were 3 generations of elders with the highest seniority. Their strengths were generally at the half-saint realm, while the Haoran sect master was a heavenly tribulation realm expert. 4 generations of elders are at the late divine martial realm, 5 generations are at the early divine martial realm, 6 generations are at the late fortune realm, and 7 generations are at the early fortune realm. Correspondingly, the 4 third-generation peak lords were all half-saint experts. Only the 4th-generation peak lords of the Sun Peak Su Kaiwe were at the 8th level of the divine martial stage. There were 23 generations of existing disciples, and Xianxia belonged to the youngest generation. Most disciples would choose to leave the Haoran sect and set up their own sect after learning something, while others would choose to stay as elders. Although the Haoran sect only had a few tens of thousands of people, it had been built for 1,500 years. It could be said that the entire world was filled with peaches and plums, and it could afford to echo every single one of them. Its power was astonishing. Su Kaiwe said, "For many years, our Sun Peak has been the laughingstock of the Haoran sect. Although everyone doesn't say anything on the surface, you should be able to understand what they think in secret. Yes, Xianxia nodded. The reason why Sun Peak was looked down upon was partly because there were too few people, and partly because of the sun god technique. Everyone who was familiar with the nature sect had this saying circulating in the outside world. The Sun Peak of the nature sect had a peak lord who was obsessed with dreaming. Su Kaiwe added. Our Howran sect tried to cancel Sun Peak 3 times in succession, but in the end, the 3 generations of elders were still unable to calm their hearts down for the sake of my father. Alright, this is about the nature sect. About the Sun Peak. Xianxia sighed in his heart and said, Master has worked hard. Su Kaiwe stood up and said, Your realm has already reached the late Greater Xiantian 9th stage. You have already half a step into the origin realm. Work hard, try to exchange for the essence transformation pill as soon as possible. Don't lose face for our Sun Peak. After saying that, Su Kaiwe turned around and left. Looking at Su Tsaiwe's silhouette alone, Xiangxia's mood was complicated. Originally, he had chosen the Sun Peak for the sake of serenity, but at this moment, his mentality had changed a little. He wanted to help this lonely and strong woman. Since he was already a disciple of the Sun Peak, he would carry forward the Sun Peak and no one would look down on him in the future. Thinking of this, Xianxia adjusted his mentality and continued to silently circulate the Hao Yin Chun Yuan technique. 5 hours later, Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes. A wisp of light flashed in his eyes, and a fierce aura suddenly spread out from his entire body. That aura actually blew the visible earth and gravel all over the place. Half-step origin return was a barrier, and tonight, Xianxia had pushed this barrier to its limit with his pure origin cultivation. At this stage, his early weather began to undergo a qualitative change. Just like Mo High, it was already considered half-early weather and half-origin energy. However, if he really wanted to cross this obstacle, it was still the same saying. He had to cultivate hard for a year and a half or swallow the essence transformation pill. However, the strength of the half-yuan qi had also greatly increased Xiangxia's overall strength. He raised his hand and a ball of light floated in his palm. In the sky, the little bird chirped and circled around Xianxia. Because this little fellow was too fond of stealing things, Xianxia was worried that it would cause trouble, so he left it at Sun Peak. Fortunately, there was plenty of spiritual energy here, and the little bird was enjoying itself. For the time being, it did not show any dissatisfaction. Hiss! Hoo! Xianxia took a deep breath, stood up and stretched his body, saying, If anyone comes looking for trouble with me today, they won't be so relaxed. Everyone who came to look for Xianxia yesterday was at the first level of the origin realm. Without using Yuan Qi, their physical strength was much stronger than Xiangxia's. But now, Xianxia was already at the half-step origin return realm. Theoretically, his body strength was no different from the origin return realm. The only difference was his Yuan Qi. Oh no, I'm going to be late again. Xianxia was shocked. He realized that he was only focused on cultivation, but he didn't realize that the sky was bright. He hastily cleaned up and hurried to the academy. When the time came for his class, he happened to be late. The mentor has opened the scroll and is ready to give a lecture. It's you again. The mentor felt a headache and said, Xianxia, if you are late again, you won't be able to pass the first exam the day after tomorrow. Although he didn't like Xianxia, he wasn't willing to really kick Xianxia out of the class. Who would let Xianxia be the only outstanding student under him? This was the only thing he could do. Xianxia hurriedly said yes and trotted to his seat, but he turned around and saw that Li Jian was not there. Huh? Could it be that I wasn't the only one who was late today, and Li Jian was also late? When the class was about to end, Li Jian's figure appeared at the door. Originally, the mentor wanted to blame Li Jian, but when he saw Li Jian's situation, he frowned and said, Let's go in. After Li Jian came in, Xianxia saw it clearly and was stunned. The long shirt on Li Jian's body was in tatters. There were many tears and dirt stains on his body. His entire body was beaten black and swollen, and his eyes and sockets were cracked. Li Jian hadn't come to most of his classes, so he was obviously cleaning his wounds by himself. Li Jian, what's going on? Xianxia hurriedly pulled Li Jian over and asked in a low voice. Nothing, nothing. Li Jian smiled awkwardly and wiped the fresh blood from the corner of his eyes with his dirty sleeve. Xianxia's heart sank. He seemed to have thought of something and whispered, "Did those people do it yesterday?" Yesterday, only Li Jian showed goodwill to Xianxia and gave Xianxia a pill. Today, he was beaten up. It was easy to guess the cause and effect. Someone in this class must have leaked the news. Li Jian licked his cracked lips and said, "I'm fine. Xianxia, don't cause trouble for me. I'll just take a pill." "Yes, I understand." Xianxia patted Li Jian on the shoulder. In the second half of the class, Xianxia remained silent and did not say a word. After class, Xianxia left the classroom silently. First grade academy, Class B, Class 3 entrance. Around yesterday, there were two groups of people who came to cause trouble for Xianxia. Only the second group of 7 or 8 people reported to themselves that they were from Class B and Class 3. "Oh, isn't this Sun Peak Xianxia?" At the door, a few students laughed happily. As the only disciple of the Sun Peak, Xianxia could be considered to be a little famous. "Haha, weren't you assigned to Class C, Class 10? Why are you here?" Xianxia didn't even look at those people and stepped into the class. All the students in the class immediately saw Xianxia, and Xianxia looked around, looking for the familiar face from yesterday. "It's you, kid." Yesterday, one of them stood up and laughed loudly at Xianxia. "Why are you here to apologize? That's good. Even if you don't come, we will still go find you." Xianxia's face was as heavy as water, and he didn't say a word as he walked straight towards the student who spoke. The students on both sides of the road began to heckle. "Are Class C and Class 10 here looking for death? Haha, you really don't know what's good for you." As they spoke, the few of them reached out to push Xianxia. Xianxia's eyes stared fixedly at the student who had caused trouble yesterday. When someone came over to push him, his body flashed and he turned into an afterimage with a flash step. "Ah!" Everyone was shocked. As he spoke, Xianxia was already standing in front of the student who had performed yesterday's move. That student did not expect Xianxia's movement technique to be so fast. He raised his hand and smashed it towards the door to the south of Xianxia. Xianxia flipped his elbow and slammed his elbow into the student's chin. Immediately after, his body closed in and he slammed his knee into the student's stomach. The student was beaten so dizzy that he felt dizzy, and he was knocked down so hard that he couldn't stop retching. Without saying a word, Xianxia dragged the student's back collar outside. Xianxia's movements were extremely swift and neat, and it ended before everyone could even see it clearly. "Stop him!" Yesterday, there were still 6 or 7 people who hurriedly rushed over. The student who was skilled in close-range capture martial arts circled towards Xianxia from the left, preparing to launch an attack. Xianxia, however, took a flash step and circled behind the student. He pulled the student's chin from behind with his left hand and kicked him on the lumbar vertebrae. This kick only caused the capture student's eyes to turn pale, and his entire body immediately collapsed. He didn't even have any use for close-range capture. This student had just been paralyzed for a short period of time, and Xianxia had already attacked the remaining 5 people with a ferocious lean on the Iron Mountain. This Taishan reliance was very unusual. After removing the long saber, it had evolved as a green dragon that had gone out to sea. This collision was extremely powerful. Before the 5 of them could react, they were all dismissed at the same time and flipped backwards one by one. Xianxia took another flash step and dodged to the center of the crowd. Immediately after, his saber sliced down continuously. The saber sliced into the back of everyone's neck, and the 5 of them were also paralyzed. Xianxia turned around and still grabbed the student who was the first to be attacked by him, who was also the leader of the crowd, and dragged the leader out of the door with him. The students at the scene were dumbfounded. From the beginning to the end, Xianxia didn't say a word and just came up to do it. In just 5 seconds, 7 people had been defeated in succession. On the corridor, Xianxia expressionlessly carried the student. As he walked, he said, "Yesterday, there was a person named Li who was more than 2 meters away. Which class was he from?" The student was carried by Xianxia, struggling to get up. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, Xiangnan's left fist smashed into his nose, causing blood to spray out of the student's face. I won't waste my breath answering after I've thought about it, Xiangnan said coldly. Xiangnan could be considered a person who could endure it. If others were to speak ill of him, he would still be able to endure it. But Li Jian was a friend who was grateful to Xiangnan. Because of him, Li Jian was beaten like that, which made Xiangnan unable to endure. Xiangnan brazenly dragged the student along the corridor, attracting students from all classes to watch. Actually, students would more or less avoid people if they were looking for trouble with each other. No one would be as unscrupulous as Xiangnan. However, Xiangnan was also furious. The people from the other classes took turns to come to Class C and Class 10 to look for trouble. There must be more than one mentor who knew about this situation. But no one even said a single word. Well, you don't care, do you? Since you mentors don't care, what concerns do I, Xiangnan, have? Where's Li Hu? Xiangnan asked coldly. The student who was dragged away laughed. If you're looking for Li Hu, then you're going in the wrong direction. He's not in Class B college, but Class A Class 10. The B and C schools were all in the same school, but the A class school occupied a large courtyard in another school directly opposite them. This was considered a special treatment for A-class students. Hearing this, Xiangnan dragged the student out and left the school building. Holy shit, this brat is going to the A-class academy to find something. Everyone, hurry up and take a look. Haha, what a bold fellow. Those people from the A-class academy are all students with heaven-grade attributes. A large group of spectators followed behind Xiangnan in a commotion. On the one hand, they wanted to see what a joke it was. On the other hand, they wanted to see just how powerful that group of people from the A-class academy was. Just as they were walking, another group of 5 people arrived in front of them. Looking in the direction they came from, they seemed to be coming from the 3rd class school. These 5 fellows were also people who went to Class C to cause trouble for Xiangnan. However, they didn't expect that Xiangnan would go to Class B. They jumped into the air, but in the end, they encountered Xiangnan here. When the 5 of them saw Xiangnan's posture, one of them stood up and pointed at Xiangnan, saying, "Are you Xiangnan?" Xiangnan walked towards the 5 and said, "I am." Then he punched the man in the face. The student was caught off guard and was knocked to the ground by Xiangnan's punch. The 5 of them were originally looking for trouble with Xiangnan, but they didn't expect that Xiangnan, who was looking for trouble, would actually take the initiative to attack. The other 4 students were stunned and said in unison, "Damn it! Fuck him!" Xiangnan didn't give them a chance to attack first. After knocking down the first student with a punch, he immediately soared into the air and rotated his body in midair, clamping the second person's neck with his legs. A beautiful pair of scissors knocked the second student to the ground, and then he stood up and leaned back to dodge the attacks of the other 3. In the blunder, Xiangnan's figure shuttled through the 3 of them. He used his fist as a knife and smashed them on the back of their necks, causing the 3 of them to instantly collapse onto the ground. Regardless of whether it was combat experience or combat skills, Xiangnan was far above this group of students. As long as Xiangnan was given the opportunity to attack first, the combat experience of those students would not be enough. Heavens! Aren't those 5 people from Class B and Class 6? They were actually knocked down by Xiangnan in one fell swoop. Ha! I didn't expect that this brat really has some skill. This time, he looks good. Xiangnan remained silent as he picked up the students from Class 3 and continued forward. He left Class B college and entered Class A college. The A-class college was larger than B and C-class colleges, and the building was quite elegant. It was tempting to look at it. At this moment, in the main courtyard of the A-class college, under the beautiful shade of the forest, students were chatting. Huh? Did those people come from 2nd grade academy? Immediately, many A-class students discovered Xiangnan. Xiangnan was followed by a large group of spectators, so it was hard not to notice him. Class 10. Xiangnan lowered his head and asked the students of the 3rd class. The student chuckled and nodded as an answer. There was a reason for this student to laugh. That sturdy man Li Hu, who was 2 meters away, was definitely not an ordinary person. Yesterday, the 7 people from Class B and Class 3 came together, and it was a preemptive strike. Only then did they gain some benefits from Xianxia. But yesterday, Li Hu was able to catch Xianxia off guard with just one person. You really dare to come to Class A Academy to look for Li Hu? You've lived enough. The third-class student, who was being carried, ignored the blood on his face and continued to sneer coldly. Xianxia didn't know how to say anything. He raised his arm and punched the bridge of the student's nose. Stop! 2 A-class students walked over and shouted to Xianxia, "What are the people from BC College doing here? You've gone to the wrong place." Xianxia didn't even look at them and directly passed through them. The 2 A-class students were so stunned that Xianxia brushed past them. Then, they became angry and shouted, "Brothers, the cubs of BC College are here to cause trouble." The students of A, B, and C colleges were originally competing with each other. Especially since A-class colleges occupied one courtyard, the guard mentality between the two sides became even heavier. Upon hearing that someone from College B and C had come to cause trouble, the students from Class A Academy immediately surrounded him. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly stopped. He saw his target mission. Yesterday, the 3 of them were chatting with a few pretty girls under a tree. Li Hu, who was more than 2 meters tall, was paying special attention. When Xianxia saw the 3 of them followed the lively voice and saw Xianxia for the first time. "Oh, Xianxia, are you here to take revenge?" The A-class student who had been kind all this time suddenly laughed. The female students clapped their hands and laughed. They didn't mind watching the fun. They smiled at the kind-faced student and said, "Big brother Zhou Chu, is that Xianxia here for you?" Another female student covered her mouth and smiled. "Is he the only Xianxia who has entered the Sun Peak?" Basically, all the students had met Xianxia once when they were divided into factions, so when they saw Xianxia at first glance, many people could recognize him. The sturdy Li Hu said to his friendly companion, "Zhou Chu, wait a moment. I'll deal with that Xianxia. Let's talk about where to play tonight." With that, Li Hu strode towards Xianxia, rubbing his fists as he walked. "Since you're here, don't go out." When Li Hu was still 4 to 5 meters away from Xianxia, he suddenly took a big stride and swung his long and thick arm over. Li Hu, had a natural advantage in height and was quite confident in close combat. Especially since he was an expert at the first level of the Origin realm, he could be said to have surpassed Xianxia in all aspects. Facing Li Hu's fist that was the size of a bowl, Xianxia did not retreat at all. He actually punched forward in front of everyone. The students from College B and C who came to watch the show were all shouting loudly. They thought that Xianxia would fight Li Hu with beautiful combat techniques just like before. I didn't expect Xianxia to choose such a violent and foolish method. Holy shit. He actually wants to face Li Hu head-on. It wasn't just them. Even the kind Zhou Chu couldn't help but frown slightly and mutter, "Normally, this Xianxia shouldn't be an idiot, but why is it like this?" Pong! Xianxia and Li Hu's fists collided head-on. With this punch, Xianxia was knocked back 5 to 6 meters. There were 2 shallow scratches on the ground. Li Hu, on the other hand, remained motionless. Upon seeing this scene, Zhou Chu said to another companion, "Lu Yu, go to the side and find an opportunity to stop their shockwaves. When Li Hu and Xianxia lose control, they might release their Yuan Qi. If they wreck this place too badly, the 3 of us will be punished." This Zhou Chu was clearly the boss of the 3 of them. He could calmly leave a path for himself while everyone else was watching the show. The buildings and trees in each academy belonged to the Howren sect. If every student casually released their Yuan Qi when fighting against each other, then even if the several academies of the Howren sect were to be rebuilt 100 times, it would still not be enough. "Don't worry," the student named Lu Yu smiled faintly. "With me here, even if the 2 of them beat out flowers, they wouldn't be able to destroy even a single tree." Lu Yu's words were quite confident. He should be a hidden expert. As he spoke, Lu Yu had already taken slow steps and started walking with the battle circle between Xianxia and Li Hu as the core. On the other side, Xianxia and Li Hu punched each other. After sliding backwards, he immediately took advantage of his face to walk towards Li Hu. Li Hu laughed loudly. He liked this direct style of fighting the most. He immediately threw a second punch at Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan still didn't use any tricks to fight Li Hu again. The second punch collided and Xiang Nan was knocked 4 to 5 meters backwards, while Li Hu remained motionless. No one could guess what Xiang Nan wanted to do, so why would he choose to clash with Li Hu? The third punch. The two of them collided, and Xiang Nan slid 3 to 4 meters backwards, while Li Hu remained motionless. However, at this moment, the expressions of Zhou Chu and the other experts changed slightly. They noticed that the distance between Xiang Nan and them was getting shorter and shorter. Li Hu, who was fighting Xiang Nan, was slightly stunned. He thought to himself, why is this kid's fist getting harder and harder? The fourth punch. Xiang Nan slid forward and punched out. The two of them punched each other again. This time, Xiang Nan had only slipped 2 meters backwards. At this moment, everyone's expressions changed. Heavens! That's Li Hu. How could the thin and weak Xiang Nan fight Li Hu to such an extent? Someone was surprised. Another punch. Fifth punch. Then there was another punch, the sixth punch. Xiang Nan's fierce and direct style of fighting Li Hu's fist could be said to be a punch to the flesh. The scene of the fierce battle was extremely fierce. When the seventh punch arrived, with a muffled sound from Peng, Xiang Nan and Li Hu collided. The two of them actually didn't retreat. He resisted. Everyone's pupils constricted. Xiang Nan's punch had actually managed to withstand Li Hu's terrifying fist. The female students covered their mouths in shock. Xiang Nan and Li Hu fist to face, eyes in the air. Li Hu gritted his teeth and roared, "Good boy! He's hiding a hand." Xiang Nan pushed Li Hu's right arm away and then took the initiative to punch him. He wants to show his might. The kindness on Zhou Chu's face disappeared. He said with a calm face, "This Nan clearly intentionally wanted to clash with Li Hu. He just wanted to tell others that even if he clashed with Li Hu head-on, he would still be able to defeat Li Hu. But how is this possible?" The female student next to him shouted. Everyone knows Li Hu's physical strength. However, Zhou Chu was not surprised. He said, "It is not surprising for the Haoran sect to have a few people who are different from ordinary people hiding their dragons and crouching tigers." "Look!" Another female student cried out in alarm. On the other side, Xiang Nan's punch actually knocked Li Hu back 2 steps. Impossible! Li Hu was stunned for a moment, then became furious. He swayed his large body and punched at Xiang Nan with gritted teeth. Another punch. Xiang Nan threw Li Hu's heavy punch back, causing Li Hu to retreat for a walk, followed by another punch from Xiang Nan. Li Hu took 5 steps back. Under the witness of everyone, Xiang Nan turned his defeat into victory, punching down 1 punch at a time. Li Hu didn't have the strength to resist. Li Hu's entire right arm started to tremble slightly, and his muscles showed signs of spasm. Xiang Nan didn't give Li Hu any chance to catch up and punched again. This punch had already caused Li Hu to feel fear in his heart. However, facing the crowd, he could not dodge. Wouldn't that be a joke? Therefore, Li Hu chose to continue fighting Xiang Nan with this punch. Pang! With this punch, Li Hu was knocked flying backwards. He couldn't even stand anymore, and there was a faint sound of bones cracking on his right arm. Xiang Nan was expressionless as he stomped on the ground with his right foot and rushed forward with a whoosh. His fist fiercely smashed into Li Hu's face. Li Hu was lying on the ground and flying backwards. This punch smashed into his face, causing his entire body to fall to the ground halfway through the flight. Everyone couldn't believe their eyes. That Xiang Nan was a poor student of Class C, Class 10. How could he possibly overwhelm Li Hu from Class A and Class 10? Especially in Class B, the student who was kidnapped by Xiang Nan was sweating profusely. Looking at Li Hu again, although he was flipped over by Xiang Nan, his physical fitness was still excellent. This small injury could not make him lose his ability to move. Li Hu lay half on the ground and pushed his body backwards with both hands. Then a carp tried to stand up. Unexpectedly, Xiang Nan had already caught up with Li Hu. Just as he was about to stand up, he punched Li Hu again and knocked him over again. Li Hu hurriedly twisted his body into a half-crouch, trying to jump out and dodge Xiang Nan's attack range. However, Xiang Nan grabbed Li Hu's right leg with his left hand and forcefully pulled him back. He punched Li Hu in the back of the neck. This punch made Li Hu's eyes bulge, and he couldn't move even with a few chuckles in his throat. Xiang Nan, an ordinary third-grade student, was chasing after Li Hu, a first-grade student 2 meters away. This scene was extremely shocking. Xiang Nan used the Berserk Dragon battle tide to clash head-on. The more he fought, the more ferocious the battle became. Zhou Chu frowned and gave Lu Yu a look. Lu Yu smiled and took a slippery step to bully Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan threw a punch, but Lu Yu pushed the area with both hands, and his soft strength neutralized Xiang Nan's attack. Xiang Nan followed with another palm, and Lu Yu crossed his arms and used his elbow to push away Xiang Nan's palm strike. Instead, he slid a step left and used his elbow twice to push towards Xiang Nan's left rib. Ha! Xiang Nan's heart skipped a beat as he dodged Lu Yu's attack. This Lu Yu was completely different from Li Hu. Li Hu was skilled in direct attacks, while Lu Yu was skilled in suppressing strength with softness. But in terms of combat skills, Lu Yu surpassed Li Hu, especially since this Lu Yu seemed to have more brains than Li Hu. Lu Yu looked sideways at Xiang Nan's dodging movements and said, "Not bad." As he spoke, Lu Yu took half a step left and 2 steps right. He moved past Xiang Nan's front and stood on Xiang Nan's left side. His left hand was like a snake as he stuck out towards Xiang Nan's neck. Xiang Nan's right hand turned into a saber, and the saber in his hand was as fast as an afterimage, cutting towards Lu Yu's left arm. However, Lu Yu's left hand was incredibly agile. In a very soft state, he moved towards Xiang Nan's arm. His left hand was shaped like an eagle's claw, wanting to dig into Xiang Nan's throat. Xiang Nan shook his head and came behind Lu Yu. He pinched the back of Lu Yu's neck and ruthlessly threw Lu Yu's entire face to the ground. Peng's heavy blow. This time, the force was so strong that Lu Yu smashed straight towards the ground, but his body and limbs were raised upwards. The scene changed so quickly that no one could react. 1 second, Lu Yu still had the upper hand, and the next second, Xiang Nan's attack knocked Lu Yu over. "Not bad," Xiang Nan said to Lu Yu, who was lying motionlessly on the ground. In the end, Xiang Nan's gaze fell on the kind-faced Zhou Chu. At this moment, not far from him, a priority man leaning against a tree trunk suddenly said, "Xiang Nan, I advise you to leave as soon as possible. A-Class Academy is not a place where you can cause trouble. Lure the real experts over later and you won't be able to leave." Everyone looked at the person who was speaking in unison and instantly sucked in a cold breath. Feng Zhaoqi, one of the disciples of the 5 great aristocratic families in Donghai province. He was also a super expert of Class A and Class B at the same time. The disciples of the 5 great aristocratic families shone brightly when they were divided into factions. They definitely represented the peak of the 3rd batch of 23 generations of disciples. Xiang Nan looked at Feng Zhaoqi and said indifferently, "Thank you for the reminder, but I don't plan to leave yet." As he spoke, Xiang Nan once again looked at Zhou Chu and said, "Speak. You guys, why have you been looking for trouble with me?" Zhou Chu smiled faintly. Before he could speak, his body turned into an afterimage and suddenly disappeared. Xiang Nan felt the wind whistling behind him and instinctively flashed to the left. Almost at the same time, Zhou Chu's handblade had already grazed Xiang Nan's shoulder. "Speed type." Xiang Nan nodded silently. It seemed that Zhou Chu was a speed-type martial artist. Zhou Chu flashed again and disappeared in front of everyone. He appeared behind Xiang Nan again. His left hand grabbed Xiang Nan's shoulder, and his right hand stabbed at the back of Xiang Nan's neck. Xiang Nan tilted his neck and bowed. His upper body twisted and his right fist smashed into Zhou Chu's left rib. But at this moment, Zhou Chu had already disappeared. Those female disciples who had a good relationship with Zhou Chu and the others clapped their hands and smiled. "Zhou Chu! Let him have a good look." When Zhou Chu appeared for the 3rd time, he was still behind Xiang Nan. He was very confident in his speed, and there was always a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. "You can't keep up with my speed." Before the word degree could be spoken, Xianxia suddenly disappeared. Flash shadow steps. Zhou Chu's pupils contracted. Before he could react, he felt a hand grabbing his neck and dragging him backwards. He didn't see it clearly, but others could see it clearly. Everyone saw Xianxia grabbing Zhou Chu's neck with his left hand and running wildly all the way. In the end, he ruthlessly smashed Zhou Chu's entire body into a tree. At this moment, the ancient tree shook violently, and the leaves fell off one after another. One had to know that when everyone fought, they did not use Yuan Qi to protect their bodies. After experiencing such a heavy blow, Zhou Chuji's entire face was suppressed to a purple color, and even the sound of him venting his anger was gone. In particular, Xianxia slowly moved his face closer to Zhou Chu and asked, "What did you say just now that I can't keep up with you?" He actually won? Everyone was dumbfounded. A Class C Class 10 kid causing trouble in Class A Academy. Yet no one was able to stop him? Oh! On the side, Feng Zhaoqi, who was resting against a tree, raised his eyebrows slightly and was finally attracted to Xianxia. The battle in Xianxia caused a huge commotion. At this moment, more people had already surrounded it. It was pitch black, with 3 floors inside and 3 floors outside. "Your goal has been achieved. Are you still not leaving?" Feng Zhaoqi said to Xianxia with interest. As for the students of the A-Class Academy, they were already rubbing their hands together and were about to rush up and fight Xianxia. Xianxia threw Zhou Chu out and shouted loudly at the entire A-Class University, "I am Xianxia. Who else wants to come to Class 10 to cause trouble for me? Why don't we come out together now?" Keeping a low profile was not the same as being weak. Xianxia had endured it a while ago, but when he discovered that patience was already unable to be resolved, he decided to have a good time. "Didn't you guys want to cause trouble for me, Xianxia? Then don't come wave after wave. If you have anything to say, let's settle it together today." Xianxia's words could be considered to have completely angered the students of the A-Class Academy. Just as everyone was about to stand up, another group of people came. There were only 5 people in this group, and all of them were female students. The person walking at the front was one of the most influential figures among the 23rd generation disciples, Murong Wanqing. As soon as she arrived, she released an imposing aura, and the onlookers hurriedly dodged both sides to make way for a path. "Xianxia, aren't you looking down on us by coming to our class academy to cause trouble?" Murong Wanqing took the lead and looked at Xianxia indifferently. Upon seeing Murong Wanqing, Xianxia suddenly recalled that if he had offended anyone in the Haoran sect, it would probably be this Murong Wanqing. Although Xianxia himself did not think that he had offended this woman, her petty personality should be hers. "Did you instruct others to come and cause trouble for me?" Xianxia didn't retreat and went straight to the point. Then Murong Wanqing looked at Zhou Chu, Li Hu, and Lu Yu lying on the ground, and nodded slightly. "They should have come to find you because they wanted to please me. I've heard about this as well. Although I didn't appoint them, it's not entirely wrong for you to insist that I did it." When Murong Wanqing said those words, the fighting spirit in Xianxia's heart immediately dropped to a freezing point. Speaking of which, there was no way to fight. If Xianxia continued unrelenting, it would become Xianxia's fault. "Well, since you didn't do it, then I have nothing to say." Xianxia was also not a person who took the initiative to stir up trouble. He looked around and said, "If anyone else doesn't like me, just come and find me. No matter what you do to me, I will continue. But it's best not to bully a weak person in Zhaohua Peak. That won't be enough." With that, Xianxia turned around and was about to leave. At this moment, an angry voice sounded, "Stop!" Everyone hurriedly moved aside. Xianxia turned around and saw that it was a 7th generation elder. The 7th generation elder walked into the crowd. When he saw the 3 people lying on the ground, he angrily said to Xianxia, "Which class are you from? You actually dared to barge into Class A college and injure my students." Xianxia replied, "Class C, Class 10, Xianxia. Are you a disciple of Sun Peak?" The mentor was surprised for a moment, and then said, "You have just entered the nature sect and injured my students. You are courageous enough. Xianxia, right?" I will punish you for not participating in the first examination of the Howran Academy. Xianxia frowned. Previously, not a single mentor came out to speak, but now that I've hit your Class A Class 10 students, you've come out? The other students had different expressions. Some of them had unhappy expressions on their faces. Everyone knew that the mentors of A-class colleges were very protective of calves. However, it was a bit too much for them to take such a step, wasn't it? There were also some students who had a lively expression on their faces. They didn't care whether Xianxia would be punished or not, and it was best to make as much noise as possible. As long as the disciples didn't go too far, there wouldn't be any elders who would come out to take care of them. However, this kind of thing relied on a tacit understanding. Everyone only needed to be tacit. If there was really an elder who was serious and insisted on convicting Xianxia, then it would really be settled. You won't let me participate in the exam? Xianxia originally wanted to leave, but when he heard this, he suppressed his anger and said, "Aren't you going to ask the cause and effect?" The teacher of Class A Class 10 said angrily, "The one lying on the ground now is my student. Then you mean I shouldn't have fought back? Should I be lying on the ground?" Xianxia said, "You must know that it was them who came to cause trouble for me, not me who brought trouble to them first." The tutor from the 10th class shouted, "Don't push the blame so cleanly. There are 3,000 people in the first grade academy. Why didn't Zhou Chu and the others hit someone else? Why did they only come to find trouble with you? What kind of asshole logic was this? Why don't they just hit me instead? What the fuck are you asking me about this? Shouldn't you ask your students? Could it be that it was my fault that I was beaten up by someone who came to my door for a good reason?" Xiangnian's anger couldn't be suppressed at that time, and he said coldly, "Is that what you said?" The tutor of the 10th class said, "That's right. Good, good, good." Xiangnian laughed furiously. He flipped his right hand and his palm pressed down on the ground. Half of his yuan qi was actually condensed. "What are you doing?" The tutor of the 10th class was furious. "You dare to heavily release your yuan qi in the academy?" Boom! How could Xiangnian care so much about it? He directly smashed a fierce half yuan qi onto the ground. At this moment, a shockwave immediately erupted, engulfing all the students present, including the mentor. Everyone was originally in a state of chaos. Seeing that Xiangnian was using half yuan qi, they were all prepared to retaliate. However, they soon realized that Xiangnian's shockwave did not have any real lethality. At best, it was just a violent gust of wind that blew everyone away. This scene wasn't just for everyone. Even the mentor was a little puzzled. Large swathes of trees were blown away by the shockwave. After the shockwave passed, Xiangnian said, "I have already used the shockwave to attack everyone present. There are a total of 3,000 people in the entire first grade academy. Why don't I attack others? Why only attack the 700 or 800 people on the spot? Then, according to your logic, everyone here is responsible. If you want to punish me for not participating in the examination, then you can punish me together. No one here is allowed to participate. If you don't punish them, there's no reason for you to punish me." Ah! Everyone present stared at Xiangnian with wide eyes. They really didn't expect that Xiangnian would have such a theory. However, after thinking about it carefully, it seemed like that was really the case. The teacher of Class A Class 10 was so angry that he pointed at Xiangnian and said, You for a long time. No matter what, he could not continue. If he continued to accept Xiangnian's words, he would be slapping himself in the face. Xiangnian said, "If you don't punish me, I'll go back to class." With that, Xiangnian left. Only a large group of dumbfounded people remained. "It's sort of fun." Feng Zhaoqi couldn't help but laugh. When Xiangnian returned to his class, he found that all the students in the class were looking at him with admiration. There were quite a few people in Class C and Class 10 who had heard of it, and there were even a few who had personally witnessed it at the scene. Mad. Really mad. But I like it. The students in the front row laughed heartily. Xiangnian, however, did not show any expression. He looked around at everyone and said, "Take care of the matters in my class. If anyone colludes with other classes to bully my people, then don't blame me for being impolite to him. Xiangnan's words were clearly a threat, but when everyone heard them, they were surprisingly comfortable. After Xiangnan returned to his seat, Li Jian whispered gratefully, "Thank you, Xiangnan." Xiangnan waved his hand. "It should be me who apologized to you for implicating you." Soon, the mentor came to class. Everyone thought that the mentor would punish Xiangnan fiercely. Unexpectedly, the mentor's face was filled with spring breeze. He looked at Xiangnan at the first glance, and the smile on his face couldn't be concealed anymore. But after a while, he suppressed the smile back. Bing Yijing said to Xiangnan, "Xiangnan, don't always do this kind of thing in the future. It won't affect you well." Class C and Class 10 mentors were so happy in their hearts. He and the mentor of Class A Class 10 had always been inconspicuous. This time, Xiangnan could be considered to be venting his anger on him. The whole class burst into laughter. After Xiangnan's disturbance, the newly established class relationship had become much more united. After a lesson, the mentor hesitated for a moment and said, "Xiangnan, you come." Xiangnan walked forward doubtfully and heard the mentor say, "Your strength is not bad. It's a pity to stay in Class C Class 10. I can help you talk about it and transfer you to Class B." Xiangnan shook his head and refused. "Thank you for your kindness. I chose to stay. Not for anything else, just for the sake of fighting for this breath of air." Just as Sun Peak was looked down on, Xiangnan was assigned to Class C Class 10. He insisted on making others look at him differently, but he still stayed in Class C Class 10. The mentor was naturally reluctant to let Xiangnan go. After hearing Xiangnan's words, he praised him greatly. "All right with your words. I'll take care of you in the future." Before leaving, the mentor said to Xiangnan, "I quite admire your loyalty." Although he was a mentor, he was still a martial artist. A martial artist valued a word of righteousness very much. "Xiangnan, someone is looking for you." Just as the mentor left, a student shouted. Again, Xiangnan frowned. Originally, he thought that even if this matter was over, there would still be people looking for trouble for him. After Xiangnan walked out, he saw a female student standing in the corridor. The female student said to Xiangnan, "Come, someone wants to see you." This female student, whom Xiangnan had seen before, was one of Murong Wanqing's companions. He left the school building and arrived at the main courtyard outside. Indeed, Murong Wanqing and the other 3 female students were looking at him. "Is something the matter?" Xiangnan walked over and asked. Murong Wanqing sized up Xiangnan for a while and said, "It was indeed not my idea last time. I apologize for the trouble I caused you." Xiangnan smiled. "Forget it, it's over." Unexpectedly, Murong Wanqing nodded and said, "But this time, I took the initiative to find trouble with you." "What do you mean?" Xiangnan's expression changed as he thought to himself, "Why is this woman so uncertain?" Murong Wanqing did not answer. Instead, she raised her palm, and with a wave of her palm, a fierce yuan qi suddenly landed on the ground. Immediately after, she passed her yuan qi through her right foot into the ground, greatly strengthening the bluestone slab on the ground. That stream of yuan qi rushed down with astonishing power, causing the surrounding ground to tremble violently. Even the students passing by were almost sent flying. However, the bluestone pavement was not damaged by the reinforcement of yuan qi. Instead, it reflected a fan-shaped shockwave and shot towards Xiangnan. Xiangnan did not expect her to use her yuan qi as soon as she made her move, and she hurriedly used her yuan qi to protect her body. However, the fan-shaped shockwave was very powerful. Even though Xiangnan had used all his strength to block it, he was still sent flying backwards. In midair, Xiangnan adjusted his body and made 2 consecutive backflips before finally landing steadily. At the same time, he felt extremely heavy in his heart. Murong Wanqing did not use her yuan qi to attack him directly. Just by relying on the shock wave, she had almost destroyed all of her defenses. The nearby students were shocked and gathered around to watch. Murong Wanqing was still standing there elegantly. She said to Xiangnan, "Everyone has just entered the Haoran sect and hasn't studied the techniques and martial skills of the Haoran sect. If I hit you now, it would be considered bullying you. Cultivate properly. I'll come back to find you in a while. This matter is not over. After saying that, Murong Wanqing brought her companions and turned around to leave. Xiang Nan looked at Murong Wanqing's back solemnly. He knew that she was only sending him a signal this time. It seemed that he had to hurry up and raise his cultivation realm, otherwise the next time would not be so simple. One day later, it was the first examination of the Howren Academy. Xiang Nan passed the exam with the results of the first place in 30 classes of the entire first-grade college. Naturally, Xiang Nan was confident in his knowledge of martial arts theory. He was a person who could create his own Thunder Saber martial skill. Even if it was the Azure Dragon's move alone, it would make those third-grade sects want to use the Essence Transformation pill to exchange for it. And Xiang Nan's frightening results this time, coupled with his previous move to cause trouble at the A-Class Academy, made him a topic of conversation at the first-class academy all of a sudden. However, Xiang Nan didn't care about all of this. What he cared about most was that he could finally take on missions and earn credits. As long as he had enough credits, he would be able to exchange for the Origin Transformation pill and the anti-electric formula. At that time, the 9 transformations of thunder would allow him to ascend another floor. The next day, Xiang Nan stepped into the Hao Ran Sect's branch hall for the first time. This was the most anticipated place in the entire Blue Tide continent. The Haoran sect represented the strongest sect in the Blue Tide continent. The martial skills and pills of this strongest sect were all exchanged through the credit hall. The entire Haoran sect's reward organization was divided into 3 steps. The credit hall was responsible for earning credits. The Heavenly Secrets Hall was used to exchange for all kinds of pills and equipment refining formulas. At the same time, it kept a collection of books. All kinds of ancient historical scrolls were in it. The Battle God Palace was a book pavilion that only contained books on martial arts theories and secret manuals of martial arts techniques. After arriving at the credit hall, Xiang Nan was shocked by this grand hall. It was actually a mountain, and the credit hall was set up inside a large part of the mountain that had been hollowed out. In terms of size, a credit hall was twice as large as the entire first-grade college combined. After entering, Xiang Nan could feel the atmosphere inside. The Haoran sect had always been founded on righteousness, and it was a heaven-defying path. This was completely different from most other sects. In many parts of the Blue Tide continent, one could see the figures of the disciples of the Haoran sect, either eradicating the corrupt path martial artists or suppressing the dark forces. However, it was unrealistic for so many sect disciples to go out and fight for righteousness with just the word righteousness. Therefore, the credit hall came into being at the historic moment. Moreover, the credit hall was divided into 3 regions, and they were not connected to each other. The first area was called the Dragon Palace, which was exclusively owned by a 5th grade and 6th grade academy. It was only for the corresponding students to take on that mission. The second area was called the Tiger Palace, which corresponded to the 3rd and 4th grade academies, while the third area was called the Eagle Palace, which corresponded to the 1st and 2nd grade academies. The first and second batch of 23 generations of disciples were already from the 2nd grade academy. Xiang Nan belonged to the 3rd batch and was still in the 1st grade academy. After entering the Eagle Palace, Xiang Nan saw that the palace was packed with people. This was the first time that the students of the 1st grade academy had come here, and they were all very excited. On the 4 walls of the palace that could be said to be magnificent, there were enormous task boards hanging on them, and they looked dazzling and overwhelming. These missions covered almost all the provinces of the Haotian Empire, and even some of the other empires. Each task has only a name, followed by the status, not accepted, and in progress. To accept a specific task, there were 4 rows of windows, each with a corresponding sect staff responsible for issuing the task. Apart from the huge task boards, the most eye-catching thing was a larger plaque hanging in the center of the Hawk Palace, called the Hawk Rankings. There were no quests on the Eagle Rankings. All they had were the names and rankings of the teams. The top 3 teams on the Eagle Rankings belonged to the Sword Sect's Xiangyang Peak, the Saber Sect's Dongyang Peak, and the Qi Sect's Zhangyang Peak. After that, the names of the teams from 4th to 10th were slightly smaller, and they were still occupied by the Sword Sect, Saber Sect, and Qi Sect. In the top 10 rankings, the font size was the smallest. It looked densely packed. Among them, Zhaohua Peak's team rankings had already appeared. In the entire Eagle rankings, only the top 500 teams were marked. There were a total of 6,000 people in the first grade and second grade academies, and only 2,500 people could make the rankings at most. Xianxia searched around, but there was no Sun Peak on the entire Eagle rankings. Xianxia found a window and asked the staff before realizing that the Eagle roll was a ranking list of the credit hall. This ranking represented an unparalleled amount of glory. It was calculated based on the difficulty level, completion rate, and completion time of the mission. Howren sect disciples could form small teams to register in the credit hall. In order to arrange the average number of people reasonably, the maximum number of people in each team was 5, and the minimum was 1 person. Another even stranger rule was that the members of each team must be disciples of the same faction. You can't team up with each other. This was also for the sake of making the disciples of the various factions competitive and encouraging them to strive for strength. In other words, if Xianxia wanted Sun Peak's name to appear at the top of the Eagle rankings, then he had to surpass everyone by himself. Xianxia, don't embarrass Sun Peak. The words that Peak Master Su Kaiwei said to Xianxia a few days ago echoed in Xianxia's mind. Xianxia couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Sun Peak was his own disciple. Do you want me to fight alone? At this moment, Xianxia suddenly saw a familiar face, Murong Wanqing. Meanwhile, Murong Wanqing was also looking at Xianxia. She was originally a talented person, and she was born into one of the 5 great families of the East China Sea. In addition to her exquisite and beautiful appearance, she had long become the focus of most people present. Everyone was looking at Murong Wanqing infatuatedly. Then they followed her gaze and saw Xianxia. After a short period of silence, the scene immediately exploded. Haha! It's the disciple of Sun Peak. Holy shit! Sun Peak really recruited a disciple. Quite a few students from the second grade academy were also shocked. Do you think Sun Peak's name is likely to appear on the Eagle rankings? Just by himself? The crowd burst into laughter. Even a portion of the staff couldn't help but stare at Xianxia when they heard the words Sun Peak. Xianxia did not comment on the crowd's criticism. There was no point arguing with them now. All he had to do was show it with his actions. Right at this moment, the Eagle Palace, which was full of discussions, suddenly started to boil. Everyone turned their gazes in one direction, and that was the entrance to the Eagle Palace. Xianxia also followed everyone's gaze and looked over together. However, he saw 4 extraordinary-looking youths walking in under the gathering of a large group of people. These 4 people were the other 4 of the 5 aristocratic families of the East China Sea. Shun Clan, Shun Linhai, Heavenly Grade Fire Vein, 17 years old. Guiyuan Second Layer, Dongyang Peak, Saber Sect. Luo Clan, Luo Yuan, Heavenly Grade Earth Vein, 16 years old. Gue Yuan First Layer, Saber Sect, Xiangyang Peak. Feng Clan, Feng Zhaoqi, Heavenly Grade Wood Vein, 16 years old. Gue Yuan First Layer, Sword Sect, Xiangyang Peak. Jiang Clan, Jiang Yu, Female, Heavenly Water Vein, 17 years old. Gue Yuan First Layer, Qi Sect, Zhengyang Peak. In addition, Murong Clan, Murong Wanqing, Heavenly Grade Fire Vein, 16 years old. Guiyuan Second Layer, Sword Sects, Xiangyang Peak. The people from the 5 great clans of the East China Sea had all arrived. Not only were these 5 people of prominent status, their talent and cultivation could also be said to be abnormal. The moment the 5 of them arrived, they immediately became the focus of the entire Eagle Palace. Even the seniors of the second grade academy were robbed of the limelight by the 5 of them. Previously, everyone was still looking at Xianxia. That was because Xianxia's position was special, because only Xianxia was a disciple of the Sun Peak. However, when the 5 great figures gathered, no one paid any more attention to Xianxia. The disciples of the 4 aristocratic families didn't even look at Xianxia and walked straight to the opposite of Murong Wanqing. This was a kind of arrogance in their bones. Although Xianxia had caused a huge commotion in the A-class academy, in the eyes of the disciples of the other 5 great families, it was just a small fight. They did not put Xiangnan in their eyes at all. Moreover, their talent and realm were truly frighteningly high. Wang Jingyun from the Wang clan of Bluestone City was already strong enough, but she had only just stepped into the first level of the Origin realm at the age of 19. However, Murong Wanqing was 3 years younger than Wang Jingyun and had already stepped into the second level of Origin Return. She knew which was stronger and which was weaker. Sunset. Among the 5 great families, Xin Linhai, who was the strongest, walked up and smiled. This time, it seems that the 5 of us are going to be 1 point higher. Murong Wanqing was arrogant and said indifferently, "Don't worry, the first place on the Eagle rankings must belong to our sword sect." Haha. Sunset is still so confident. Luo Yuan of the Luo clan laughed and said, "But our saber sect doesn't eat dry food. Look at this Eagle ranking, the current first place is our saber sect." When these 5 people talked, the other disciples could only watch anxiously from the side, their faces filled with envy. Every single one of them thought to themselves, when would they be able to gain the fame of the disciples of the 5 great clans? They would wake up laughing in their dreams. There were even people who began to daydream secretly. They began to imagine that they were standing beside the disciples of the 5 great families, chatting and laughing with them, and accepting everyone's collective eye-catching salute. How impressive would that be? Haha. The little fellows of the First Grade Academy have been very energetic lately. Beside him, there was a Second Grade Academy's senior brother who couldn't bear to watch any longer. And he interrupted in a weird tone. "What?" Xin Linhai turned around and calmly said, "You want to train with us?" To be honest, I don't care about the people from the Second Grade Academy at all. The senior apprentice brother of the Second Grade Academy only casually said this. He didn't expect Xin Linhai to take it seriously. At that time, his face was red and ears were red. He left in a dejected manner. The students from the Second Grade Academy had arrived a year earlier than the students from the First Grade Academy, and their cultivation bases had generally reached the 2nd to 5th level of the Origin Return realm. However, among the first 2 batches of disciples of the 23rd generation, there had never been a disciple with such a special status and dazzling talent like the 5 great clans, and they did not dare to offend the 5 great clans. Hearing Xin Linhai's stubborn reply, the students of the First Grade Academy applauded in succession. Judging from this posture, the junior apprentice brother of the First Grade Academy had the intention of challenging the Second Grade Academy. In the future, he would have to wait and see. When the scenery of these people was boundless, Xiangnan had already left. He found a window and began to inquire about the situation regarding the mission. The characters of the credit hall were divided into grades 1 to 9, and each grade task was divided into lower, middle, upper, special, and 4th grades. In the Hawk Palace, you can only receive 1st to 3rd grade missions. 1st grade missions are rewarded with 10 to 50 credits, 2nd grade missions with 60 to 100 credits, and 3rd grade missions with 110 to 200 credits. Take the first class mission as an example. The lower level reward is 10 points, the intermediate level reward is 20 points, the higher level reward is 30 points, and the special level reward is 50 points. As for the qualifications to accept missions, they were calculated according to the level of the team. The team level was the same as the mission level, and they were also divided into 9 levels. For the first time, a first-class team can only accept first-class missions. If a team wants to advance to second class, they need to complete any of the following conditions. It was to complete 10 lower-level missions, 8 intermediate missions, 6 higher-level missions, and 3 special-level missions. If the team level was raised to rank 2, then no matter how many rank 1 missions they did, they would no longer be able to raise the team level. They would only receive corresponding credits. Xiangnan pondered for a moment. He thought to himself, completing a mission was naturally the best way to accomplish a special mission. The credit reward for a special mission was enough for 5 previous missions. Of course, a special mission would be the most difficult. Moreover, in order to prevent disciples from accepting missions regardless of their strength, the credit hall's missions also had punishment rules. For example, if Xiangnan accepts a special mission with a 50-point reward and fails, not only will there be no reward, half of the credits will be deducted, that is, 25 points will be deducted. Then this eagle list Xianxia turned around to look at the eagle list and asked the staff member, "If you can get into the top few on the eagle list, what benefits will there be?" "Yes." The staff member glanced at Xianxia and said, "The first place team on the eagle rankings will double their credits, and the second to third place teams will increase their credits by 80%. Fourth to 10th place, increase the reward by 50%, 11th to 50th place, increase the reward by 30%. In other words, if Xianxia was ranked first on the eagle rankings, then he would complete a 50-credit special grade mission with 50 plus 50 points, or 100 points. The staff member said, "However, there are limitations to the rankings of the eagle rankings. Each time, you can only increase the rankings by 50 places at most. If you increase the rankings by 1 place at the lowest, the rankings of mission failures will drop." The rankings of the eagle rankings were calculated according to the difficulty and completion rate of the mission, as well as the completion time. Without the promotion system of the eagle rankings, Xianxia only needed to complete 1 mission. His completion rate was 100%. As long as he didn't complete the next mission, he would stay at the top of the eagle rankings for the rest of his life. This was clearly not allowed to happen. "All right, thank you." After Xianxia found out about the situation of the credit hall, he did not rush to accept the mission. Instead, he went to the Heavenly Secrets Hall. He had to figure out how many credits he needed in exchange for the rewards he needed. Tianji Hall and the War God Temple were both in the same place. Because these two institutions contained the most precious resources of the Howran sect, the Heavenly Secrets and the War God Temple were located within the mountain of the main peak, Howran Peak, and were directly protected by the main peak, Howran Palace. The Heavenly Secrets Hall was divided into 2 areas, the resources area and the books area. Spiritual herbs, medicinal pills, rare ores, weapons, fur of demonic beasts, and other materials were stored in the item resource area. Xianxia first arrived at the medicinal pill area under the name of the item resources area. The medicinal pill area was divided into 3 levels. The origin transformation pill belonged to the 2nd grade spirit pill and was located on the 1st level. The shelves in the entire item resource area were enveloped by the Yuan Qi spirit barrier. Disciples could only watch and not pick them up at will. And 500 points. Xianxia nodded. The origin transformation pill required 500 credits to be exchanged. It was really valuable. But Xianxia slipped to another area, the pill refining materials area. Xianxia had a formula for a pill like the essence transformation pill in his heart. After looking for all the ingredients needed to refine the essence transformation pill, he immediately laughed. 100 credits, not bad. It would take 500 credits to directly exchange for the origin transformation pill, but if he were to exchange for the ingredients to refine the origin transformation pill, he would only need 100 credits. It would be best to refine it himself. Then Xianxia went to the library area. The book area is also divided into several divisions, namely the historical literature area, the alchemy area, the artifact refining area, the martial arts theory area, and the miscellaneous discussion area. Xianxia discovered 3 formulas to increase the resistance of martial artists to electricity on the 1st floor of the miscellaneous discussion area. However, these formulas weren't high enough and weren't much better than the ones he had previously used. He went to the 2nd floor and found 2 more formulas. The first one was the same as the one he had used earlier, and it was useless. The second was just 1 level higher than the formula he had used before. It was called the lightning-resistant mixture formula. Sure enough, I found it. Xianxia's eyes lit up. Within a large sect like the Howran sect, there was indeed something he needed. However, the only problem was that this lightning-resistant mixed formula required up to 500 credits. Xianxia grinned and said, "It's really expensive." However, he had no choice. If he wanted to seek revenge on Shen Qingzhu, he had to use all means to raise his cultivation. Not to mention 500 points, even 5,000 points had to be done bravely. "What? You want to accept a first-class special mission?" The staff in the window of the credit hall stared at Xianxia with wide eyes, as if they were confirming whether Xianxia was wrong or not. "That's right." Xianxia confirmed his statement. The staff member lowered his head in shock and looked at a scroll in his hand. He raised his head and said, "Little junior brother, Are you crazy? If I'm not mistaken, you're the only member of your newly registered son's team. You have to know that deducting credits from a failed mission is nothing. If you risk your life, then the gains won't be worth the losses. The sons were the names of the teams that Xiangnan had registered with. Xiangnan said, "Thank you for your concern, senior brother, but I have already made up my mind. Please give me the scroll list of the first-class special quest." The staff member took a deep look at Xiangnan and took out a scroll from the wooden shelf behind him. The list of first-grade special quests is inside. After you select one, tell me. I will give you the details of the quest. When he said this, the staff member was expressionless. Obviously, he believed that Xiangnan was courting death, so why did he have to persuade him? Xiangnan opened the scroll. The entire scroll was a table of contents. There were countless missions here. Xiangnan quickly scanned through them and was quickly attracted by a special mission. Mission Directory: Refining Tier 2 Origin Transformation Pills. Oh? There's still this kind of mission. Xiangnan was delighted in his heart. It turned out that among the missions, there were also categories for refining medicinal pills. This kind of mission was the most suitable for Xiangnan. "Hello, I want to accept this mission." When Xiangnan gave the task name to the staff member's eyeballs almost fell off. He was shocked and said, "Crazy, really crazy." The proportion of pill refining missions was very small. Usually, they were issued from within the sect to fill up the pill inventory. Only a small portion of the missions were undertaken by other sects for help. However, pill concoction wasn't something that could be solved by talent alone. It required countless days and nights of tedious cultivation and accumulated vast amounts of experience to increase the success rate by a tiny bit. For example, even second-grade Fortune Peak students wouldn't dare to accept the mission of this essence transformation pill. They had only just entered the Fortune Peak, and their alchemy skills were far from being attainable. That staff member was shocked. Not only did Xiangnan have to take on a special-grade mission, he also wanted to take on the most difficult pill refining type of special-grade mission. Here are the mission details you want." The staff member was so angry that he threw a scroll to Xiangnan. "Thank you." Xiangnan took the scroll and headed straight for the Fortune Peak. As he walked, he flipped through the details of the mission. Mission name: Refining Tier 2 Essence Transformation Pill. Content: Refining Tier 2 Essence Transformation Pill. Limit the number of failures: 5. Limited time limit: 9 days. 10 credits deducted for each day exceeding the limit. That's music to my ears. The corners of Xiangnan's mouth curled up slightly. He really wanted to do whatever he wanted. He was about to personally refine the Essence Transformation Pill, but it just so happened that he could use this task to practice. Zhaohua Peak was one of the 5 secluded peaks of the Haoran sect. The peak master was nicknamed Half a Gourd. There were only a handful of people who knew his name. He could be said to be a mysterious and unfathomable existence. Huh? Isn't that Xiangnan from Sun Peak? On the Fortune Peak, the disciples who were studying alchemy all cast curious gazes at Xiangnan. Xiangnan found a disciple and politely said, "Senior brother, I have accepted a pill refining mission. May I ask where I should register?" The disciple was dumbfounded. "You are from the Sun Peak, but you accepted the pill refining mission? Then, over there." Zhaohua Peak is divided into 2 regions, the pill refining region and the artifact refining region. The pill refining area had built a large number of pill rooms. This was a skill that required talent and a lot of experience. A new student had to follow a senior apprentice brother and work in the pill room all year round. Only through exposure would he be able to gradually grow. When Xiangnan arrived at the large area of the pill room, he immediately felt that the temperature here was far higher than the outside world, as if it was sunburned in the summer sun. In order to enter the pill room area, one had to look for an elder to apply for permission to use the pill room in a house at the entrance. After Xiangnan handed over his mission scroll, the half-dead elder behind the table slightly raised his head to glance at Xiangnan and said, "Get out!" "Ah!" Xiangnan was stunned and hurriedly asked, "Senior, I took the mission. Why didn't you let me use the pill room?" Actually, he didn't need a pill room to refine pills. Xianxia already had a pill furnace, but the key was that he didn't have any corresponding spiritual herbs. The old man waved his hand impatiently. Gun, scram, little bastard. Come here and cause trouble. Even if you have a mission, you can't do it. Xianxia smiled bitterly, but he wasn't angry because powerful alchemists and artificers were different from ordinary people, and they also had strange temperaments that belonged to them. Please let me in. No way. Do you know how many sacrifices we made to collect the spiritual herbs from Xiaohua Peak? How can we allow you to waste them? The old man obviously didn't trust Xianxia. You 16-year-old brat, you actually want to refine the essence transformation pill? Do you really treat our Xiaohua Peak spiritual herbs like weeds? Just as Xianxia was at a loss, the old man glanced at Xianxia again. After carefully examining him for a while, his tone softened slightly. Are you little Su's disciple? Girl Su was referring to Sun Peak Master Su Kaiwe. That girl isn't easy either. Listen to my advice. In order to refine the essence transformation pill, you need at least 2 to 3 years of immersion in the pill refining process to have a success rate of 10 to 20%. It doesn't matter if you destroy our pill furnace spirit herbs. If the furnace explodes, then Su Girl's only disciple will be buried. Let's go. Without waiting for Xianxia to reply, the old man waved his hand and a gentle breeze swept Xianxia away. This wave of his hand actually sent Xianxia out of the fortune peak. After flying rapidly in the air for a long time, he slowly landed on the ground. As soon as Xianxia steadied himself, his expression turned pale in shock. Sun Peak. The seemingly inconspicuous old man waved his hand and sent him back to Sun Peak. One must know that the 5 secluded peaks of the Howran sect were all majestic and magnificent, and they had already penetrated deep into the clouds at the mountainside. The distance between the slanted peaks was very frightening. Xianxia had no choice but to find his master, Su Kaiwe, and ask her to plead for mercy. Let's go. After Su Kaiwe learned about this, she didn't even have a single extra word and flew to Xiaohua Peak with Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of security. Although his master was usually quiet, she didn't say anything to him other than the sun god technique. But when he really needed it, she was really willing to help, and so decisive. She didn't even ask herself if he knew how to concoct pills. Afterwards, the master and disciple arrived at Fortune Peak. The old man who was guarding the door immediately came out and said with a smile, "Kaiwe girl is here." Su Kaiwe said expressionlessly, "My disciple wants to refine pills. Give him a pill room." "Sorry, I can't." The old man's temper was also very hard, and he actually rejected a great peak master on the spot. Su Kaiwe nodded. She suddenly took a step forward and shouted, "Half an old man! Come out! My God!" This shout was like thunder exploding in the clear sky, causing the vast sea of clouds to dissipate. The loud voice caused the entire Xiaohua Peak to tremble. Xianxia felt dizzy and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Xianxia covered his ears in shock. Fortunately, Su Kaiwe only wanted to shout, not hurt people. Otherwise, this voice would probably shake half of the Fortune Peak disciples to death. This was the strength of a late divine martial realm expert. You, what are you doing? In the distant sky, an old man with a stooped figure floated over on a large purple gold gourd. "Half an old man," Su Kaiwe said with a cold face. "My disciple wants to refine pills. Give him a pill room. You want your only disciple to die? Exploding a furnace is no joke." Half a gourd lazily scratched his ears and glanced at Xianxia. "Cut the crap," Su Kaiwe said. "Do you want to give it or not? If you don't, I'll pull off a few of your beards." TSK, this temper is the same as your father's." Half a gourd waved his hand, and the large gourd beneath his feet instantly shrunk, landing in his hand. "Let's go. I want to see how capable this good disciple of yours is. Old Li, open up a pill room. I want to see for myself." After saying this, the old man reluctantly gave Su Kaiwe a waste token. Su Kaiwe took the waste token and turned around to fly back to Sun Peak. Half a gourd laughed and said, "Aren't you going to stay and collect your disciple's corpse?" Sukaiwe was in midair and turned around. Alchemy is his own request. If he were to explode to death, he would not be worthy of being my disciple. With that, Sukaiwe left. What a personality! Xianxia no longer knew how to evaluate his master. Inside a hot and dry pill room, half a gourd sat cross-legged at the door and said, "Spirit herbs and pill furnaces are all here. Let's begin." This half-gourd also had quite a personality. Without even asking Xianxia if he knew the formula for the essence transformation pill, he narrowed his eyes and fell asleep. Xianxia took a deep breath and prepared dozens of spiritual herbs according to a certain proportion. Then, he opened the pill furnace and threw the ingredients into it. This was the first time he refined it, and he was quite cautious. Xianxia only put in one pill. After everything was prepared, the pill fire in the furnace burned. A flash of lightning flashed through Xianxia's eyes, and he could clearly see the situation inside the pill furnace. No details could escape his observation. Rising flames, condensing spiritual herbs, and interacting with each other. This was a very complicated process. What was considered was the alchemist's on-the-spot reaction to the fire, the timing, and the endless changes in the furnace. Xianxia used his half-yuan qi to control the pill flame to an absolutely perfect level, not a bit more, not a bit less. Half of the gourd beside him crossed his legs, not saying a word, and his eyes were tightly closed. More than 2 hours had passed, and Xianxia's forehead was already covered in sweat, but his expression became more and more solemn. Another hour passed, and suddenly, a bang came from inside the pill furnace. All the ingredients were destroyed. This is impossible. Xianxia's eyes widened in disbelief. He had clearly controlled the timing of the fire to the most perfect degree, so why did he fail? Xianxia was not convinced and continued to refine the second batch. However, this time, 3 hours later, the pill refining failed. The entire furnace of spiritual herbs was destroyed. Although he wasn't that bad at exploding furnaces, this failure was enough to kill him. If he failed 5 times, the mission would be over. Xianxia anxiously wiped the sweat off his forehead. He thought to himself that he had been able to successfully refine a Tier 3 medicinal pill last time. Why couldn't he refine a Tier 2 origin transformation pill no matter what? What was the problem? At this moment, half of the gourd behind him actually started to snore. There must be something wrong. Xianxia frowned and walked back and forth in the pill room, constantly pondering over the crux of the matter. The third time, Xianxia failed again. This result was extremely strange, confusing Xianxia. Only then did he realize that the pill refining process was far more complicated than he had imagined. At this moment, it was already dark. When Xianxia opened the fourth furnace, just an hour later, half of the gourd behind him suddenly opened his mouth. The heat is low. Xianxia suddenly turned around. The half of the gourd was still with his eyes closed. Xianxia even suspected that he had said that sentence. The fire is low? Impossible. I have already controlled the fire to the highest standard. Xianxia muttered to himself. The half of the gourd chuckled. The control of fire and timing is just a superficial understanding of pill concoction by an amateur. Do you really think refining pills is that easy? Have you ever played chess? Alchemy is like a game. Every time it's a game between an alchemist and a pill furnace, a pill fire, a spiritual herb, and the right time and place. The height of the terrain, the density of the air, and the changes in the weather can all affect the pill refining process. The same grade, the same type of herbs. There are also slight differences, just like there are no two people in this world who are exactly the same. Xianxia immediately became serious and listened earnestly to the guidance of half a gourd. It was a rare opportunity for him to hear the guidance of an alchemist. But, Xianxia hurriedly asked, if I increase the heat, at least 3 of them will be destroyed. I told you. Half a gourd lazily dug his ears. Alchemy is like a game. Sometimes you have to sacrifice yourself to retreat. Take the 100 flavors grass in the pill furnace, for example. This kind of herb itself will be destroyed in the second stage of refining the essence transformation pill. You only focus on controlling the temperature and trying to take care of every herb. How can that work? When Xianxia heard the words of half a gourd, he seemed to be enlightened and suddenly woke up. Half a gourd added, because the origin transformation pill formula itself is contradictory. If you strictly follow the formula, you will definitely fail. There's no such thing as perfection in the world. It's like when you use a knife to chop down your enemy, and you will surely suffer a backlash. If you don't even want to withstand this kind of backlash and only want perfection, then don't fight anymore. Hearing this, Xianxia was terrified and quickly bowed deeply to the half-gourd. Then, he took a deep breath and began to increase the temperature in the pill furnace. At the same time, he realized that he was too arrogant. Xianxia was extremely serious about the next refinement. Just like half a gourd said, he must not be stingy when it came to sacrificing. Pill refining was originally an act of seizing the good fortune of heaven's work and doing it in defiance of the heavens. Gradually, the spiritual herbs in the pill furnace began to fuse together. About 2 hours later, a delicate fragrance filled the entire pill room. Xianxia didn't dare to be careless. At this last moment, he perfected the pill furnace. Then he slapped the pill furnace. The top of the pill furnace opened, and a soul transformation pill flew out with a whoosh. Xianxia wanted to reach out and grab it, but the essence transformation pill suddenly disappeared. Looking back, he saw half of the gourd holding the essence transformation pill in his hand, nodding his head and saying, "A second-grade top-grade pill is not bad, is it?" If others succeeded in refining the essence transformation pill, they would definitely be very happy and anxious to put it away. However, Xianxia did not. He bowed respectfully to the half-gourd again. "Thank you, Senior, for your guidance. I have benefited a lot from listening to your words." Half of the gourd smiled indifferently and threw the essence transformation pill to Xianxia. "Don't thank me," he said. "This old man was only willing to give you a few pointers because of your talent. If it were anyone else, even if they knelt in front of my door for 3 whole years, I wouldn't be bothered to say another word to him." Xianxia smiled comprehensively and said, "The Tao is different. It is not a conspiracy." Half of the gourd chuckled and staggered out of the door. As he walked, he said, "Kaiwa girl has taken in a good disciple. Her father is in the heavens, so it's time to laugh." Xianxia wasn't in a hurry to hand over the task. Instead, he rushed back to Sun Peak and told his master that he hadn't disappointed her. In front of the Sun Palace, Su Kaiwa placed her hands behind her back and silently looked at the starry sea. When Xianxia's tiny figure crossed the arch bridges and arrived in front of the Sun Palace, he revealed a bright smile. "Master, I'm back." "Yes." Su Kaiwa grunted and turned around to enter the palace without looking at Xianxia. Xianxia stood outside, but his heart was warm. Although his master didn't care about his life or death, he was waiting outside the hall for his return. "Master, I won't lose face for Sun Peak." Xianxia roared and quickly ran down the mountain. When the staff received the mission scroll and the origin transformation pill that Xianxia handed over, they were all stunned. One day, the staff member was shocked. "You completed a first-class special mission in just 1 day? Do you know that you are the fastest person to complete the first mission among this group of newly promoted students?" Xianxia smiled and said, "Excuse me. Give me the quest list scroll. I want to choose another quest." The staff member looked at Xianxia like he was looking at a ghost. He handed over the mission list scroll and a waste token that had 50 credits stored in it to Xianxia. This waste token was a credit token, and it was also the waste token of the Howren sect. Back when Zhang Yunfan first appeared, it was this type of token that had been shown to everyone. When Xianxia chose his second mission, the staff had already reported the situation to the person in charge of the Eagle ranking. Because the pill refining mission was different from the other missions did not specify the number of failures. A single failure would be considered a complete failure. Therefore, even though Xianxia had failed 3 times in refining the essence transformation pill, it was still considered a complete success. Furthermore, it only took him 1 day to complete it. This also set a new record. In the history of the credit hall, it was the fastest record of completing a first-class special mission. There were only the top 500 teams on the Eagle rankings, and there was no ranking after the top 500. This time, Xianxia directly entered the rankings. The word sons jumped to the 450th place. After the words sons, there were three big words, Sun Peak. When the staff in the rankings were rewritten, everyone raised their heads and looked up, especially when they saw the three words, Sun Peak. Everyone present was stunned. It was followed by spontaneous, enthusiastic applause. After the staff member who wrote the rankings came down, he raised his head to look at Sun Peak's third sun and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Sun Peak hasn't appeared on the Eagle rankings for many years. On the other side, Xianxia pointed to the mission list and said, "Sorry to trouble you, I have to take this mission. Level 1 special rank, refining Tier 2 blood transformation pills." The blood transforming pill was a very special antidote pill. It was not common. It was specifically used to deal with a drug called petrification poison. Of course, if one did not receive the poison and consumed the blood transforming pill alone, then the effect of the pill would not be antidote but poison. The staff member shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Looks like you've had a hard time with the pill concoction mission. However, let me remind you, this is the last of the first-class special-grade pill concoction missions. If you want to take on another pill refining mission, you can only choose from among the first-class superiors." As he spoke, the staff handed over the specific task scroll to Xianxia. This blood transformation pill mission was an external mission. It was sent to the Howran sect by the Haotian Empire S Tier 3 sect and the Iron Blood sect for help. From the Iron Blood sect's request for help to the blood transformation pill's arrival at the Iron Blood sect, it would take a certain amount of time. Therefore, the time limit for this mission was very urgent, and it was stipulated that it must be completed within 2 days. Normally speaking, the Fortune Peak disciples who could refine the blood transformation pill were all high-grade academies, at least second-grade academies. However, the ranks of these disciples were relatively high, and they were usually too lazy to accept first-class missions. Therefore, given the particularity of this mission, after Xianxia completed the blood transformation pill mission, he would not only receive a reward of 50 credits, he would also receive a thank-you gift from the Iron Blood sect. When Xianxia arrived at Fortune Peak this time, old Li, who was guarding the door, no longer stopped him. He directly let him go. It was said that half of the Guard had personally instructed him to do so. A large number of newly promoted Fortune Peak disciples watched Xianxia swagger into the pill room area with both envy and jealousy. They were the true descendants of Zhaohua Peak. Even they didn't go in to refine pills by themselves, but Xianxia, a person from the Sun Peak, was able to go in. It really made people angry. As for this blood transformation pill, there was nothing else to say. Although it was a Tier 3 antidote pill, it was easier than a Tier 2 origin transformation pill. After receiving more than half of the Guard's guidance, Xianxia was naturally able to refine this blood transformation pill. He used one night to send 5 blood transformation pills to the credit hall. And this was only the mission that the newly promoted disciples were able to accept after the academy exam. It was only the next morning. "Here are your credits. They have already been stored in your waste token." Also, the staff member first gave Xianxia the credit token, then gave him a gold coin storage card and said, "This is a thank-you gift from the Iron Blood sect. There are 100,000 gold coins inside." Oh! Xianxia took the storage card, but he didn't expect that there would be an unexpected harvest. Thinking about it, he really didn't have any money on him. With this 100,000 gold coins, he would at least have more money. When he left home, the Xiang clan had just started. Although Xiang Zhanxiong insisted on giving Xianxia 200,000 gold coins to defend himself, Xianxia did not take it. "Please give me the task list," Xianxia said after putting away the items. The staff member was helpless. "You don't sleep? You really have to fight to the death." Outside, the Eagle list was rewritten, and the Suns jumped from 450th place to 400th place. The crowd applauded again. But this time, not only did everyone admire him from the bottom of their hearts, they were also filled with an indescribable sense of fear. Who would be able to complete 2 first-class special missions in a day and night? It's freaky. Are you crazy? In the history of the Eagle rankings, this kind of thing had never happened before. This was Xianxia's strange personality. If he wanted to tolerate it, he could do it without contending with others and step-by-step give way. However, if he wanted to compete, then he had to compete for first place. If you don't do it, you don't do it anymore. I want this mission. Please give me the mission scroll. Xianxia chose his third mission. Level 1 Special Mission. Demon Elimination. Mission content. Donghai Province, Luoyue Prefecture, Luoyue Mountain Range. Eradicate Guyuan 3rd Stage Demonic Beasts of unknown species. You can obtain mission authority from the prefecture. Time limit, 20 days. Mission reward, 50 credits. There were no more first-class special-grade pill refining missions, so Xianxia could only take the second place and go on combat missions. This time, he wasn't busy leaving. Instead, he had to prepare beforehand and exchange the ingredients for refining the origin transformation pill. After refining the pill, he would be promoted to the first level of origin return. As Xianxia walked out of the credit hall, 2 teams suddenly rushed over. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! The leader of the shouting team was the captain of the Linhai team, Shun Linhai. As for the other team, they were all women. They similarly charged towards the mission window with the momentum of charging. The leader was the Wanqing team, Murong Wanqing. Xianxia looked at the 2 teams in astonishment as they whistled past him, puzzled in his heart. The people from the 2 teams also saw Xianxia, and their faces were filled with doubt. But after hearing their shouts, Xianxia finally understood the cause and effect. The first place is mine. Shun Linhai laughed and sprinted forward. Sunset, you should be willing to be second. Murong Wanqing's face was as cold as frost as she shouted. The first person to complete a first-grade special mission must be me. Linhai, don't snatch it from me. After he finished speaking, the 2 teams actually started to fight in the credit hall. Of course, it wasn't a real fight, but rather they were interfering with each other. Murong Wanqing soared into the sky and threw out a sword beam. The sword beam wrapped around Shun Linhai's waist and pulled him back. Shun Linhai was also unwilling to be outdone. When he landed, he charged forward. His entire body turned into a ball of fire and broke Murong Wanqing's sword rainbow on the spot. Apart from the 2 captains, the other 8 players were also competing with each other. In the end, Murong Wanqing's body suddenly turned into a ball of flame shadow. Shun Linhai arrived at the quest window first and slapped the quest scroll on the stage. Pay the quest! I'm the first! Almost the next moment when Murong Wanqing took the mission scroll, Shun Linhai also handed over his own mission scroll. However, he shook his head regretfully. I didn't expect that she would be second in the first mission. However, the staff at both windows looked at Shun Linhai and Murong Wanqing with strange eyes. Then, they passed through the crowd and landed on the back of Xianxia, who had just left. What's the matter? Murong Wanqing was stunned and said, Am I not the first place winner? Shun Linhai was 1 step ahead of me? The atmosphere was extremely strange. Even the disciples who came and went had strange expressions on their faces. Exactly who is number 1? Linhai and I, Murong Wanqing asked. The staff member coughed dryly twice and pointed at the Eagle rankings. Murong Wanqing and Shun Linhai looked back at the same time. When the 2 of them saw the 400th suns, they were also stunned. 400? Why? Murong Wanqing did not react immediately and did not realize what 4 meant. Could it be that Xianxia completed the first-class special mission before us? No, then his ranking shouldn't be so high. The staff member said, Actually, Xianxia is indeed number 1. But he has already completed 2 first-class special missions. Hearing this, Murong Wanqing was so angry that she stomped her foot on the ground and her face turned green. Did I hear wrongly? How could such a thing happen? Shun Linhai didn't recover, and he still didn't believe it. At this time, Feng Zhaoqi, Jiang Yu, and Luo Yuan's teams also rushed in successively. When they saw Murong Wanqing and Shun Linhai, the 3 teams all let out their anger. Feng Zhaoqi shrugged his shoulders. I didn't expect that the 2 of you would be 1 step ahead. Who among you won the first place in Sunset Forest Sea? Hearing this, Murong Wanqing's expression became even uglier. She ignored Feng Zhaoqi and said to the staff, Show me the list of tasks that Xianxia completed. Just what kind of tasks did he complete in such a short period of time? 2 first-class special missions a day and a night? Even if we hurry, we won't be able to make it. Ah! Feng Xiaoqi and the others were stunned, just like Murong Wanqing and Shun Linhai's stunned expressions. Pills. When Murong Wanqing saw Xiang Nan's mission record, she looked thoughtful and natural. She asked curiously, so it was credits from pill refining. No wonder the mission was so fast. However, he can actually refine the essence transformation pill. It's really hard to understand. Shun Linhai, who was beside him, also came over and saw Xiang Nan's mission record. What's so hard to understand? Murong Wanqing sneered and said, Heh, looks like he's not too trash. I say, why is he only at the weakest level of the 9th level of the Xiantian realm? It seems like he has spent more time studying alchemy. It could be said that Xiang Nan's realm was the lowest among the students in the entire first-grade academy. More than half of the students had reached the first level of the origin reversion. Only Xiang Nan and some others were at the 9th level of the Xiantian realm. Shun Linhai said, This does not mean that he is not trash. He actually cultivates martial arts and alchemy at the same time. It seems that neither side will achieve much. Murong Wanqing did not comment on this. After all, Xiang Nan had successfully cultivated the essence transformation pill, which was not something an ordinary alchemist could cultivate. Xiang Nan couldn't hear what kind of round they were in. At this moment, Xiang Nan had already returned to his own sun peak. He was looking for a side hall to install a pill furnace and prepare to cultivate his essence transformation pill. He had already earned 100 credits from 2 first-class special missions and had used them all to exchange for spirit herb ingredients for the origin transformation pill. After everything was settled, Xiang Nan took a deep breath into the pill furnace. Fortunately, I accepted the mission of the origin transformation pill and asked me to practice. Otherwise, I would definitely fail this time. Afterwards, he threw all of the Ying spirit grass into his pill furnace and began to refine it for a long time. An hour passed, 2 hours, 3 hours. At this moment, Xiang Nan finally understood the wonders of the Fortune Peak pill furnace. He had already finished refining the essence transformation pill in 3 hours, but he had only refined 1/3 of it with an ordinary pill furnace like his in 3 hours. Due to the difference in time taken to refine the essence transformation pill, the difficulty was greatly increased. Controlling the fire is so difficult, Xiang Nan's forehead was covered in sweat. When he used a good pill furnace like the Fortune Peak, he didn't think much of it. However, when he used his ordinary pill furnace, he immediately felt the difference. This pill furnace of his was so rotten that he couldn't understand it. It was as if after he was used to eating delicious delicacies, he suddenly let him have a simple meal. When the time comes, go out and get yourself a better pill furnace. Xiang Nan made up his mind. Although the process of refining pills was much more complicated than it was at Fortune Peak, Xiang Nan was relying on his terrifying lightning attribute observation ability to proceed in an orderly manner. After 9 whole hours had passed, it was finally completed. Xiang Nan jumped up and slapped the pill furnace. With a muffled sound, the pill furnace was filled with fragrance. A pill flew out and was grabbed by Xiang Nan. That's right. Although the pill furnace is a bit lacking, it is still a top-grade second-grade pill furnace. Xiang Nan nodded in satisfaction. Looking at the sky, it was already dazzling. This 9-hour-long pill refinement, coupled with his continuous quests, had already exhausted his body and mind. At that time, he felt his eyelids heavy. He was actually lying on the ground with the medicinal pill in his hand and fell asleep. He had been sleepless for several days. Although martial artists had better energy than ordinary people, a certain amount of sleep was still necessary. After waking up, it was night again. Xiang Nan washed up and ate something before he sat down cross-legged and swallowed the precious essence transformation pill into his mouth. Converting the weather into yuan qi was the first great hurdle for a martial artist. This was a qualitative change in strength. The human dantian was no longer able to withstand the impact of the powerful yuan qi. In this process of transformation, the dantian would transform into a spiritual sea. At this moment, the powerful origin transformation pill was rapidly transforming Xiang Nan's dantian. Fortunately, Xianxia had already experienced the same thing once in his previous life, and it was proceeding smoothly. Very quickly, under the effects of the medicine, the dantian suddenly collapsed, turning into a barren, dense fog. The 8 meridians in Xianxia's body started to rhythmically move. Every time he moved, his meridians would become stronger to deal with the powerful yuan qi impact. The mist in his dantian began to slowly shrink, eventually forming a spiral vortex of light. At this time, Xianxia's meridians had also turned into the same color as his spiritual sea. From the initial appearance of a mortal embryo, they had changed into meridians that emitted a faint glow. Collect! At this moment, Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes, and a wisp of yuan qi flashed through his pupils. Immediately after, a large amount of yuan qi poured into Xianxia's body like a funnel in the sky. Once the spiritual energy of heaven and earth entered the spiritual sea, it was quickly refined by Xianxia. This time, it was no longer refined into the primordial weather, but pure yuan qi. The blood vessels in Xianxia's body bulged, and he felt as if his body had undergone a qualitative change. It was as if a wooden sword had suddenly been forged into an iron sword. His strength, explosive power, yuan qi strength, and yuan qi stock were all rapidly increasing. And all 3 of them were 3 times as powerful as ordinary first-level origin reversion martial artists. The reason why Xianxia was able to kill people across borders was because of this. The talent of the divine grade lightning meridians allowed him to possess an explosive power that far surpassed that of an ordinary person. For example, Murong Wanqing's explosive power, which possessed the heavenly grade fire vein attribute, was twice that of an ordinary martial artist, much lower than Xianxia's. At this moment, more and more spiritual qi of heaven and earth was swallowed by Xianxia. The spiritual qi was so swift and violent that it formed an invisible whirlwind. His spiritual sea was rapidly filled, and it took him more than half an hour to fill it up. Xianxia felt that there was endless power all over his body, and he had the urge to roar angrily towards the sky. He stood up and shouted angrily, punching towards the sky. Boom! An incomparably large fist light shot straight into the sky. The fist light even pierced through the thin clouds above, turning into a small bright spot in the night sky and disappearing. It's done! Xianxia's entire body trembled, and he had already reached the first level of origin return. If it had been before, his Xiantian would never have flown that far, and the yuan qi at this moment possessed extremely strong cohesive power. He raised his right hand and a small ball of yuan qi floated in his palm. That ball of light was pure and dazzling. It was the standard characteristic of yuan qi. He was so excited that he wanted to continue trying. So he took out his giant black scale saber and slashed it down into the air. With this saber strike, he had almost used up all of his explosive power in an instant. A saber strike descended, and a saber light of 3 meters soared into the sky. Xianxia nodded silently. Previously, when he used the weather first, this saber might have been able to slash out 30 to 50 meters of saber qi, but after turning into saber light, it was only 3 meters. However, even so, it was still very shocking. After the other martial artists had just advanced to the first level of origin reversion, the saber radiance they chopped out was only about a meter long at most. Success! At this moment, a faint female voice came from the side. Yes, master. Xianxia hurriedly turned around and bowed to Su Kaiwe. Yes, not bad. Su Kaiwe praised Xianxia once in a blue moon, which made Xianxia a little panicked. What's the mission this time? She said. Xianxia hurriedly handed over his mission scroll to Su Kaiwe. Su Kaiwe opened the scroll and said, Fallen Moon Continent. Eliminate the demons. Yes. Xianxia said, I can no longer receive a first-class special-grade pill refining mission. This time I can only choose to go out. I hope that Master will take care of her health in the days when her disciple is no longer here. There's one more thing that I want to ask Master to agree to. Xianxia added, This disciple wants to cultivate the sun god technique. No, Su Kaiwe replied indifferently. Ah, Xianxia was stunned. Su Tsayue's answer was too unexpected. With Su Tsayue's dedication to the sun god technique, She should have hoped that everyone in the world would cultivate this technique for the best. But why did she stop herself when she wanted to cultivate it? Su Kaiwei ignored Xiangnan's surprise and said, "If you can't practice the sun god technique, you'll lose your life." Hearing this, Xiangnan was moved and said, "This disciple is not afraid." It was obvious how difficult it was for Su Kaiwei to refuse her disciple to cultivate the sun god technique. Not to mention, the 9 transformations of thunder had killed the heavenly tribulation 9th layer heavenly thunder martial king. If Xiangnan dared to learn such a technique, then why would he not dare to learn the sun god technique? Su Kaiwei looked at Xiangnan seriously and said, "If you cultivate the sun god technique, you will die and your future will be ruined." Xiangnan laughed heartily. "So what? What is the future? A person's life is just for the sake of having a good time. It is enough for him to respect his conscience and his heart of martial arts. Even if I survive for a lifetime, I might as well die halfway through the journey. Besides, I'm a disciple of the Sun Peak. If I don't cultivate the sun god technique, how would I dare to claim to be your disciple? Future?" Xian Qingzhu ruthlessly killed Xiangnan for the sake of his future, and Xiangnan was absolutely not willing to be a desperate villain like Xian Qingzhu for the sake of his future. Su Kaiwei fell silent. After a while, she said, "Since you think so, take it." Xiangnan received the technique thrown over by his master, and there was not even a name on the cover. Su Kaiwei stared at Xiangnan and said, "I'll ask you one last time. Are you really not afraid of death? Don't say those impulsive words. Just think about it and answer." Xiangnan really thought about it seriously this time and said solemnly, "Death is not scary, but a pity. I don't want to learn this technique for master, but I really think that it is very good. I want to regret it more than death. I feel that the regret of missing out on the sun god technique will be greater, so I want to learn it." Su Kaiwei nodded. Xiangnan's words truly touched Su Tsayue's heart. It seemed that the father and daughter understood the taste of the word regret best. As Xiangnan flipped through the sun god technique, Su Kaiwei said, "This technique is not only difficult, it is also very complicated. Not to mention ordinary people, even geniuses among geniuses may not be able to learn it. You don't have to hurry to learn. Just take it and take it on the road. Here, I have 2 things for you." Su Kaiwei tossed Xiangnan 2 things, a medicine bottle and a small ice-like item. Su Kaiwei said, "That bottle is a temporary aging agent. It can keep you within a month and age by 10 years. That ice cube is used when cultivating the sun god technique. If there's nothing else, then go." "Yes, master." Xiangnan bowed and turned to leave. If it was someone else, they probably wouldn't understand what the aging agent was for. Su Kaiwei didn't want to introduce it, but Xiangnan did. Regardless of the task, there was one big taboo, and that was high profile. High profile would attract unnecessary trouble. The aging agent could make Xiangnan look like he was 26 or 27 years old, so his first level of origin return wouldn't be so eye-catching. This trip to the Sunset Moon continent was not far away, more than 20,000 miles away. Xiangnan went to the back of the credit hall to rent a mount. There were 2 types of mounts, land and flight. Lu Xing's mount was relatively cheap. He could travel 2,000 to 5,000 kilometers a day and rent 100 gold coins a day. The flying mount traveled 10,000 kilometers a day for 500 gold coins a day. It's really expensive. In order to save time, Xiangnan directly paid 5,000 gold coins to rent a 5th-level Xiantian Griffin demonic beast for 10 days. Xiangnan. At this moment, a person walked in from outside the beast pen and cried out in surprise. Xiangnan looked over and smiled. "It's Li Jian. Did you just come back from your mission?" Speaking of which, Li Jian said with a sad expression, "Alas, let me tell you, don't say that you are from the Haoran sect after you leave. You don't know. When I mentioned that I'm from the Haoran sect, it immediately turned into chaos. Everyone in the town brought their children to find me, wanting me to bring their children into the Haoran sect. But in half a day's time, all the people from 7 or 8 surrounding towns came. Not only did they want to give me money, they also played a bitter trick on me. A dozen mothers and their sons were kneeling in front of my door for a long time, unable to get up. Say this. Li Jian shook his head and sighed. In the end, there's nothing I can do. I can only flee back. I didn't finish the task at all. What a sparkling lesson. Xiangnan smiled and said, pay attention next time. Find an opportunity to quietly return and finish the task. Otherwise, you will have to deduct points. All right, you're busy. I have to hurry up and get on my way. After saying that, he stepped onto the griffin demonic beast and soared into the sky. After leaving the righteous circle of the Howran sect, Xiangnan felt much more relaxed. Ever since he woke up in Blue Rock City, Xiangnan had never had even half a day of leisure. Now, he took the opportunity to rest and enjoy the magnificent mountains and rivers. Along the way, there were beautiful scenery, stretching green mountains and drooping willows. Especially at this moment, it was spring. Looking around, there were flowers everywhere. Sometimes by the sea to see the vast sea. Sometimes by the plains to see the birds and beasts flourishing. The little bird had been circling around Xiangnan, flying around happily, very unhappy. Meanwhile, Xiangnan was lying on the back of the griffin, crossing his legs as he leisurely flipped through the heavenly yang divine art. This griffin demonic beast traveled 10,000 kilometers a day and night. It arrived in the sunset moon continent at noon the next day, 5,000 kilometers away from the capital. On this day, the sky was clear, the water was jade, the flowers were sweet, the griffins were by the river, and Xiangnan sat in the grass and flowers and continued to flip through the cultivation technique. It's really complicated. Xiangnan couldn't help but sigh with emotion. With his own experience, he actually looked at it for a whole day. He was stunned and didn't understand what this cultivation technique meant. He had practiced many heaven-rank techniques, but compared to the sun god technique, those techniques were nothing more than a child's play. No wonder Master said that even geniuses among geniuses might not be able to succeed. That's true. Xiangnan nodded silently. Su Kaiwe never said anything exaggerated. As long as she said that, it would definitely be true. The opening incantation of this sun god skill was completely different from other types of techniques. It was completely different. 99% of the cultivation methods that existed in the world, be it newly created or left behind from ancient times, were created using the spiritual energy of heaven and earth as a framework. As for Sunshin technique, it was directly based on the sun. Whether it was the way Yuan Qi circulated or the most basic breathing technique, it was very different. Without a huge amount of martial arts theoretical knowledge as a foundation, then this cultivation technique, let alone learning it, could not even be read. Xiangnan thought about the sun god technique incantation in his mind and combined it with his own knowledge, trying his best to comprehend it bit by bit. After a short rest, he continued on his way, arriving at the capital of the sunset moon continent that night. Xiangnan circled in the sky and swallowed an aging pill. Within about a minute, his body began to age. In the blink of an eye, he was like a 26 or 27-year-old young man. The Haotian Empire was founded on martial arts. Nearly 70% of its officials were generals, and the highest official in the Sunset Moon continent was called the Prefecture Lord. At the same time, he was also a marquis of the army. Falling Moon City was incomparably prosperous, but compared to Haotian City, it was much weaker. After arriving at the prefecture capital, Xiangnan handed over the mission scroll and was directly led to meet the mission issuer, Sun Chun, the third-grade general of the Sunset Moon continent. Are you a Howran sect disciple? Sun Chun looked at the task scroll in his hand and waved his hand, causing the subordinates who were guarding Xiangnan to retreat. Yes. Xiangnan took the tea from the soldier and said while drinking, General Sun, please brief me on the details of the mission. Sun Chun said, the initial location of the incident was the Qing Shui forest. This forest has been infested with a large number of demonic beasts since a long time ago, but its level is generally not high. Many outsiders will enter and hunt demonic beasts, but in the past 2 years, for some reason, the demonic beasts in the Qing Shui forest have become restless. Those demonic beasts even intruded into the towns to ambush humans. Furthermore, they did not fight on the spot, but rather kidnapped humans. This kind of thing would happen? Xiangnan paid attention to it. Demonic beasts had a lot of time to injure humans, but there were very few instances where demonic beasts took the initiative to break into the human world. In particular, most demonic beasts would devour humans on the spot, and few would secretly steal humans away. Because demonic beasts weren't wild beasts after all, they didn't need grain. Sun Chun said, "Preliminary judgment is that stealing a human demonic beast is at the third level of origin return. But the problem is not the realm, but the whereabouts of the demonic beast. We have sent heavy troops to the Qing Shui forest more than a dozen times, but we still haven't found the culprit. The other demonic beasts we found are all normal. They probably didn't do it. This matter has lasted for too long. Even our marquis has been alarmed. Our soldiers are good at fighting humans, but they are better at dealing with demonic beasts. That's why we turned to the Howren sect." At this moment, someone suddenly spoke loudly in the courtyard. Sun Chun frowned and said, "What's the ruckus?" Outside the door, a guard reported. "Reporting to the general, the people from the second-grade Azure Cloud sect have arrived." "You found other sects?" Xianxia said. Sun Chun took Xiangnan out and said, "We have asked for help from more than 10 sections. 8 sects have already come back, but none of them have succeeded." After arriving outside the door, he saw that there were already more than 30 martial artists standing in the courtyard. They were at the first and second level of the origin return realm, and they were only around 20 years old. However, these martial artists seemed to be arguing fiercely with the guards because they were not allowed to enter. Sun Chun said to the Azure Cloud sect's people, "You should not arrive until 10 days later, but since you have already arrived, then let's go together." "Who is he?" On the part of the Azure Cloud sect, a tall and thin man stood out. He had a hooked nose and thin lips. He did not look like a kind person. He was currently pointing at Xiangnan and asking. General Sun Chun said, "Oh, this is a friend we invited. Let's go. Everyone, follow me to meet Lord." Sun Chun knew very well that the Howren sect had a special status, and knew that the style of the Howren sect had always been low-key, so he did not reveal Xiangnan's identity. The group passed through several floors of courtyards and entered the deeper main residential area of the prefecture. Along the way, lights were decorated and the atmosphere was lively. Today was the 14th birthday of Pang Meng, the 5th son of the Marquis of the Army, Pang Hai. Pang Hai was from a military aristocratic family, and he had been in the army since he was young. He was a real rough guy. As soon as Xiangnan and the others arrived, Pang Hai was taking a big sip of wine and laughing loudly. "Come, my friend from the Azure Cloud sect has arrived. Quickly come and perform for me, Menger, to help boost my fun." Pang Hai's aristocratic family was very important in both the military and political circles. This was a good opportunity to show off. The hook nose of the Azure Cloud sect took a step forward and cupped his fists. "This is the 16th generation disciple of the Azure Cloud sect, Chun Haitao. Greetings, Lord Prefecture Lord. I wonder if your son has ever had a Kai Meng martial master?" The guests were puzzled. Why did they ask this the moment they got up? "My son Pang Meng is innately weak and is not suited to cultivate radical military techniques. I was just thinking of introducing him to the sect to learn. But today is my chance," Pang Hai said happily. The Kai Meng martial master was not considered a master. At most, he was a martial master who led the child into the martial arts world. If a disciple of the Azure Cloud sect became a Kai Meng martial master, then it would be logical for Pang Meng to enter the Azure Cloud sect in the future. That hook-nosed Chun Haitao knew how to act according to the situation and immediately established a relationship between himself and the prefecture lord. "Good, good, good," Pang Hai said happily. "Today is truly a joyous day. Brother Chun Haitao, show me your sect's martial skills and let everyone open their eyes." Chun Haitao smiled faintly and thanked the prefecture lord first. Then, he said impolitely to Xiangnan beside him, "You stand aside." His meaning was very clear. He didn't want Pang Hai to think that Xiangnan was a member of the Azure Cloud sect, so as to prevent Xiangnan from taking advantage of the Azure Cloud sect. Pang Hai did not know who Xiangnan was. If he knew, he would definitely not let his son find a second-class disciple to become a Kai Meng martial master. Xiangnan, on the other hand, felt that Chun Haitao was a little unpleasant. but he didn't say anything else. He frowned and walked to the side. Chen Haitao pulled out a long sword and said, "If I can be young Master Pang Meng's Kai Meng martial artist, then I am prepared to teach him a set of sword techniques." As he spoke, he began to practice on the spot. This sword technique was called the Beautiful Water Sword. Its movements were light and carefree. The sword moved sideways, and it often struck out of the blue, making people unable to defend against it. When Chen Haitao was happy, he would occasionally rush into the banquet group and play tricks with his sword, lifting up the guests' wine glasses, causing everyone to exclaim in surprise. Xiangnan whispered to Sun Chun from the side, "General Sun, can you show me the case file of the monster beast stealing man?" "Oh, I happen to have it with me." Sun Chun took out 2 scrolls and said, "There were a total of 25 times. The incident happened in several towns near the radius." Xiangnan studied the file carefully and immediately felt strange, because the towns where the incident had occurred were arranged in a disorderly manner. In other words, every time the demonic beast stole someone, it would change its location the next time. This kind of situation was like a demonic beast deliberately avoiding the pursuit of a human martial artist. It didn't seem like it possessed the intelligence of a demonic beast. After each town was ambushed, the number of people stolen was marked in the rear. In the beginning, only a dozen people were stolen from the town. But in the last town, Xiangnan sucked in a breath of cold air. None. The last town was called Linhai Town, and the entire town had been cleanly captured. This was a bit too bizarre. As Xiangnan pondered, he heard cheers coming from time to time, and the cheers grew more and more intense. Good. The Azure Cloud sect is indeed worthy of its reputation. This set of beautiful water swords is truly not bad. Pang Hai was very happy. There was a big difference between military martial skills and sect martial skills. Soldiers focused on array group battles. Therefore, military martial skills usually required the cooperation of many people in order to display a stronger power. Unlike sect martial skills, a single person's combat strength was extremely high. Lord Prefecture Master, I can't tell the true strength of this set of Xiaoshui swords by my personal training alone. I don't want to find someone to practice it with me, Chen Haitao said with high spirits. The martial brothers behind him all applauded and cheered. After obtaining the approval of the prefecture lord, Chen Haitao pointed at Xiangnan and said, "You, come out." The scene was already lively, and Xiangnan was concentrating on studying the dossier, so he did not notice Chen Haitao's words. Chen Haitao's sword Xiangnan remained indifferent and shouted impolitely. As a result, Xiangnan still lowered his head and looked at the file motionlessly. Chen Haitao felt that he had lost face in front of everyone and was instantly somewhat embarrassed. He grabbed a glass of wine and threw it at Xiangnan, and even poured yuan qi into it. The wine glass whistled away, probably enough to injure a Xiantian 9th layer martial artist. When Xiangnan heard the wind, he subconsciously raised his hand and grabbed the wine cup in his hand. He raised his head and said, "What are you doing?" He grabbed it first, then raised his head. This hand was very beautiful, and it also won quite a lot of applause. "What are you doing?" Chen Haitao shouted. "Are you deaf? Come out and show me the soft water sword technique. Be my sparring partner. Hurry up." Xiangnan frowned. "Why are you looking for me when you're performing? Besides, you still have so many junior brothers." "Nonsense." Chen Haitao glared at him and said, "Shouldn't we find someone who doesn't understand the water sword to practice with? Don't talk nonsense. I'll let you out as soon as you come out." "I'm not interested," Xiangnan said. After saying that, he continued to look down at the scroll. "Shameless." Chen Haitao raised his hand and followed the sword. The sword body flashed under the moon and went straight to Xiangnan's throat. It was said to be a drill, but in the end, this sword actually went straight to the vital part of Xiangnan. Xiangnan frowned and dodged a sword strike. He allowed the sharp sword blade to pierce through his ears and said, "We have no grievances or enmity. Why should you make such a move? If you want to show off, then go out of your way. How can this daddy hurt you?" Chen Haitao missed his sword, turned around, and stabbed at Xiangnan's temple. "You should be honored that I, a dignified disciple of a second-rate sect, have asked you to accompany me in training at such a young age. Xianxia still chose to retreat and did not retaliate. Firstly, he was here on a mission. Moreover, so many commoners were taken away by demonic beasts, so Xianxia really started to worry. Secondly, the Azure Cloud sect was also here to do missions. If he injured the people of the Azure Cloud sect, he might not be able to go back easily. However, Chun Haitao was getting angrier and angrier. He couldn't hit Xianxia 3 or 4 times, so his methods became even more ruthless. Ah? Just now, when we were practicing, we were pretty powerful. Why can't we hit someone for so long? It seems like the soft water sword isn't that good either. Already, there were guests whispering to each other. Hearing these words, Chun Haitao became even angrier. He shouted at Xianxia, "How shameless!" With that, he immediately changed his swordsmanship, abandoning the elementary Shoshui sword and using the Azure Cloud sect's tracking sword instead. This tracking sword was much more powerful. The speed of the sword was extremely fast. When everyone saw the moonlight returning from the sword had already pierced through. "Hey, that brat!" A female disciple from the Azure Cloud sect walked out and shouted to Xianxia, "Are you a man? If I let you train with me, you can train with me. At most, you will be crippled by senior brother Haitao. It's not like our Azure Cloud sect can't afford to compensate you." "At most, I will be crippled?" Xianxia jumped back and stood on the wall. "Did I provoke you?" he said angrily. "You and I don't know each other. Do you have to be enemies to be happy?" Xianxia had a reason to make a move. There was no need to make a move without a word, causing everyone to be unhappy. Pang Hai's son, Pang Meng, was also a young and ignorant child. At this moment, he actually clapped his hands and shouted, "Not powerful, not powerful. The Azure Cloud sect is not powerful at all. I do not want to join the Azure Cloud sect." Hearing this, Chun Haitao became even angrier. He pointed his sword at Xianxia and shouted, "You dare to ruin our Azure Cloud sect's reputation." With that, he slashed 7 times at Xianxia. These 7 swords actually used Yuan Qi. The speed of the sword was extremely fast, and the sword radiance was even faster. 7 2-meter-long sword lights flashed like light. Xianxia had just gone to see Pang Meng clapping his hands when he was accidentally ambushed by Chun Haitao when he hurriedly dodged. But a strand of his black hair was cut off by a sword light. Xianxia turned to look at Chun Haitao angrily. "You want to kill me? Killing you is considered light." Chun Haitao jumped up and also stood on the courtyard wall, slashing at Xianxia's heart. Xianxia dodged and inserted the file into his arms, saying, "All right, if you want to fight, I'll fight with you." When Chun Haitao stabbed another sword, Xianxia's body shook, and his left middle finger suddenly extended out, grabbing the sword. Before Chun Haitao could react, he discovered that Xianxia was already in front of him. Chun Haitao was shocked. Xianxia bowed his left leg and placed a palm on Chun Haitao's chest. This palm also used his Yuan Qi to forcefully punch Chun Haitao's chest with a palm print that was half an inch deep. In an instant, all 6 of his ribs were broken, and Chun Haitao spat out blood and flew backwards. Xianxia stood on the courtyard wall and said in a deep voice, "I'm full. I'm fine. How dare you hurt my senior brother? He's so old." Yet he actually attacked this junior so heavily. The Green Cloud sect female disciple shouted. More than 30 people drew their swords and glared at Xianxia angrily. "Is there something wrong with my brain? Or is there something wrong with yours?" Xianxia laughed angrily. What kind of elder was 26 or 17 years old? "If you really thought I was an elder, would you be so rude to an elder?" Xianxia couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The world of martial arts was truly bizarre, and anything unimaginable would happen. "I didn't mean to provoke him, but I was in trouble. No matter what you say, you can't leave today." The female disciple rushed forward first with her sword in hand, and the other 30-plus people also jumped onto the courtyard wall. "Ha! It's not over." Xianxia pulled out a black-scaled saber from his storage ring. The moment the giant saber appeared, all the guests gasped. "Holy shit! Such a big saber." Some of the rude guests even shouted out on the spot. The disciples of the Azure Cloud sect were also shocked. The 3-meter-long saber was a bit too exaggerated. Xianxia's right hand buzzed, and he shouted, "Do you want to fight? Don't be afraid of him. He relies on a few more years of combat experience than us to display his might here. Let's fight together." "He can't do it." The female disciple raised her eyebrows and rushed towards Xianxia. "Powerful? Me?" Xianxia was too lazy to reason with these people. There are all kinds of birds in the forest. You don't know when and where a bunch of baffling people will jump out and use some unimaginable reasons to insult you. Treating this kind of person was just 2 words. A lesson. Xianxia knew that his strength wasn't the same as before, and he didn't dare to really kill him. Otherwise, if Long went out to sea, the 30-odd disciples of the Azure Cloud sect would probably be splashed with blood on the spot. Therefore, Xianxia only used the first move of the rushing Thunderblade, the raptor wagging its tail. This saber swept out, and a 5-meter-long crescent blade radiance shot out. Although the length of the blade light had increased, its width had shrunk to less than half a finger. Even so, the surging saber light still sent more than 30 people flying together. Xianxia was a strong man who could overturn a First Origin Realm martial artist with the weather first. Now that he had his own Yuan Qi, he was naturally able to defeat these so-called geniuses at the Second Origin Realm. Xianxia flashed into the crowd and shouted, "Are you used to stepping on people? Do you want to humiliate people who aren't as good as you? Otherwise, you won't be able to show how powerful you are." As he spoke, the heavy saber slapped horizontally and slapped the 2 of them with its blade, causing their arm bones to break on the spot. The tremendous impact was transmitted to their chests, and even 2 of their ribs were broken. Xianxia moved horizontally and slapped them again, causing their bones to break. He shouted, "It's too late for others to avoid trouble, but you guys are asking for trouble. If your Azure Cloud sect doesn't teach you how to behave, I'll teach you for it. Today, I'll let you know what it means to be a heavenly being." As he spoke, Xianxia shuttled back and forth through the crowd, and his body turned into broken shadows of light. The Azure Cloud sect disciples hurriedly erected their Yuan Qi shields. However, this shield was simply unable to withstand a single blow from the black-scaled saber. One disciple after another was sent flying, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard endlessly. "I injured you today to prevent you from provoking people you shouldn't have provoked in the future and giving your lives." The guests were petrified and didn't have time to react. Their mouths were wide open in a daze. General Sun Chun nodded repeatedly from the side. He was worthy of being a disciple of the Haoran sect. He was neither arrogant nor arrogant. He did not take the initiative to cause trouble, nor did he fear death. In an instant, more than 30 disciples of the Azure Cloud sect lay on the ground. Xianxia put away his saber and jumped down from the courtyard wall. He lowered his head to look at the female disciple who had spoken earlier and said, "Don't you think it doesn't matter if you cripple me? Since that's the case, now that I've crippled all of you, you shouldn't care anymore." The Panghai Prefecture master suddenly stood up and shouted, "One person defeated more than 30 disciples of the Azure Cloud sect. Are you not a member of the Nature's Nature sect? Perhaps only the people of the first-grade Haoran sect would have such strength." Xianxia shook his head and said, "I only lived a few years longer than them. I only have a few more years of actual combat experience." "That's not enough." Xianxia didn't want to be Pang Meng's Kai Meng martial artist. "But," General Sun Chun smiled bitterly, "you beat them up like this. Even if you take spirit medicines, it will take 2 to 3 days to recover. This mission." Xianxia put the giant saber back into his storage ring and said, "I'll investigate by myself." Xianxia acted with great discretion. He only injured their muscles and bones, not their internal organs. He used some good bone-reinforcing spiritual herbs, and they used their own cultivation techniques to treat their injuries. In 2 or 3 days, they would be able to move freely. "General Sun, please take me to Linhai Town first." "All right, follow me." Sun Chun summoned everyone to carry the disciples away before leaving the scene with Xianxia. The disciples of the Azure Cloud sect were simply shameless. With the help of the guards, their faces were red and their ears were red. They were eager to flee the scene, and they didn't even dare to look at Xiang Nan again. However, it wasn't until Xiang Nan arrived at Linhai Town that he realized that injuring a disciple of the Azure Cloud sect wasn't a bad thing. The situation here was far more complicated than he had imagined. With those three-legged cat disciples, they might even be in danger if they came. In this large Linhai Town, there were nearly 100,000 inhabitants. But now, Linhai Town was completely a ghost town, and when one looked at it, it was pitch black, and there wasn't even the slightest bit of people around. Waves of night wind swept through the leaves rustling, and the atmosphere was very frightening. Not a trace of a fight? Xiang Nan frowned deeply. The first impression Xiang Nan had of Lin Haiqing was that it was clean. Even the stalls selling goods on the street were neat and tidy. Normally, if a demonic beast suddenly attacked, even if the people were unable to resist, they should at least flee in panic, right? Looking at the current scene, it was as if the entire town had evaporated at the same time. General Sun Chun said solemnly, "Now you should know why we turned to the Haoran sect." How strange. Xiang Nan touched the wooden pillars of a restaurant. The pillars were smooth and clean. There were no scratches from any demonic beasts, nor were there any paint drops from the impact. Looking at the wine pot and rice on the table, it was still the same as before. "We've already searched this place, but there's not a single clue." General Sun Chun sighed. Xiang Nan nodded and jumped onto the roof of the restaurant on the second floor. Then, his hands wiped his eyes and secretly circulated the fourth stance of the Thunder King seal, the Thunder Photoelectric Eye. Seeing this, Xiang Nan couldn't help but shiver. All the hairs on his body stood up. Human. They were all human beings. The roofs of every building in Linhai Town were filled with dark figures. On the roof, on the wall, on the cigarette pipe, and even beside Xiang Nan, the empty and deathly silent Linhai Town was filled with black figures. This scene caused Xiang Nan to break out in cold sweat. This is... Xiang Nan paled in shock. At close range, those figures were clearly not strangers, but painful souls. Those souls seemed to be enduring an indescribable torment. Their expressions twisted to the point of being terrifying. Ordinary people's souls could not be seen with the naked eye, unless they were like powerful alchemists and artificers. Cultivating powerful divine souls would be able to be seen. However, under Lei Liangguang's eyes, there was no place for human souls to hide. Something's wrong. These souls seemed to be facing in the same direction. Xiang Nan suddenly discovered that the tens of thousands of souls in the town were all looking in the same direction, wailing silently. Xiang Nan looked in the direction he was heading, and all of his souls were heading towards the Clearwater Forest. Right now, this situation was truly too strange. Xiang Nan did not have a definite judgment yet. At this moment, the evil sect was extremely powerful. But at least he knew that the mission he had taken on must have exceeded the scope of a first-class mission. However, with Xiang Nan's personality, it was impossible for him to return to the Haoran sect. He had to figure out the situation clearly. "What's the matter?" Sun Chun asked curiously when he saw Xiang Nan standing motionlessly on the roof. "Oh, nothing." Xiang Nan jumped down and said, "I've seen the situation. Let's go back first." After saying that, the two mounted their fast horses and returned to the state capital. Xiang Nan did not tell Sun Chun what he had seen with his own eyes, because he did not trust anyone now. Based on what Xiang Nan had seen and heard in Linhai Town, he speculated that the person who had taken away the humans might not be a demonic beast, or rather, it was not just a demonic beast. The reason why the townsfolk of Linhai Town could disappear at the same time without causing great panic was because someone had instantly sucked out the souls of all the people in the town. In this way, there would naturally be no signs of fighting or escaping. "All right, Xiang Nan, you're tired from traveling. Rest early. This mission can't be completed in a day or two." Sun Chun had arranged a guest room for Xiang Nan and was about to leave. Just as Sun Chun was about to close the door, Xiang Nan suddenly raised his head and asked, "General Sun, was the last time you searched before or after Linhai Town's townsfolk disappeared?" "It was before," Sun Chun said. "Understood." Xiang Nan nodded. This was a crime committed against the wind. After the army had just searched, the enemies in the shadows immediately captured all the people in Linhai town. Moreover, according to the souls of the townsfolk, the Linhai townsfolk had not disappeared for 7 days, because after the human soul was separated from the flesh, it would dissipate in 7 days. Why? Xiangnan's right hand gently tapped on the table as he pondered for a while. There were only 3 possibilities for the enemy to make such a big commotion at this time. Firstly, the enemy really did not place the Haotian army in their eyes, but this possibility was the smallest. Second, the enemy might be from the military or rather Sun Chun himself. This possibility wasn't high, but just in case. Xiangnan still didn't tell Sun Chun what he had seen and heard. The third possibility was that the enemy was planning something, and it was already at the final stage. That was why they chose to act against the wind and capture tens of thousands of people in one go. Xiangnan poured himself a glass of wine and slowly drank it. He muttered to himself, regardless of the possibility, that enemy or demonic beast is definitely not something easy to deal with. They can instantly extract the souls of the townsfolk in this town. It must be related to the corrupt path. I have to be fully prepared before I can make a move. As he spoke, he pushed the wine cup away, spread out the sun god technique on the table, and continued to study the incantation. At this moment, he did not have the strength to defend himself against the Baiyan lightning. If he encountered a great demon, it would probably be difficult to deal with him. He could only cram his feet and start with the sun god technique. The sun god technique was the purest yang technique. This technique should be the greatest nemesis of any evil creature in the world. As Xiangnan flipped through it, his hands began to compare strokes, but no matter how much he practiced it, it seemed that he could not find the path of the sun god technique. Gradually it was dawn. Xiangnan cleaned up briefly and walked into the courtyard. He narrowed his eyes and looked up at Qinyang. He used his body to feel the temperature of the sunlight and thought, the first time I saw Master cultivate the sun god technique was at night. There was no sunlight at that time. However, she still attracted a ray of sunlight to envelop her body. That means that what Sun Shengong absorbs is not the real sunlight in the traditional sense. It was as if the spiritual energy of heaven and earth absorbed by a martial artist came from the air. However, it was not real air, but the essence of everything in the world. Based on this calculation, the Sun Divine Art did not absorb pure sunlight. Instead, it absorbed the essence of light condensed by sunlight illuminating the world. This essence would pervade the world, so it could also be absorbed at night. Then the most important thing I should do now is to sense the essence of light. Living is called spiritual energy of light. Xiangnan closed his eyes and sensed the abundant spiritual qi between heaven and earth. The first thing a martial artist needed to learn to sense spiritual qi was the spiritual qi sensing chapter. However, the sun god technique did not have a sun sensing section. This meant that the process of sensing sunlight was different for everyone, so they were unable to write an incantation. Xiangnan sat down cross-legged and quietly bathed in the sunlight, as if he had calmed down and remained motionless. From the morning sun to the afternoon sun to the evening red. During this period, Sun Chun came twice. Seeing that Xiangnan was cultivating, he didn't have the nerve to disturb him and left tactfully. Then at night, Xiangnan was still sensing the difference between day and night, allowing Xiangnan to discover some small differences in perception. This difference was a flash of inspiration. Xiangnan tried his best to grasp this kind of inspiration. He knew that he was not far from sensing the spiritual energy of light. It was as if he had caught a small tail of something, but that thing was very naughty and he kept running away. The little bird chirped on the tree branch. On the top of the tree hung gold and silver jewelry that it had stolen from somewhere, and it was cheerfully calling out. Xiangnan sat from night until late at night, and then from late at night until dawn. When dawn arrived and the first ray of sunlight shone on Xiangnan's body, Xiangnan suddenly shook. A feeling of restlessness sprouted in his heart. It was as if he was about to grasp the location of the spiritual qi of light. But at this moment, someone suddenly walked in from outside the courtyard. The sound of footsteps interrupted Xiangnan at the most critical moment. Xiangnan was both angry and helpless. He could only open his eyes and say, "General Sun, is something the matter?" Sun Chun apologetically spread out his hands and said, "It was not that I insisted on interrupting you. I really have something important to discuss with you. Those disciples of the Azure Cloud sect have already gone to the Qing Shui forest. Actually, I wanted to tell you yesterday, but I didn't have the heart to interrupt your cultivation. But they didn't come back last night. That's why I had no choice but to look for you." Xiang Nan was shocked and shouted, "What? They entered the Qing Shui forest? This is bullshit. General Sun, you've seen their strength before. Why didn't you stop them? Those 30-plus Azure Cloud sect disciples weren't strong enough. At best, they were just ordinary disciples of the Azure Cloud sect. They weren't like Wang Xiaoyun, who belonged to the core disciples of a second-rate sect. Wouldn't a guy of this strength be courting death if he went to the Qing Shui forest?" Sun Chun said helplessly, "There's nothing I could do. They keep saying that they want to complete the mission before you, proving that they are stronger than you. Not to mention, they accepted the mission just like you. I have no right to stop them. Otherwise, if the Azure Cloud sect asks me, I won't be able to explain myself." Xiang Nan no longer listened to so much and immediately set off. "I am heading to the Qing Shui forest now. My griffin is inconvenient to move in the forest. Please prepare a fast horse for me, General Sun." Later, Sun Chun brought Xiang Nan a mount, but it wasn't a fast horse. Instead, it was a 3-meter-long night-bladed leopard demonic beast. This demonic beast possessed the 5th level of the Xiantian realm, and was one of the mounts commonly used by the military. The night-bladed leopard was pitch black, its body was strong and smooth, and it was good at silent running. In terms of speed and concealment, it was many times stronger than an ordinary BMW horse. "That's great." As soon as Xiang Nan saw the night-blade leopard, he felt his heart's desire and couldn't help but stroke the leopard's smooth fur. Monster beast mounts were very expensive, ridiculously expensive, especially this night-blade leopard. One was worth 1,000,000 gold coins. That was not because the night-bladed leopard was difficult to catch, but because it was too difficult to tame. The night-bladed leopards of the same species usually required the efforts of several generations of beast tamers and an unimaginable amount of human and material resources to get rid of their wild nature. "I'll go with you," Sun Chun said. "I have the strength of the 5th level of the heavenly Yuan realm, and I am absolutely certain that I will be able to deal with demonic beasts." Xiang Nan shook his head. "The problem now is not killing the demonic beasts that committed the crime, but finding them. Your strength is too strong. If you go, it will affect me instead." That's fine. Take care." Sun Chun knew that what Xiang Nan said was reasonable, so he no longer argued. Xiang Nan stepped onto the Nightblade leopard and flew away like a gale. This Nightblade leopard beast ran really fast. What was precious was that it had a windproof attribute. Xiang Nan rode on its back and advanced at an astonishing speed. He actually didn't feel much wind resistance. Qing Shui Forest was located 300 miles north of Luoyu City. With the speed of a night-blade leopard, it had arrived in just an hour. Xiang Nan pulled on the reins and stopped the night-blade leopard at the edge of the forest. Then, a flash of lightning flashed in his eyes and he first looked at the reality of the Qing Shui Forest. In the rankings of the demonic beast forest, Qing Shui Forest was nothing, not even comparable to the Black Sharp demonic forest. There shouldn't be any heaven origin realm demonic beasts inside. Seeing the thin demonic aura above the forest, Xiang Nan nodded and shouted before rushing into the forest. The vigorous night-blade leopard displayed unparalleled superiority when facing the complicated terrain in the Qing Shui Forest. It circled around trees and occasionally jumped up and stepped on tree trunks, bouncing back and forth like a Z refraction. The demonic aura of the Qing Shui Forest was inferior to the Black Sharp demonic forest, but its area was nearly twice as large as the Black Sharp demonic forest. Searching for more than 30 disciples of the Azure Cloud sect in such a place was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Xiang Nan could only constantly stop and search for clues from the ground. Occasionally, he would use his lightning photoelectric eyes to search for the yuan qi fluctuations that the disciples of the Azure Cloud sect had left in the air. Gradually, he went deeper and deeper. Towards evening, he had already arrived at the core area of the Qing Shui Forest. The second hour after sunset, Xianxia finally saw the disciples of the Green Cloud sect beside a clear water river that passed through the forest. What the hell? That Xianxia is so arrogant. I originally wanted to torture him so that Marquis Pang would treat me differently. I didn't expect that he would actually have some skill. Chen Haitao rubbed his chest. They came in a hurry and did not wait for their injuries to fully recover. Senior brother, don't worry too much. At the side, the female disciple said, after we complete a few more missions and become core disciples, we will be able to learn the sect's powerful martial techniques. At that time, we will be afraid of a small Xianxia. These disciples were lifting a campfire. Above the flames was a deer roasted with swords. Suddenly, when they heard the grass shaking, more than 30 people hurriedly stood up to guard. However, when they saw a black leopard rushing out from the dense bush, Xianxia was sitting on the leopard's back. They heaved a sigh of relief and then glared at him angrily. You guys go back. When Xianxia found them, he heaved a sigh of relief and said, you shouldn't have come here. Chen Haitao sneered. Why can't we come if you can? Who do you think you are? Xianxia frowned. You people are only at the origin realm, but your martial Dao foundation is unstable. Staying here is simply courting death. It would be better to go back to the sect and cultivate for a few more days. What did you say? How dare you insult us? More than 30 people stood up in unison. It seemed like they wanted to start a war with Xianxia again. However, thinking that they were no match for Xianxia, they felt somewhat guilty. Xianxia originally had good intentions, but the relationship between the two sides was too tense. Anything he said would be misunderstood. He knew that he couldn't persuade these people, so he didn't say anything else. At most, he just had to take care of them. The Azure Cloud sect disciples sat down again, drinking wine while eating meat. Occasionally, a few words would float over to mock Xianxia. This group of fellows did not have long memories. Fortunately, Xianxia was not a person who cared about each other, so he was too lazy to argue with them. The night gradually grew darker. Many disciples were full of food and drink. They lay on the ground and rested. They slowly fell asleep, leaving behind only 5 or 6 vigil guards. Xianxia looked at the starry sky with his arms crossed. He recalled the sun god technique's incantation in his mind. Sleepiness assaulted him, and he seemed to be sleeping rather than sleeping. When he was half asleep and half awake, he accidentally heard a small voice and opened his eyes. It turned out to be a disciple of the Azure Cloud sect yawning as he walked into the forest. It was probably convenient for him to go. Xianxia flipped over again and ignored him. He had always been vigilant and did not dare to fall asleep. In a daze, Xianxia felt a soft body lying in his embrace. The touch of the body was delicious and warm. It was very comfortable. Xianxia's consciousness was a little blurry, and he didn't know if he was awake or dreaming. He only felt his eyelids heavy. He struggled to open a slit in his eyes and saw a woman gently breathing into his face. The woman looked around 25 or 16 years old. The aura she exhaled was filled with Xianxia's sense of smell. It was not like she was exhaling orchids, but it was filled with the smell of a mature woman's mouth. She could not be said to be very good-looking, but the indescribable tens of thousands of styles between the corners of her eyebrows, her faint crimson cheeks dyed with spring emotions, was the most tempting. More importantly, this woman was naked. With her soft and smooth right hand, she gently held Xianxia's cheek and slowly licked Xianxia's face. Xianxia struggled to move, but he felt powerless. The woman's mouth slowly moved to Xianxia's ear. She seemed to be smiling but not smiling, muttering something. Then, she stood up gently, held Xianxia's head, and put his face towards her soft stomach. A faint coquettish aura floated up from below. At this moment, Xianxia's face instantly turned red, and his entire heart was beating like thunder. What was this, a dream? Xianxia was not a sage, and at this age, his body couldn't help but undergo some abnormal changes. In the ghostly Qingshui forest, a woman like this suddenly appeared in his arms, carrying an extremely strange feeling. However, in the dream world, there was a feeling of ignoring abnormal phenomena, that is, the weakening of logic ability. In fact, her further action was to untie Xiang Nan's clothes. Xiang Nan wanted to resist, but he was more willing to continue to develop. He subconsciously felt that something was wrong with the situation. However, there was something wrong, and it could not be said that in his dreams, his judgment was severely lacking. At this moment, a sharp pain suddenly came from his face, causing Xiang Nan's spirit to tremble. He suddenly opened his eyes. Turning around, he saw that the little bird was standing on his shoulder and pecking at his face fiercely. How is this? Xiang Nan was shocked. He looked at himself again. He was not lying by the river, but unconsciously walking towards a certain forest area. The 30-odd disciples of the Azure Cloud sect were also beside Xiang Nan. All of them had their eyes closed and had strange smiles on their faces. They were walking like walking corpses. Charm! Xiang Nan's pupils contracted as he cursed himself for being careless. He had clearly fallen for the evil path's seductive technique. That's why I lost myself. However, after thinking for a moment, it was better to simply continue acting and walk with the disciples of the Azure Cloud sect to see where they could go in the end. Thus, Xiang Nan's lips moved and he said in a very small voice, "Little sparrow, go up and fly higher. Don't let anyone discover your tracks." The little bird flapped its wings and left Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan pretended to close his eyes, leaving only a shallow crack in his eyes as he continued to follow the crowd. After walking for about half an hour, an open space appeared in front of him. There was only one thing in this open space, and that was an ancient tree. This ancient tree had survived for at least 1,000 years. It was so thick that it was frighteningly strong. It would probably take 40 to 50 adults to carry the ancient tree. On the small open space, there was an ancient tree standing alone. There was no abnormality at the edge of the open space. It was a normal forest tree. This ancient tree Xiang Nan felt strange in his heart, but the corner of his eyes flashed and he was stunned. All the disciples of the Azure Cloud sect had disappeared. Since when? Xiang Nan broke out in cold sweat. Didn't they always stay by his side? Just as he was attracted to the ancient tree, it was gone in just a dozen seconds. At this time, Xiang Nan didn't care about disguise anymore and hurriedly opened his eyes to search around. However, he couldn't even find a single person here. Where is he? Where's everyone? Xiang Nan's breathing became more and more rapid. He felt that there was an unusual atmosphere here. The atmosphere was very unclear, but it could make people extremely uneasy. It was as if he had been watched by tens of thousands of people in the Colosseum. However, this place was empty. Where could there be half a human figure? Something's wrong. Something's wrong. There must be someone here, or a demonic beast. Lightning flashed in Xiang Nan's eyes, but in the end, he still couldn't see the slightest bit of special situation. He then increased his eyesight and directly used the lightning photoelectric eye, but he still couldn't see any human clues. If someone was hiding here, even if they were hiding behind an obstacle, they would definitely be found by lightning photovoltaic eye. This was because lightning photovoltaic eye could directly see the vitality of a human body, and even the vitality of a demonic beast could not be hidden. However, that strange feeling accompanied Xiang Nan all the time. What a hell of a sight. Xiang Nan took a deep breath and told himself to calm down. The more he panicked, the more he couldn't find the key point. He simply sat down cross-legged and entered his usual state of cultivation. He did not circulate his cultivation technique, but instead gathered his highest concentration to use his subconscious to sense the situation around him. What exactly was staring at him? Slowly, he closed his eyes, but he felt that there were people around him. Endless people stood beside him, completely surrounding him. Xiang Nan broke out in cold sweat and suddenly opened his eyes. There was still nothing around him. He looked at the forest doubtfully, but gradually, his pupils became smaller and smaller. He subconsciously said, "Tree! It's those trees." Those trees stood around him one by one, as if they were looking at him. Xiang Nan pulled out his giant black-scaled saber and charged forward, slashing down on a tree trunk. The moment the tree trunk was sliced open, the scene in front of him left Xiang Nan dumbfounded. Human. There was actually a dead man hiding in that tree trunk. No wonder Lei Liangguang's eyes couldn't see life force. The corpse was completely naked, and his face was ashen. There were tiny red roots sticking out of the tree trunk. Countless roots pierced through the corpse's body, as if they were absorbing something from his body. Xiangnan hurriedly ran out and chopped open another tree. In the end, there was also a dead man inside. Splitting again, there was still more. Continue hacking, there are still. Xiangnan began to run in a spiral shape. The circle of running became larger and larger. The giant black scale saber in his hand chopped wildly, forming dense light shadows. Trees were chopped open one by one, and the bodies of the dead were exposed from the tree trunks. Everyone was pierced through by the strange fibrous roots inside the trees. Some of the dead seemed to have just died, while others had already withered. At first glance, they looked like withered tree bark. Xiangnan chopped open the trunks of 400 to 500 trees in a row. Not a single tree was empty. It was full of people. 80 to 90,000 people. A total of 80 to 90,000 townsfolk of Linhai town were hiding in the tree trunk. What an enormous number that must be. Xiangnan leapt up and jumped into the air. He looked down from the sky. There was a dark forest below, and he couldn't even see the boundaries. How large can 90,000 trees cover? Everywhere he could see, there were dead people in every tree. At the thought of this, Xiangnan felt a chill run down his spine, especially after he landed. He discovered that the closer he got to the 1,000-year-old tree, the more females there were. In the trees closer to the ancient tree, there were even pregnant women with large stomachs. On the left and right of Xiangnan, there were nearly 100 trees with twin corpses holding babies in their arms. The mother hugged her newborn child tightly, her face filled with endless sorrow. The little baby died in its mother's arms before it could even open its eyes. But there were strands of fibrous roots that pierced through the baby's skin. Fuck your ancestor. Xiangnan was going crazy. His tears rolled out, and his eyes were about to bleed. What kind of bandits are they? They're so inhumane. Get out of here. Xiangnan shouted at the top of his lungs and let out the angriest roar in his life. His roar was like the thunder of the 9 heavens, crashing down in the silent clear water forest. This roar condensed all of his anger and mad battle intent. Rolling yuan qi gushed in all directions like a surging river through his roar. Even the earth on the ground was shattered into powder and blown all over the mountains and fields. After a large layer of skin was scratched by the roar, the ground revealed dense roots that were like layers of spider webs overlapping each other. All the roots hidden underground were bloody red. The fibrous roots of these trees were like meridians, rhythmically moving, like the rhythm of a heartbeat. All the roots led to the same direction. It was that ancient tree. Xiangnan's eyes were red. He jumped into the air and slashed the giant black-scaled saber at the ground like crazy. Saber rays crisscrossed the ground, instantly bombarding this area into ruins. The blood-red tree roots that were tangled together were also blasted to pieces. However, there were a total of 80,000 to 90,000 trees nearby. If one added in the number of people kidnapped from Linhai town, the number would probably be close to 150,000. Xiangnan could not destroy all those trees just by hacking down randomly like he was venting his anger. After Xiangnan landed on the ground, his mouth trembled and he shouted, "Get out!" As he spoke, he pointed his saber at the ancient tree. "I'll give you 3 breaths of time to come out and die." At this moment, a dark cloud floated in the sky. From within the dark cloud, figures descended. After landing on the ground, there were men and women. After making trouble for a long time, they were all hiding in the dark clouds in the sky. No wonder Xiangnan searched the forest with lightning bolts, but he couldn't find it. As for the men and women, there were more than 100 of them, each wearing no clothes and exposing their bodies. They even began to make peace in front of Xiangnan, some lying on the ground, some lying on the ground, some standing straight, and some hanging upside down on the branches. These people, without exception, all turned to look at Xiangnan. The man straightened his body, and a strange smile appeared on his face. The woman's eyes were hazy like water as she looked at Xiangnan half open and half closed. Her expression was one of pain and unusual pleasure. In this area, they were all doing things they wanted to do. Xianxia's ears were filled with a loud voice. The first voice was either a hoarse roar, a joyous scream, or a long cry of pain or joy. Xianxia felt his head buzzing, as if it was filled with paste. His consciousness began to rapidly decline, becoming blurry. His vision also became very blurry, and the strength in his entire body retreated like a tide, and even the giant saber landed on the ground. Charm. Hundreds of people used the seductive technique together. Xianxia's body was almost out of control. He quickly bit the tip of his tongue and sat down cross-legged. His palms were facing the sky, his feet were facing the sky, his head was facing the sky, and he sat cross-legged with his 5 hearts facing the sky. Eyes on the nose on the mouth on the heart. Haoren righteous chi exists in your chest forever. Haotian pure essence technique. Xianxian shouted loudly, and the Haotian Chun Yuan technique began to circulate rapidly, like flowing clouds and flowing water, dispelling the demonic bewitchment. At this moment, Xianxian recovered all of his strength. He grabbed the giant black-scaled saber with his hand and shot towards the men and women. Many men and women were shocked and threw the sticky sweat on their bodies towards Xianxian. The sweat was actually pink. A single drop landed on Xianxian's body, blurring his consciousness. Xianxian knew how terrifying this strange sweat was. He had mobilized his peak flexibility and flashed back and forth in the sweaty rainforest. The saber in his hand was merciless. He slashed down with a saber. The saber light flickered and the 2 heads landed on the ground. 2 slashes. The saber light reflected the moon, filled with Xianxian's anger and sorrow. 3 slashes. The saber light was cold, slashing down all the evil spirits in the world. Knife attack. Knife die. Every man and woman who died on the spot, after falling to the ground and dying, their bodies actually turned into demonic foxes. Form transformation demonic beast. In this world, there were very few demonic beasts that could transform. The higher their cultivation level, the more likely they were to transform. This had a lot to do with their intelligence. Generally speaking, the more intelligent a demonic beast bloomed, the more likely it would be to transform, such as a fox, a weasel, and so on. Realm couldn't increase the probability of transforming, but after transforming, the demonic beasts could increase their intelligence as they advanced. Elementary transformed demonic beasts only possessed human form, but they did not possess the ability to think or speak. The higher their cultivation level, the closer their similarities to humans would become. They could even spit out human words and read. If a demonic beast possessed the ability to transform, the word beast would be removed and it would be called a demon. At this moment, the realms of these demons were obviously not too high. The lower ones were only at the 8th or 9th level of the Xiantian realm, and the higher ones were only at the 1st level of the origin realm. At this moment, the remaining fox demons were already screaming and fleeing in all directions. However, how could Xianxian, who was in a state of rage, let them go? Get back here. Xianxian's left hand condensed Yuan Qi and grabbed it. 7 or 8 demonic beasts were sucked over, and when they were still flying backwards towards Xianxian, they were struck empty-handed by Xianxian. Saber waist slash. Those demonic beasts fled randomly, while Xianxian chased after them crazily. When he thought of the dead pregnant women and the twin corpses that were still carrying babies, Xianxian's eyes turned blood red. There was only killing intent in his eyes, endless killing intent. When Xianxian killed the group of demons, the ancient tree suddenly cracked open. Countless blood-red fibrous roots had once condensed into the ancient tree. At this moment, Xianxian raised his head and saw a person floating out of the ancient tree. There was a strange connection between this person and the ancient tree. It could block the vitality of that person. When Xianxian looked at it with his lightning-like eyes, he could only see the vitality of the plant. He could not see the existence of that person. That person had 3 long foxtails, all 5 to 6 meters long. They were vertical and slowly floating in the wind. This person looked neither male nor female. His body was like a male, but his face was like a seductive woman. What shocked Xianxia the most was that this person only had a human head and chest, while all his limbs were covered in hair. It was obvious that this person was a demonic beast's body structure. Transformed demonic beast? Something's wrong. Xianxia used his lightning vision and was stunned by what he saw in front of him. That wasn't a transformed demonic beast. It was a human who wanted to transform into a demonic beast. The reason for that was because that thing's body was clearly a feature of human life force, but it was mixed with a small amount of demonic beast features. I've never heard of a demonic beast transforming into an actor, but I've never heard of a human transforming into a demonic beast. This kind of thing is simply impossible. It's refining itself, Xianxia suddenly understood. That thing only made him half human and half demon. In this way, he should be able to cultivate both human and demon martial arts at the same time. In fact, the physical fitness of demonic beasts naturally surpassed that of humans. Was this the purpose of that thing? However, in the next moment, Xianxia's eyes swept over something. Within the ancient tree where half a man and half a demon had jumped out, there was a viscous liquid sticking to more than 30 disciples of the Azure Cloud sect. Those disciples were also being pierced through by the thin beard roots, slowly absorbing something. Their expressions were incomparably painful, enduring an indescribable torment, and they also cast pleading gazes at Xianxia. Jie, the half-man, half-demon, neither male nor female thing suddenly laughed strangely. What an unknown brat! How dare you disturb my cultivation? The monster pointed at Xianxia and spat out. Xianxia had already seen through lightning photoelectric eyes that this demon was at the third level of origin return and was at its peak state. It should be at the critical moment of body refinement, but it was interrupted by him. If he really succeeded, he didn't know how much trouble he would cause in the future. Are you an alchemist? Xianxia suddenly thought of this. Oh, you have a good eye. The monster laughed strangely. However, judging from the Haoyan Yuan technique you used just now, you should be a disciple of the Haoran sect, right? That would be great. If I could absorb you, my body would be even more perfect. Haoran sect disciples were carefully selected from the entire Blue Tide continent, and each of them was an expert amongst experts. However, after the monster found out about Xianxia's identity, not only did it not feel scared, it became even more excited. Obviously, he was quite confident in his unique physical strength. A grand alchemist genius has stepped into the demonic path. It is unforgivable for you to use more than 100,000 innocent creatures as stepping stones. Xianxia placed the giant saber horizontally in front of him and gritted his teeth forcefully. Because the force was too great, the veins on his forehead bulged out. Xianxia stared at the monster through the edge of his blade and squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. You'd better kill me, or else I'll cut you alive one by one. Kiki, kiki, kiki. Without further ado, the monster flashed and rushed towards Xianxia. Xianxia condensed his violent yuan qi, and a green dragon flew out of the sea right in front of him. Boom! Instantly, a fierce yuan qi erupted, enveloping Xianxia into a brilliant flamethrower. A wisp of surprise flashed through the monster's eyes, but it did not dodge. Hands stretched out 10 sharp claws and grabbed the blade. The monster grasped the edge of the blade with its claws, producing a large amount of flames. This was the first time Xianxia had used his essence to release the Azure Dragon into the sea. With such a terrifying saber strike, more than 30 disciples of the Azure Cloud sect could be blasted to smithereens. However, the thing that refined his body into a half-demon had actually grabbed onto the giant saber with just his claws. This kind of body refinement was actually able to reach such an unbelievable physical strength. It was countless times stronger than humans, and even stronger than pure demonic beasts. Xianxia's heart trembled as he tightly gripped the hilt of the saber with both hands and roared, "Pull! Saber! Slash!" A 5-meter blade light shot out from the ground. The terrifying saber light shattered the monster's claws and sliced into the monster's chest. However, the monster was cut by the saber light and pushed back. However, the saber light sliced out a large amount of dazzling flames on its body, and it was actually unable to cut it apart. After the saber light dissipated, Xianxia looked around and saw that there was only a shallow saber mark on the monster's chest. What? Xianxia was stunned. I overestimated myself. The monster laughed strangely. Why do you think I spent so much time and effort to refine myself into such a ghost? My physical strength is already 10 times that of a pure demonic beast. Even you, a mere disciple of the first level of Origin Return, want to break through my defenses. As he spoke, the monster's figure flashed and instantly appeared beside Xianxia. The sharp claws grabbed towards Xianxia's neck. Xianxia's reaction was extremely fast. He immediately stood up and blocked the blade. Then, his claws grabbed onto the blade, causing Xianxia to feel like a mountain collapsing force piercing through his entire body. Xianxia was instantly sent flying, and even the long saber in his hand was taken off. This kind of strange power was simply abominable. In an instant, Xianxia discovered the huge gap between himself and the monster. After Xianxia made a backflip in midair and landed abruptly, his body was half bent and half bow, just as he was about to jump out. The monster chased after him with a strange smile, and its body turned into an afterimage as it rushed towards Xianxia. Body Tyrant Lightning Body. Xianxia shot out and his entire body exploded. Invisible streaks of dense lightning appeared on his body. Pong! Xianxia and the monster collided in midair. Xianxia covered his arm with yuan qi and used his elbow to resist the monster's claws. The two sides were actually locked in a stalemate against each other. What are you doing? The monster was shocked. Xianxia stretched out his left hand and used his yuan qi to suck the black-scaled saber into his hand. He raised his hand and slashed it down. The huge saber filled with explosive power condensed a buzzing and trembling saber light and fiercely slashed onto the monster's shoulder. The monster was smashed to the ground and jumped up again. His hard body was truly unimaginable. Xianxia made up his saber face to face, but the monster still had the strength to retaliate when it rebounded. A knife wound about an inch deep had already been sliced out of its shoulder. He pushed his hands up and grabbed the blade. After that, one person and one demon frantically clashed. Xianxia's saber was filled with explosive power, but the demon's claws were clawed against the saber light. Each time the two sides collided, a circular shockwave would be released, hitting the ground in midair, and then returning to the ground from midair. However, the tyrannical body lightning body could only be used for 5 seconds. Even if that was the case, it could only match up to that monster. In other words, under the normal state of the monster, it possessed an astonishing power comparable to that of a tyrannical lightning body. Xianxia decisively removed the lightning drive at the last second of the tyrant lightning body, and then formed a seal with both of his hands. Lightning King Seal, how lightning! Pooh! A large ball of lightning flew out. Although Xianxia's body did not contain the power of white flames to ignite lightning, the power of the Lightning King Seal that he released after refining his chi into lightning followed his cultivation realm. The Thunder King Seal lightning condensed from yuan qi instantly devoured the monster. Xianxia threw dozens of saber lights into the sky and condensed them into a 10-meter-long saber light of essence. The saber light shone, illuminating the area like daylight. This time it was not like when Xianxia and Wang Jingyun were fighting. At that time, Wang Jingyun was hiding in the Black Tortoise Shield. Xianxia could freely use the Azure Dragon to condense the giant saber chi. However, it was clear that there was not enough time now. Jing Long Yao Ri. Xianxia's saber pierced through the saber light and descended the 10-meter saber light from the sky. The monster's eyes lit up on the ground, and its body rushed out horizontally with a whoosh. Boom! The enormous saber light landed on the ground, cutting open a bottomless chasm in the earth. What kind of damn body is this? Xianxia's pupils contracted. The monster had clearly been struck by lightning, but it had actually recovered its mobility in such a short period of time. As for the monster, it was clearly aware of Xianxia's power. It let out a strange scream. Another figure descended from the dark clouds in the sky. After those figures landed on the ground, there were a total of 200 men and women. These men and women landed on the ground and were entangled in each other, turning the clouds upside down. A terrifying seductive technique attacked again, and Xianxia felt his head buzzing as he immediately collapsed and sat down. He hastily circulated the Haotian Chun Yuan technique, but this time, the Haotian Chun Yuan technique was no longer able to resist the large number of collective seductive techniques. 200 fox demons simultaneously released their seductive spells. The effect was much stronger than 100 fox demons. Xianxia's consciousness was blurry as he sat on the ground, unable to move, while the monster walked towards Xianxia with a strange smile. Damn it, Xianxia sighed in his heart. He only hated that he could kill that bastard and avenge the hundreds of thousands of innocent lives. However, at this moment, the monster was about to walk in front of Xianxia and capture Xianxia to death. Xianxia was shrouded in endless demonic energy. The great contrast between the demon and the sun instantly caught the spiritual energy of light. Xia! The monster's feet seemed to have been scalded by boiling water as it jumped backwards with a scream. In the sky, a beam of sunlight fell, enveloping Xianxia. At that moment, Xianxia's demonic aura and seductive techniques filled the surroundings. They all retreated like the tide when the sun shone on them. Xianxia slowly opened his eyes. His pair of eyes were like suns. This scene looked extremely shocking. It was as if Xianxia was someone chosen by heaven. The heavens wanted to pity the living beings, and chose a person to eliminate the evil spirits, so that that person would not be deceived by the evil spirits, corroded by the evil spirits, disturbed by the ghosts, or engulfed by the darkness. What is this? The monster screamed hysterically in fear. Boom! The beam of sunlight suddenly became intense, landing on the ground, causing dust to fly. Xianxia felt that his entire body was about to burn. An indescribable power made him want to look up and howl angrily. At that moment, Xianxia raised his saber from the ground. His eyes flickered with golden light as he rushed towards the monster. And that fierce beam of sunlight had always followed its shape. Xianxia deceived himself and jumped, slashing the monster with his giant saber. But for some reason, when this action was about to be completed, Xianxia suddenly had a strange enlightenment in his heart. It was as if his sixth sense had been greatly enhanced, and his premonition had increased unprecedentedly. Not only did he feel that the entire world had become transparent in his eyes, even the plants and trees behind him were clear in his heart, and even the traces of air flowing could be seen in the slightest. Even he could sense that his saber strike was going to fail, and that the monster might escape in some direction. These feelings were all instantaneous and fleeting. There was no room for analysis, nor for careful consideration. Everything happened in a flint of lightning. Sure enough, Xianxia's slash should have hit the monster with certainty. However, the monster suddenly let out a scream. The three enormous tails on its back suddenly self-destructed. In an instant, the demonic aura around the monster increased greatly, and even triggered the sound of rolling thunder in the sky. With a whoosh, the monster flashed several times faster than before and dodged Xianxia's saber attack. After Xianxia landed, he didn't pursue him quickly. Instead, he felt a chill in his heart. He seemed to have seen this scene before. However, he couldn't remember where he had seen it before. Just when he landed his saber, he had such an inexplicable sense of familiarity. The current feeling was unprecedentedly intense, but it suddenly disappeared without a trace. Looking at the monster again, its entire body was shrouded in black gas, and it could be said to be filled with monster energy that soared into the sky. Self-destruct a tail. Xianxia's expression was solemn. He didn't know much about demonic beasts, but even with his eyes, he could tell that after the demonic beast destroyed a tail, its demonic energy had risen to an unprecedented level. This meant that its strength had also increased. Damn it! What is that? The monster screamed angrily as its body turned into a ray of light and disappeared. Disappeared! Xianxia's heart skipped a beat, but this scene caused him to feel like he had never met before. He had completely relied on his instinct to cross the giant saber in front of him. Just as he was about to complete this action, the monster suddenly appeared, and its claws fiercely grabbed onto the blade of the giant saber. Its speed was too fast, making it impossible for Xianxia to distinguish between them. However, this blocking motion relied on a familiar feeling. So it was accurate. It's not possible. The monster screamed. How can you see my speed? However, at this moment, because the monster was too close to Xianxia, it was also shrouded in sunlight. The monster's body began to corrode violently under the sunlight. Black smoke emitted from all the areas of its body that were directly shown by the sunlight. The monster howled, as if an ordinary person accidentally dropped his body into a boiling pot of oil. Déjà vu again. Xianxia thought that the monster would flee to the left, so he raised his hand and slashed towards the left without hesitation. Almost at the same time that Xianxia drew his saber, the monster screamed and disappeared into the shadows of light. When the monster appeared, it was really behind the left. It just so happened that he was struck by that saber light. This saber light was no longer pure yuan qi, but a white light, as if it was condensed from sunlight. Just now, Xianxia's drawing saber slash had only left a shallow scratch when it struck the monster with such a powerful strike. But now, it had hit the monster's chest and back. He forcefully broke through the monster's abnormal defensive power. Chi! A large patch of black smoke rose into the sky, leaving behind a bone-deep knife wound on the monster's chest. Xianxia's heart was pounding wildly. Why was this? Not only can Sun Shin technique increase my strength, but it can also increase my premonition? At this moment, the 200 demonic foxes in the surroundings began to flee in all directions because they were afraid of the power of the sun. You want to leave? Xianxia frowned. With his current speed and strength, he could still chase after most of the demonic foxes. However, there was no guarantee that he would not miss a single one of them, especially since there was a powerful half-man and half-demon here as well. Thinking of this, Xianxia felt blessed. He stabbed his saber into the ground and clashed with both of his hands. Thunder King, Thunder Group Formation. This was the first time Xianxia had used the Thunder Group array. It was possible that it would succeed, but it was more likely that it would fail. It's totally lucky. However, the process of forming the seal with this set of choking incantations was extremely flustered. Because of the feeling of déjà vu, he could even predict how he was wrong, and then change and correct it in advance. In the next moment, Xianxia felt that almost half of his yuan qi had been sucked out of his body. He actually succeeded? Even Xianxia found it hard to believe that this was the first time he had successfully released the Thunder Group array. Boom! An arm-thick thunderbolt descended from the sky, accurately hitting a demonic fox, piercing the demonic fox into ashes. Since the first bolt of lightning fell, nearly 100 bolts of lightning had struck down at the same time in an instant. He could only hear endless rumbling sounds, as if the thunder god was roaring and the heavenly god was enraged. The thunder was like a storm, and the group bombarded the ground one after another, one after another. The earth shook violently, and the demonic foxes were unable to escape, screaming as they were annihilated by the thunder. None of the 200 demonic foxes were spared. The half-man and half-demon monster was already dumbfounded. He had never seen anyone capable of triggering heavenly lightning. You, the monster pointed at Xianxia and spat out one of your sons before being surrounded by thunder. In the blink of an eye, 3 bolts of lightning struck the monster. This group of lightning arrays was actually released by the lightning falling group, consisting of hundreds of lightning strikes. However, the exact amount of lightning that would fall depended on Xianxia. As long as he stopped sending yuan qi, the group of lightning formations would also disappear along with him. At this moment, the group lightning array had been released for nearly 2 seconds, and 2/3 of the yuan qi in Xianxia's body had also flowed away. What an astonishing aura! Xianxia hurriedly stopped his group lightning array and thought to himself, if he released it with a stronger white flame lightning, wouldn't its power be too astonishing? Oh, I'm going to kill you! The monster's entire body convulsed with pain. He gritted his teeth and the last 2 tails on his back exploded at the same time. Pooh! The 2 strands of black gas twisted into a 10-meter-long rope, entangled, condensed, and soared into the clouds. At this moment, Xianxia was shrouded in bright and dazzling sunlight, and the monster was shrouded in a black demonic aura. One black and one white was about to usher in the strongest battle. Come on! Xianxia held the saber in his hand and was full of confidence. He could feel the power of the roar within his body, which made him fearless. The demons are dancing wildly, the monster screamed. His body trembled violently. Following this tremor, a massive amount of black gas was released from his body. The black gas all turned into black foxes that were 3 meters long. These foxes seemed to be in a state of soul. They only had the front half of their bodies, dancing and flying in the air one by one. More and more black foxes gathered, and in the blink of an eye, there were more than 100 of them. Go! Following the monster's command, the white-striped black fox charged towards Xianxia. These demonic foxes charged forward randomly, sprinting up, down, left, right, and in all directions. Moreover, their sprinting trajectories were extremely messy, not a single one of them moving in a straight line. This scene was extremely frightening. The shrill cries of more than 100 black foxes caused the heavens and earth to howl like 100 ghosts. Xianxia's expression was solemn. Without a group attack skill, he could instantly kill all the black foxes. Since he couldn't completely exterminate the black foxes, he decided to choose another path, leaving them helpless. Thinking of this, Xianxia stabbed the giant saber into the ground, placed his left elbow against the back of the saber, and shouted, "Azure Dragon, go out to sea!" Not only did the Sun God technique temporarily change Xianxia's Yuan Qi attributes, it also gave him an unimaginable ability to restrain demonic creatures. At the same time, it also increased Xianxia's strength to an inconceivable level. If he had to calculate it accurately, it would be equivalent to raising Xianxia's own small realm, equivalent to reaching the second level of origin return. One was restraint, the other was improvement. The combination of the two made Xianxia's Azure Dragon Sea expedition astonishing. The daylight landed on Xianxia's back and followed Xianxia's charge. Dozens of black foxes collided with each other. Because Xianxia's huge saber was in front of them, the saber light was too great. All the black foxes were the first to collide with the saber light. Bright light illuminated the area, exposing the black foxes to the sunlight. The black foxes collided with the daylight saber light, screaming miserably and turning into wisps of black smoke. Xianxia shouted heartbroken, "You unscrupulous monster! Today, you will be buried with those innocent people." Pull, saber, slash, boom. 10 meters of daylight saber light rose from the ground. Ah! The monster screamed as it tried to escape. At the same time as he pulled out his saber and chopped away, Xianxia's figure flashed. He instantly arrived behind the monster with a flash step, and he actually hugged the monster from behind. The monster was stunned. Facing the daylight saber light that shot into the sky, the monster screamed crazily, "You lunatic! You actually want to die with me? Ah, 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 ah." The disciples of the Sun Peak are never afraid of death. Xianxia used all of his strength. No matter how hard the monster scratched him, he would not let go even if he died. At this moment, the fierce pillars of sunlight that enveloped Xianxia and the black gas pillars that enveloped the monster merged together. Black and white were fighting each other. But the sun was the most intense and positive thing in time. What evil spirits could contend against it? The demonic chi pillar that rushed into the clouds was violently assaulted and suppressed by the pillar of sunlight. The black chi became weaker and weaker, becoming thinner and thinner at this moment. The saber light of the drawing saber slash had finally arrived. When the daylight saber light encountered a monster that used demonic energy as its power, it let out a chi-chi-chi sound like a fire saber cutting into an ice cube. "Oh, I'm not willing. I'm not willing." The monster let out its last miserable scream. Finally, the unstoppable saber-drawing slash penetrated into the monster's chest, cutting off his ribs, crushing his organs, and piercing through his back. The entire monster was sliced in half. But in the next moment it was about to hit Xianxia. "Collect!" Xianxia also risked his life and death as he stretched out his right hand and shouted to stop. The 10-meter-tall daylight saber hovered at the tip of Xianxia's nose with a buzzing sound. Traces of blood flowed down Xiang Nan's nose and dripped down his chin. Whoosh! Xiang Nan let out a long breath and dodged quickly. At the same time, he thought to himself that he was so close that he almost got hacked by a knife. No, it's going to burn. Before Xiang Nan could catch his breath, he realized that the sun god technique could not stop. That beam of sunlight shone on him all the time. Even though he had taken away the cultivation technique and the sunlight had disappeared, his body was still being burned by the light. Why am I so unlucky? The 2 times I cultivated, they were all unfinished techniques. Xiang Nan smiled bitterly. He could clearly feel that his body was being devoured by the power of the sun. He hurriedly sat down cross-legged and swallowed the ice cubes that his master had given him. One was the 9 transformations of thunder, which killed the heavenly thunder martial king, and the other was the sun god technique, which killed the 3rd generation peak master of the sun peak. Xiang Nan felt that he was a bit courting death. How could he always pick out these cultivation methods? However, he did not regret it. After suffering bitterly, how could one report their previous enmity if it wasn't something that ordinary people didn't dare to do? The ice turned into a clear stream and flowed into Xiang Nan's body, slowly neutralizing the danger of sunlight backlash. Zha! At this moment, the little bird suddenly let out a scream in the sky. Ha! Xiang Nan suddenly turned around and saw that the monster's body was still on the ground. However, in the ruins in the east, a palm-sized, pitch-black little fox was fleeing in panic. The little fox's speed was extremely fast, like an arrow without a string. There's actually another way to escape? Xiang Nan only felt that it was troublesome. This damned monster really had endless methods. You want to run? Can you run away? Xiang Nan gritted his teeth and quickly formed a seal with both of his hands. Thunder King, King Sparrow Seal. The little bird dived down and transformed into a lightning bird the size of a watermelon. It flapped its wings and chased after him. The little black fox moved back and forth in the dense bushes, running very fast. The little bird flapped its wings, and similarly, it was extremely sensitive as it circled around the trees, chasing after them all the way. That was the Gale Sparrow. What else could be more adept at escaping and pursuing than it? The little bird cheerfully cried out. The lightning on its body crackled, and within 2 breaths, it had already caught up to the little black fox. No, 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 no! The little fox was truly frightened and screamed from the bottom of his heart. Pooh! The little bird dragged a long lightning tail and pierced through the black fox. The last half of the black fox's howl followed the wind, just like its body. Pa pa pa! The little bird flapped its wings and stood back on Xiang Nan's shoulder, with a small ring in its beak. All right, little sparrow. Xiang Nan rubbed the little bird's forehead with a finger and said, This time, the king sparrow seal is much bigger than before. In the past, when the little bird transformed into the king thunderbird, it was only the size of a fist. Now it was the size of a watermelon. It should be because Xiang Nan had turned the weather into yuan qi. This is a storage ring? Xiang Nan took the ring from the little bird's mouth with great difficulty. At a glance, it was an intermediate storage ring. Xiang Nan opened the storage ring and poured everything inside onto the ground. 3rd grade poisonous snake grass, 3rd grade corpse exchange pill, 4th grade soul borrowing grass, 4th grade life chasing grass. They're all poisons. Xiang Nan frowned. The monster storage ring was filled with sinister and vicious things. There wasn't even a single spiritual herb in it. It seemed that the monster was determined to harm people. What is this? Xiang Nan found a different thing from a large pile of poisonous herbs and poisonous pills. Hiss! This seems to be the Devil Sea Token. Xiang Nan was greatly surprised. Xiang Nan had heard of this kind of thing, but he had never seen it with his own eyes, so he could only suspect it and could not confirm it. It was said that on the Blue Tide continent, there was a wandering sea of demons. The Devil Sea was once an ancient battlefield. Many powerful warriors had fought inside, and it was said that there were quite a few ancient treasures inside. However, there were very few people who knew the exact details. This was because only after a martial artist possessed the Devil Sea Token would they be able to find the location of the Demon Sea. The Devil Sea would randomly appear in any region, and every time it appeared, the place would be different, making it hard to figure out. As for the Devil Sea token, it was not only to search for Mohai's map, but also the key to entering the Demon Sea. I didn't expect that this monster would actually carry a Devil Sea token with it. It's really cheap for me. In his previous life, Xianxia had also searched for the Devil Sea, but he did not do his best. After searching twice, he did not find it and gave up. First, although the Devil Sea was an ancient battlefield, the treasures left behind were not attractive enough for people with extremely high cultivation bases. Secondly, the Devil Sea also confirmed that legend. Without the Devil Sea token, it was impossible to find the location of the Devil Sea. This time, Xianxia was lucky enough to obtain the Devil Sea token, and his heart began to stir. Even if the treasures inside were not favored by High Realm martial artists, at least for Origin Realm martial artists and even Heavenly Origin Realm martial artists, they were considered to be supreme treasures. Especially when he found the Devil Sea, he was able to fulfill his wish. He wanted to see what exactly was happening inside. However, Xianxia checked the Devil Sea token back and forth, and even used his lightning vision to look at it, but he couldn't find a way to use it. Perhaps the time has not come. Xianxia nodded and put the Devil Sea token into his storage ring. As for the poisonous pills left behind by the monster, Xianxia originally planned to destroy them directly, but after thinking for a while, it was better to bring them back to the sect. The Howren sect had a credit exchange mechanism. That was, the disciples of the sect could offer valuable spirit herbs and spirit pills to fill the inventory of the Howren sect and obtain corresponding credit rewards. Thinking of this, Xianxia put away all the poisonous herbs and poisonous pills. Afterwards, he rescued more than 30 disciples of the Azure Cloud sect. Those disciples were still very weak and could not even speak clearly. Xianxia simply used his Yuan Qi to drag them all 2 meters away from the ground before quickly leaving. After finding his night-bladed leopard, he rode his horse and whipped towards Fallen Moon City. As Xianxia passed through Linhai Town, he raised his head and looked up. Above Linhai Town, countless painful souls had been freed, and they were flying into the sky. Seeing this, Xianxia said sincerely, "Please forgive me for not being able to save your lives. The only thing I can do is to free you." It was unknown whether those souls had heard Xianxia's words or sensed Xianxia. All of a sudden, the souls in the sky stopped and looked towards Xianxia. At this moment, countless souls were crawling in the air in Xianxia's direction. "Go!" Xianxia waved his hand. Only then did the countless souls float back into the sky. After returning to the prefecture capital, Xianxia reported the situation truthfully. Sun Chun immediately ordered the prefecture lord to gather 100,000 soldiers and enter the Qing Shui forest. At this moment, the atmosphere in Qing Shui forest was extremely solemn. One soldier after another slowly dragged out the corpses of the citizens of Linhai Town who had died tragically from the tree trunk. Every soldier's heart was incomparably heavy. In the entire process of digging up the corpse, not a single person spoke. On the open space of the ancient tree, Sun Chun solemnly took off his military helmet, took off his coat, and knelt down to the countless corpses. Sun Chun punched heavily on his chest with his right hand and said, "As the commander of the garrison of the Fallen Moon continent, I failed to protect all of you. It was my negligence. Sun Chun apologizes to the elders of Linhai Town." At this point, Sun Chun fell to the ground, but he couldn't lift it up for a long time. He used his forehead to stand on the ground, and he couldn't cry anymore. Every soldier's eyes were red. When they desperately wanted to take the baby out of their mother's arms, they found that the mothers were hugging it so tightly that unless they broke their arms, they would not be able to do so. "Let them be buried together." Xianxia patted the soldier's arm. The soldier remained silent and put down his right hand, which was trying to separate mother and son. "General Sunday." Xianxia went to comfort Sun Chun and said, "Nobody wants this to happen. It's really that monster that is too cunning. Don't blame yourself too much." "I can't fucking blame myself?" Sun Chun jumped up and slapped his face fiercely. "Look at so many innocent people. Look at so many babies who haven't even opened their eyes. They died so miserably in Xianxia forest that they can't even return home. What the hell am I? As a garrison general, what face do I have to face the Sunset Moon Continent's elders? What the hell am I? A useless piece of trash. Sun Chun's tears rolled down his cheeks as he roared with all his might. Xianxia took a deep breath and said, "The soldier is responsible for keeping the country safe, resisting foreign enemies, and protecting the people of Dawn from being slaughtered by the foreign races. Of course, the rise and fall of the world is a common responsibility. Although I am a disciple of the Haoran sect, I am also a martial artist of the Haotian Empire. I also have my own responsibility. If I apologize, I should be blaming myself more than you." More than 90,000 corpses were transported back to Linhai town, and the prefecture took the initiative to host a grand and solemn funeral for them. Many people from the surrounding towns, including the people from Fallen Moon City, came. Everyone took off their clothes and hats and bowed to the burial ground of the dead. Sun Chun lost control several times. He kicked over a soldier and snatched the shovel from his hand. "Let me do it. I want to bury them myself. I want to apologize to them. So many people have died. So many people have died." As a soldier, especially a military general, Sun Chun should maintain a firm heart and a solemn expression. He should not be moved by life and death, and should set an example for his subordinates. However, at this moment, no one felt that Sun Chun had lost his composure. Soldiers were like this. They could throw their heads on the battlefield and sprinkle hot blood. They could use their lives to exchange for the safety and health of their motherland, and even the arrival of their swords and swords without frowning. However, when these iron-boned soldiers faced the tragic death of their hometown's elders, they were able to touch the softest side of their hearts the most, because they abandoned their lives and left their homeland in order to defend these people. Xianxia's heart was also heavy as he joined in the excavation of the cemetery. As for the 30-odd arrogant and domineering disciples of the Azure Cloud sect, they all put down their arrogance and quietly joined in. Facing the passage of life, everyone's mood is the same. 3 days later, everyone went to Linhai Town Cemetery and laid a wreath. "Big brother Xianxia, it was our fault earlier. I'm really sorry for you." The disciples of the Azure Cloud sect hesitated for a few times before finally coming forward. Chan Haitao said with extreme guilt, "We provoked you 3 times, but you were able to save us regardless of our past grudges. We really don't know how to thank you." "Yes." The female disciple of the Azure Cloud sect also walked over and said to Xianxia, "It was us who rashly rushed into the Qing Shui forest to send you to your death. We wanted you to enter without sufficient preparation, and we fell into a life-and-death battle with that monster. All right." Xianxia interrupted them with a smile and said, "You don't have to blame yourselves too much. Actually, you're not bad either. You're just trying to show off. Young people are like this. As long as you are more cautious and generous next time." "Big brother Xianxia, don't worry." Chen Haitao said, "After we return to the Azure Cloud sect, we will definitely report your actions truthfully. What our Azure Cloud sect owes you is also a debt of gratitude to the Haoran sect." Previously, in the Qing Shui forest, the monster had guessed Xianxia's identity, and all the disciples of the Azure Cloud sect who were in the ancient tree had heard of it. Xianxia. After Sun Chun laid the wreath, he also came to Xianxia's side. He patted Xianxia's shoulder heavily and said, "Good job. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't know how many mistakes we would have made. We, the soldiers of Setting Moon City, didn't do it. You helped us do it. Listen. Drink." Thousands of soldiers stood in unison and smashed their right fists into their chests. Sun Chun shouted, "Thank you, our hero Xianxia." Thousands of soldiers saluted Xianxia. Sun Chun said, "Xianxia, our Sunset Moon continent will always welcome you as a friend. If you can use my Suinchuan's place in the future, just say it. Our Sunset Moon garrison will definitely help you." Every soldier looked at Xianxia earnestly. They admired Xianxia's intelligence, but they admired Xianxia's courage more. The shattered battlefield left behind by Xianxia after the decisive battle between Qing Shui Forest and the monsters was enough to show how cruel and tragic the battle was. "General Sun, don't be too polite," Xianxia said. "I told you, this is what I should do. Besides, I came here because I accepted the sect's mission. This is my duty." "Speaking of missions," Sun Chun solemnly said, "the difficulty of this mission far exceeds our expectations. When we turned to the Haoran sect for help, the 90,000 residents of Linhai town hadn't disappeared. Therefore, the mission level and difficulty of this mission are somewhat unacceptable. I will truthfully report to the Haoran sect and apply for a higher mission level. You deserve as much as you give. You won this. If that's the case, then thank you, General." Xianxia cupped his fists and cupped his hands at Sun Chun. "Why don't you stay for a few more days and let us do our best as landlords?" Sun Chun sincerely urged Xianxia to stay, saying, "My brothers must think the same way." At this time, many soldiers said, "Yes, Xianxia, stay a few more days." Another soldier ran over and grabbed Xiangxia's hand. "I was born in Linhai town. Without you, my parents and brothers' corpses would not be found. They would die in peace." Xianxia originally wanted to refuse, but at this moment, he was helpless and could only nod in agreement. The Azure Cloud sect disciples also stayed behind. That night, everyone left Fallen Moon City and arrived at the military base outside the city. Everyone sat down in circles, chatting and laughing heartily, drinking wine in large bowls and eating meat in large chunks. When Xianxia arrived at the snoring area, he also hooked his shoulders with the soldiers and called them brothers, until one of them stood up and sang the song of his hometown. Tens of thousands of people chorused in unison. The song was not heroic, but it was euphemistic and pleasant to hear. It was filled with homeland sentiment and yearning for their families. The campfire burned, and a little bit of flame was washed up into the night sky, slowly drifting in the sky. Perhaps it had its own place, perhaps it missed its forest. 2 days later, Xianxia waved goodbye to Fallen Moon City and stepped onto the Griffin to return to the Nature Sect. When Xianxia went to the credit hall to pay the mission, the reward he received was a full 400 credits. Xianxia was stunned for a moment. He knew that his mission level would increase, but he shouldn't have increased so much. The staff member said, "Your quest has been upgraded from 1st grade special skill to 2nd grade special skill, so you will be rewarded with 100 credits. Xianxia said, "What about the other 300 points?" The staff member said seriously, "Your mission is far more important than the mission itself. Not only have you recovered the corpses of the people of Linhai town, but you have also caused the people of other towns to suffer in front of you." These 300 points were written directly to Haojing by the Luoyue City military, and Haojing personally handed out the files, which were specially rewarded by the military. Haojing was the capital of the Haoyan Empire. Letter to Haojing? Xianxia took the waste token that was loaded with 400 credits, but he still couldn't react in his heart. However, the staff member said, "Although the mission level has increased, your own team is still at the 1st level. Therefore, the reward is at the 2nd level. In fact, it is calculated according to the contribution of the 1st level. Even if you complete the mission, you can do it twice. In addition to your previous 2 first-class special missions, you have already completed 4 first-class special missions. May I ask if you want to upgrade your team to 2nd class? Increase." Xianxia insisted, of course, he wanted to improve. A 2nd-class team would be able to take on a 2nd-class mission. Even the lowest 2nd-class beginner mission had 60 credits, which was even more than a 1st-class special mission. "All right." The staff member nodded. "Since you are on the same mission this time, based on 2 rewards, your ranking on the Eagle rankings will not only increase by 50 rankings, but by 100 rankings." At this time, there were already Eagle ranking officials who had rewritten the rankings. The Suns jumped from the 400th position to the 300th position. Xianxia subconsciously glanced at the other teams and discovered that the Sunset Squad was currently ranked 401st. Linhai was 402. Feng Zhaoqi's team was 403. And Jiang Yu's team was 404. "You're chasing me so fast." Xianxia was speechless. Those teams had fallen behind him by a full 50 places last time, but this time they almost caught up to him. Too scary. When the other disciples of the credit hall saw the rankings of the suns, they all cried out in alarm. Is this going against the heavens? The sun's ranking has risen by leaps and bounds. Could it be that he really has a chance to break through to the top 3? Heavens! The sun peak is going to rise. Fortunately, there weren't many people in the credit hall at this time, and more disciples were still on missions outside. Otherwise, it would definitely cause even more restlessness. By the way, I still need to offer some treasures. Xianxia handed over the poison herb poison pills he had collected. Even if the staff came to estimate the value, they could not help but gasp as they looked at the poisonous weeds. These things are really too sinister. If they are exposed to the outside world, it's hard to say how great a disaster they will cause. Fortunately, you brought them back. After a valuer finished liquidating, he said to Xianxia, once the estimate is complete, I can reward you with 150 credits. Xianxia accepted the reward on the spot. At this moment, he already had a total of 550 credits. However, there was one thing about offering treasures. Xianxia had offered a lot of poisonous herbs and poisonous pills this time, but he only got 150 credits. Another example was that when Xianxia refined an origin transformation pill, he would get 50 points based on his mission. However, if he offered a origin transformation pill as a treasure, he would only get 50%. However, if he wanted to purchase the origin transformation pill, he would need a terrifying 500 credits. This kind of rule was to prevent those disciples from large aristocratic families from obtaining large amounts of credits in the form of gifts, thus upsetting the balance. At the same time, offering treasures could only earn credits and could not increase the contribution rate. In other words, no matter how many treasures one offered, it could not increase the ranking of the team or the ranking of the Eagle rankings. 550 points. This is already enough. Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. Xianxia did not hesitate and immediately rushed to the Heavenly Secrets Hall. On the second floor of the library, he found the lightning-resistant mixed prescription. When he found the staff member who wanted to buy the books, he knew that the books on the second floor of the library needed to be purchased at the corresponding team level, that is, at the second level. Xianxia thought to himself that he was lucky. Fortunately, he was promoted to the second-class team. Otherwise, he would only be able to see it and would not be qualified to exchange for it. Whether it was Tianji Hall or the War God Temple, most books and materials could be read, but they required a certain amount of qualifications to buy them. However, this was limited to the Hawk Palace level. In other words, regardless of whether Xianxia was a team or not, he could freely browse through the first 2 floors of the Heavenly Secrets Palace and the War God Palace. However, if he wanted to browse through the 3rd and 4th floors, he would need to enter the Tiger Palace. Furthermore, he would need to upgrade his team to the 3rd level before he could enter the Credit Hall and the Tiger Palace. Even though Xianxia had exchanged for the lightning-resistant mixed recipe, at this moment, he hadn't accepted the next mission. It was in the long run. There would definitely be many heavenly treasures displayed in the lightning-resisting mixed formula. At that time, Xianxia could accept the missions in the corresponding areas according to the origin of these treasures. He could even bring the mission treasure-seeking one with him to do it. Earth Desolate Wood, Qingling Powder. Xianxia felt a headache when he saw the formula of the thunder-resisting mixed prescription. It was very difficult to find these 2 items. Earth Desolate Wood was a rare type of wood. Its grade of treasures was the same as martial techniques and weapons. It was mortal, spirit, earth, heaven, profound, Tao, and God. As for this Earth Desolate Wood, it was an Earth grade, intermediate grade supreme treasure and also an artifact refining supreme treasure. It was truly difficult to find it. As for the Qingling Powder, it was a kind of spiritual water, and it was also an Earth grade, intermediate grade supreme treasure. It was commonly used to refine Tier 4 medicinal pills, and it was similarly difficult to find. Apart from these 2 mid-tier Earth-grade treasures, the rest were all 3rd-grade spirit herbs that could be bought on the market. But where are the desolate wood and the clear spirit? Xianxia rubbed his temples. He was still unfamiliar with the location of the Blue Tide continent. Let's go back and ask Master first. Perhaps she knows. Xianxia excitedly returned to the Sun Peak and asked about the backlash of the Sun God technique. He couldn't use it every time, he would be backlashed. Sun Peak, as usual, was still elegant and quiet. Xianxia called out to Master, but he didn't see Su Caiyue's shadow. In the past, as long as he shouted, Su Caiyue would appear, but this time it was a bit abnormal. Could it be that Master has gone out? Xianxia strangely walked into the Sun Palace and went to repair the dome of the building he was cultivating in. When he arrived at the door of the building, what he saw caused him to be in a state of chaos. Su Caiyue was sitting cross-legged inside the building, a faint ray of sunlight shining on her body. However, her condition was extremely terrible. Su Caiyue's face was as white as paper, but her lips were purple-red. Strands of faint pink mist floated out from her entire body. Holy shit! Master has been devoured by the backlash. Xianxia rushed forward. The backlash Su Caiyue suffered was not the same as Xianxia's. It was even more severe than Xianxia's. The pink mist was clearly a sign of Su Caiyue's blood being evaporated by the power of the sun. Master, what's wrong with you? Xianxia suddenly knelt in front of Su Caiyue. He was panicked, but he didn't dare to act rashly. Su Caiyue slowly opened her eyes. Her pupils had also turned from sparkling pitch black to light gray. Something went wrong with the sun god technique. There is a beam of sun energy that can't be dispersed in my meridians. When Su Caiyue said those words, she was as angry as a gossamer. Xianxia hurriedly wiped his hands and used his lightning photoelectric eyes. He saw a powerful white light colliding with Su Caiyue's body. Fortunately, Su Caiyue was a late divine martial stage expert. Otherwise, she would have self-destructed long ago. I'm going to the Elder's Hall now, Xianxia said anxiously. Xianxia was about to run when Su Caiyue shouted and stopped him. Stop! Master! I'm going to find the elders to help you, Xianxia said anxiously. Su Caiyue said, Do you still think they're laughing at me? Sun Peak? They're not laughing enough. What should I do? Xianxia hurriedly asked. Send me into the pool behind the palace, Su Caiyue said weakly. At this moment, her face was already deathly pale, and there were even some faint gray spots appearing on her face. Without another word, Xianxia ignored the superiority and inferiority of his master and disciple. He picked Su Caiyue up and quickly rushed into the bamboo forest behind Sun Palace. There was a pool of clear water there, so Xianxia put his master into the pool. Under Su Caiyue's guidance, he turned the 4 giant stones beside the pond. As a result, 4 types of spiritual water were poured into the pond from 4 different directions: green, red, white, and green. Su Caiyue slowly closed her eyes and began to think of a way to disperse the remaining sun power in her body. Xianxia was anxious to the side, but he could do nothing to help. About an hour later, Su Caiyue's expression slightly improved. Although it was still pale, the light gray spots had disappeared. Xianxia finally breathed a sigh of relief. For him, this hour was longer than a year. But then, Su Caiyue suddenly trembled. The pale gray mark on her face that had just disappeared appeared again, and it was even more serious than before. Ah! Xianxia was shocked, and he once again used his lightning photoelectric eye to see Su Caiyue's condition. Su Caiyue had already dispersed that strand of solar energy, leaving only a small portion behind. However, for some unknown reason, this portion had fallen into a berserk state. Like lightning, it rampaged through Su Caiyue's body. Because Su Caiyue had been devoured for too long, her meridians had already withered, and she no longer had the ability to disperse the last trace of the sun's power. Master! Xianxia shouted. I don't care. I must go to the Elder's Hall for help. If you dare. Su Caiyue was so weak that she said, You are not my disciple. Xianxia, even if I die, I can't let them know that I was killed by the sun god technique. If you still think of me as your master, then bring me out of the nature sect and let me die outside. Then treat me as missing. Also, once I die, you don't practice the sun god technique anymore. Speaking of emotions, the stiff Su Caiyue actually had 2 sparkling and translucent tears in her eyes. Master! Xianxia roared painfully. I won't let you die. I will definitely save you. Me. Only I know the sun god technique, and only I can save Master. Xianxia threw the lightning talisman into the air, then pounced into the water, hugged Su Kaiue, and kissed her fiercely. The sun god technique revolved in Xianxia's body. He was crazy and didn't want to die anymore. He sucked the remaining sun energy in Su Tsayue's body into his stomach one mouthful at a time. The heavens had already chosen him to wear the sunlight and expel the evil spirits and darkness. He was determined to live between heaven and earth and send his soul and sunlight. However, it caused him to suffer the pain of burning his body all day long, and to taste the pain of tearing his heart and lungs apart. However, what Ji pointed at, he would die without hesitation. Sun Peak, Su Kaiue. Although Xianxia seemed to be impulsive and would occasionally do something reckless, he was somewhat coarse. Although Su Tsayue's heavenly yang energy had already been dispersed, leaving only one strand left, this strand was not something Xianxia could deal with. Xianxia was only a Origin Realm martial artist. There were also Heaven Origin Realm, Heaven Scryer Realm, Fortune Realm, and then Su Tsayue's Divine Martial Realm. This Divine Martial Realm expert strand of sun energy was not something to be trifled with. As soon as Xianxia's mouth touched Su Tsayue's mouth, he sucked in a mouthful of it, and it was immediately sticky. That strand of solar energy was absorbed by Xianxia 100 times, only one of them at a time. As soon as the power of the sun entered Xianxia's body, Xianxia immediately raised his hand to absorb the lightning bolt of white flames. The power of the sun and the power of thunder and lightning intersected in Xianxia's body at the same time. The two forces fought against each other to cancel out more than half of each other. In the end, the forces involved were entangled together. As for this entangling power, it was not something that could be spat out with one's mouth. Once they entered Xianxia's body, they would swiftly follow their meridians and rush towards Xianxia's spiritual sea. Xianxia used the lightning-trembled waves to send the two remaining powers into the sky. Immediately, a fan-shaped light shone through the sky, illuminating the dark night sky. At the same time that he released the lightning trembled, he immediately lowered his head and sucked in Su Tsayue's lips again, without even looking at the effect of his fist. Then, he continued to absorb the white flames and lightning, allowing the two forces to cancel each other out to the minimum before blasting out with thunderclap. According to this process, Xianxia continuously absorbed the power of the sun from Su Tsayue's body. This method was very smart. Although it was very difficult to dispel the power of the sun, after being entangled by the power of the lightning, it could only be released by Xianxia along with the power of the lightning. However, Xianxia himself was also in great danger. One was that the two forces were both extremely violent, and the slightest mistake would cause Xianxia to vanish into thin air. Secondly, Xianxia had to simultaneously use two terrifying techniques, the Sun God technique and the 9 transformations of thunder. It was already very dangerous for a person to circulate a heaven-defying cultivation technique at a time, let alone two. Xianxia didn't dare to be distracted at all. His entire body fell into a state of absolute concentration. In his eyes, there was only Su Kaiue, only the power of the sun, and only the power of lightning. After absorbing it and releasing it again and again, Xianxia had already carried out this cycle 30 times. Again, give me one more chance, let me take another breath. I'll take another breath, and Master will have a better chance of surviving at this moment. Xianxia had already entered his limit state. Although he had sucked less, and although he released it quickly, even so, his realm was still too low. All the meridians in Xianxia's body were like tree vines that were incinerated by fire. Each time they were incinerated for a very short period of time, but after accumulating, the tree vines were dry enough. 35th Xianxia felt dizzy and continued. For the 40th time, Xianxia could no longer see anything in his eyes. He continued. The 45th time, Xianxia's hair had been burned off, and his skin had been severely burned, especially his lightning-shocked fist. The 50th time, Xianxia's body began to melt. He took a breath on Su Tsayue's mouth and left a trail of blood on her lips. Again. Please let me do it again. I can do it again. Xianxia's consciousness was chaotic. He no longer knew what he was doing. He could not even control his body. Everything was relying on his strong will to drive his instinctive movements. He didn't even know if he had sucked in Su Caiyue's mouth. Everyone had their limits, even Xianxia, who possessed divine talent. Finally, when he inhaled 55 times, he fainted. Even so, Xianxia, who was floating in the pond after being unconscious, kept on muttering, "Let me suck it again. I can do it again. I can save my master. Let me smoke again." With Xiangxia's help, the sun in Su Caiyue's body had weakened greatly and was completely dispersed by her mind. Immediately after, Su Caiyue picked up Xiang Nanheng and flew into the sky, flashing in the direction of the fortune peak. "Half a gourd! Get out! Save my disciple!" Su Caiyue didn't even have time to wipe the bloodstains on her lips from Xiangxia's imprint. As she flew wildly, tears fell down her cheeks. Xiangxian had a dream. He dreamed that he was dead and turned into a lonely ghost, wandering between heaven and earth. The person he loved the most in his previous life was killed, but in this life, he chose to die for the sake of the person he respected. Irony? Unwilling? Xiangxian didn't think so. He believed that, in order to live, a person must do something that he did not regret. Perhaps this matter would take his life, but so what? After an unknown amount of time, Xiangxian slowly opened his eyes and found himself lying on a soft bed. Sitting beside the bed was a half-gourd that was drinking and singing. "You're awake? I've already fed you a Tier 6 soul-returning pill. Your body is fine. Where's my master?" Xiangxian ignored him at all, but Su Caiyue was the one who worried the most. The half-gourd chuckled and said, "Your master is fine. She's already resting in the side room." Xiangxian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Half-a-gourd said, "You know, the heavens and earth allow me to roam. Why should I stay in the nature sect and restrain my footsteps?" 2 reasons. Half-a-gourd raised a finger. "First, repay the heavenly Tao for saving my life." The heavenly Tao was the heavenly Tao old man, Zhang, the sect master of the natures. Second, Half-a-gourd raised 2 fingers. "For Caiyue girl's father and daughter, because they are the people I admire." Very few people can make me admire Half-a-gourd. Now, there's another one of you. A heavenly tribulation expert possesses the ability to seize the stars and pick the moon, but I don't admire him. My little elder's life is as precious as gold, so he won't fight with others. I don't admire the dignitaries above 10,000 people under one person. My little elder can go wherever he wants. No one can care about me. I don't admire men and women for their good looks. My little elder is carefree and indulgent in his life. Why are you alive? There's no need to be sad if you're dead. I admire people who value love and righteousness the most in my life, chivalrous and righteous. Half-a-gourd stood up and patted Xiangxian's arm. "Caiyue girl is one of these people. You are one." After saying that, half of the gourd turned around and left. Just as he left, Su Caiyue stepped in. Master Xiangxian struggled to get up. Su Caiyue raised her hand and pressed Xiangxian back into the air. She said, "Don't speak. I have something to tell you. Do you know why we, father and daughter, risk our lives to preserve the sun god technique? Then, it's not because you're obsessed with martial arts." At this point, Su Caiyue sank into her memories and said, "Many years ago, I still had 2 parents. To me, martial arts is not important. What is important is the safety of my family. Because of some circumstances, my mother was killed by a dark devil. I don't know where the devil came from or where it went, but it only used one move to kill my half-saint first-layer mother. For this reason, my father searched all over the world like crazy, but he was unable to find any trace of that demon. So, in order to resist the dark power of that demon, my father broke into a special technique, the Sun God technique, which can be used to know the demons in the world." At this moment, Su Caiyue looked at Xiangxian seriously and said, "The Sun God technique relies on the feelings of our father and daughter. If we lose even this portion of our thoughts, then there is really no point in living." Xiangxian suddenly realized that it was no wonder that the father and daughter were willing to die for a cultivation technique. It turned out that it was not only because of their persistence in cultivation techniques, but also because of their reluctance to part with their wives and mothers. Su Kaiwe said, "If the sun god technique can't succeed, then it means that our father and daughter have done the last thing wrong for our mother. Xiang Nan, we both have some secrets. I don't want to ask you, nor do I want to know. However, right now, only you and my master and apprentice in the Sun Peak depend on each other. All you have to do is to try your best to break through. What master needs to do is to perfect your cultivation technique in the rear, so that you can practice the wind and fight with the saber." Xiang Nan was filled with emotions. He didn't know what to say to comfort his master, so he changed the topic and said, "Master, I have two things. I don't know where to find them." Following that, Xiang Nan expressed the doubts of desolate earthwood and qingling powder. Su Kaiwe said thoughtfully, "I've heard of both of these things. The Earth Desolate Wood branch is located in several large areas. The closest area to us is the northern region, the Primordial Swamp. As for the Clear Spirit Powder, halfway through the Primordial Swamp, a place called 100 Beast Cliff was guarded by the three-eyed Clear Spirit Eagle. That was the Clear Spirit Eagle's feast. Also, this is yours." Su Kaiwe flipped her hand and held Xiang Nan's Thunder Talisman in her palm. "Master, this is..." Xiang Nan was just about to speak. Su Kaiwe shook her head. "I don't want to ask about your secret, nor do I intend to know. Now, let me tell you about the Sun God technique. I'm sure you've already mastered it and absorbed the crystal stone I gave you. The Sun God technique is a battle technique that cannot be used to cultivate and raise one's cultivation realm. This technique is divided into 3 stages, a total of 9 levels. Earth Yang 3rd layer, you can borrow the power of the sun. Heaven Yang 3rd layer, you can condense the phantom of the sun, and the blazing sun 3rd layer. You are like the sun. You are currently at the 1st level of the Earth Yang realm. You will surely suffer a backlash if you use it for the first time. Remember, you need to practice more every day. Although you can't improve your cultivation, your proficiency will reduce your chances of suffering a backlash. Furthermore, your divine lightning driving technique is a cultivation technique that can raise one's cultivation realm, while my sun god technique is a battle technique. With these 2 techniques, both cultivation and combat will not be a problem. The problem is that you lack more powerful martial skills. This disciple will obey master's instructions." Xiang Nan nodded solemnly. "Let's rest." Su Kaiwe pushed open the door and left. Northern Xinjiang, the Primordial Swamp? Xiang Nan struggled to sit up and began to meditate. "Next, we need to find a mission near the Primordial Swamp and get the Earth Desolate Wood and Clear Spirit Powder." As he spoke, Xiang Nan began to circulate the Sun God technique. A gentle ray of sunlight descended from the sky and wrapped around Xiang Nan. This ray of sunlight was called guiding light. Under the condition of being guided by light, the power of the sun would circulate within Xiang Nan's body. It would circulate in a great circle, but guiding light would not increase Xiang Nan's strength. It would only be proficient in the divine sun technique. The sudden violent sunlight that struck Xiang Nan's body was called quenching the sun. It was an act of directly borrowing the power of the sun. Only quenching the sun would cause a backlash, increase one's combat strength, and divert light would not. Xiang Nan was shrouded in the hazy sunlight, and the gentle sunlight slowly flowed along his 8 meridians. Even so, this kind of warm sunlight would still make Xiang Nan feel his meridians burning, and he would feel as if he was sitting in the flames at any moment. After a long cycle, the burning sensation gradually decreased. After 2 great cycles, the burning sensation continued to decrease. After 3 great cycles, the burning sensation completely disappeared. At this moment, he was firmly at the 1st level of the Earth Yang realm. Then, Xiang Nan suddenly wondered that divine lightning was as violent as the power of the heavenly sun, so it should be difficult to distinguish between the 2 sides, but why wouldn't he suffer a backlash when he used the 9 transformations of thunder? Of course, when he fought with Wang Xiaoyun, he was an exception. That was because he recklessly absorbed the power of lightning. The backlash caused by this kind of behavior was not considered to be a demonic act, but at most a self-destructive act. Then, can I also use the 9 transformations of thunder to reverse the sun god technique? As he spoke, Xianxia hurriedly returned to Sun Peak and arrived at where his master was cultivating. At this moment, the sky was already bright. He raised his head to look at the sky and imagined the sun in the sky to be a divine thunder. Immediately afterwards, he used the 9 transformations of Thunder's incantation to circulate the sun god technique. He raised his hand and pointed his sword at the blazing sun. Suddenly, a thin and narrow beam of blazing sun landed on Xianxia's fingertips. This was the quenching sun. Xianxia's entire right hand had turned into a hand of light. Success! Xianxia was overjoyed. Could it be that he had solved the biggest problem? Xianxia rejoiced. He stood up and held the giant saber in his hand. His left hand pointed at the sun, and another ray of narrow sunlight struck his finger. He channeled the power of the sun into the giant saber. In an instant, the giant black scale saber turned into a buzzing and trembling blade of light. Xianxia waved his saber and a shocking blade of light shot out. The blade of light sliced into the solid inner wall of the building, leaving a scratch. So strong! Xianxia's pupils contracted. This building was used by his master, so there was no need to say how strong it was. As for the sun god technique that he had imitated with the 9 transformations of thunder, he was actually able to succeed. Although there was only a tiny strand of the sun-quenching imitation, it was just like when he absorbed the divine lightning, he only drew a strand of divine lightning bolt. In terms of power, it was not comparable to pure yang tempering. It was only about 1/5 of pure yang tempering's lethality. However, this was enough. This level of sun tempering could also greatly increase one's combat strength. How powerful was pure yang tempering? Back then, Xianxia had used his tyrannical lightning body to fight against the monster, but he could only fight it to the same level as the monster, splitting it evenly between autumn and autumn. However, when he used the pure sun-quenching technique, he could split the monster in half with a single saber. Don't forget, the monster at this time had sacrificed its tail, and its strength had greatly increased. One could imagine how powerful the sun-quenching was. If one could use 1/5 of the power of the sun-quenching without worrying about the backlash, wouldn't it be wonderful? Apart from being excited, Xianxia's first thought was to tell his master about his new discovery. However, when Su Kaiyue heard this, she smiled faintly. "I'm afraid you're the only one in the world who can use this method." Right? Xianxia suddenly came to his senses. That's right, he only possessed the divine grade lightning meridian's talent, and no one else could use it. "You don't have to blame yourself," Su Kaiyue said. "Master is very grateful that you have this kind intention. Furthermore, it seems that the sun god technique might be able to develop on you. This is what makes Master the happiest." Xianxia knew that Master had just been devoured, which further showed that Sun Shin technique was not perfect. At this moment, Master must be in an extremely low mood. Coincidentally, he was going to gather some spirit herbs from the lightning-tolerant miscellaneous theory. If he wanted to make a trip to Haoyan City, he might as well take this opportunity to go with his master. It was also good to let Master relax. Xianxia immediately told her his thoughts. Su Kaiyue shook her head and said, "Go play by yourself. Master won't go anymore." "Go, Master." Xianxia refused to give up and said, "Follow me for a walk. Occasionally you will have to leave Sun Peak. If you go outside to relax, you may have unexpected inspiration." Normally, Su Kaiyue would have refused on the spot with a stern face, but at this moment, Su Tsayue's feelings for Xianxia had become very different. She thought hard for a long time before she said, "Then Master can accompany you on a trip, but you are not allowed to act rashly and cause trouble. If someone finds out who I am, others will laugh out loud." Disciple knows. Xianxia was overjoyed. He didn't expect that his master would really be willing to go with him. Think about it. What a mighty thing that was. The dignified Sun Peak master of the Haoran sect accompanied him to go shopping? Just a fantasy was enough. "Wait for me at the gate of the sect. I'm going to find you." Su Kaiyue turned around and returned to Sun Palace. Xianxia simply tidied up and brought Little Sparrow to the main entrance of the sect. In this new year, Haoyan City, known as Wind City, was bustling with activity. Pedestrians were constantly coming and going on the streets, and it was a bustling scene. Especially at the entrance of the Howran sect, there were already hundreds of people squeezed out. Those people were all parents who brought their children to the Howran sect to study. Unfortunately, the rules of the Howran sect were strict, so how could they let people in casually? When everyone saw Xianxia swagger out of the sect, their eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. Xianxia spread out the lightning-resistant mixed formula books and went through all the spirit herbs he needed to purchase in his heart. There were a total of 13, not too many. However, there were only 90,000 gold coins in his pocket, not even enough to buy a single spiritual herb. Every 4th-grade spirit herb required tens of millions of gold coins. He would never be able to bring out such a terrifying amount, but his master should have it. Thinking of this, Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. Since she was his master, she should spend some money for him. "Are you ready? Let's go." A voice rang in Xianxia's ears. He hurriedly turned his head to look. Under this gaze, his entire body was stunned. Xianxia had completely changed into a completely different outfit. She wore a white-yellow trim jacket on her upper body and a pair of slim snow-white trousers on her lower body. Her long black hair was tied into a pure and capable ponytail. This was the first time Xianxia had seen such a rather masculine dress. However, Xianxia's appearance alone did not belong to Xianxia. She was a peerless beauty. Now that she was dressed like this, she felt even more valiant, especially since she was extremely tall, 1 head taller than Xianxia, 1.8 meters away. Normally, she wore a loose peak master robe all day long, so it wasn't good to show her figure. Right now, Xianxia only had one word to describe it. It was simply amazing. "What's wrong? Do I look ugly?" When Xianxia saw Xianxia staring at her silently, her face flushed red like an iron tree. No, it's very nice." Xianxia shook his head forcefully and threw away his distracting thoughts, then grabbed Xianxia's hand and ran quickly. Xianxia was not used to it. She originally wanted to shake off Xianxia, but when she thought of the scene of Xianxia risking everything to save her, a warm feeling arose in her heart. Let him go. The two of them brazenly searched the streets for spiritual herbs, not afraid of being recognized. Originally, Xianxia had stayed at Sun Peak all day long and refused to take a single step out. Not to mention being a passerby, not many disciples of Sun Peak had actually seen Xianxia's appearance. Even the elders wouldn't be able to see Xianxia if they didn't have to gather a few peak masters. Therefore, not a single person in the entire Haotian city could recognize Xianxia, the Grand Peak Master. Xianxia was originally going to let Xianxia relax and wasn't in a hurry to buy medicine, but when he saw the beautiful gold and silver jewelry on the roadside, he pulled Xianxia along to take a look. "Master, this will definitely look good on you," Xianxia said with a stern face. "What kind of manner is it to wear such a daughter's home accessory?" Xianxia wasn't interested, but Little Sparrow was. Along the way, Little Sparrow instead replaced Xianxia as the main character. Whenever it saw expensive jewelry, it would never leave. Xianxia remembered that he had promised to buy a lot of glittering gemstones for the little bird, but he still hadn't fulfilled his promise today. Cha-cha! The little bird flew out of a jewelry shop with a string of jewelry in its mouth. Following closely behind was the waiter and shopkeeper of the jewelry store. They hurriedly rushed out and said, "Grab the gem! Stop that bird!" Xianxia felt extremely embarrassed and wished he could cover his face. Xianxia didn't really care. She raised her index finger and the little bird landed on her index finger and chirped. "How much is it?" Xianxia asked the shopkeeper. This bird took 2 silver ruby necklaces with it. A total of 800 gold coins. Xianxia nodded and immediately paid the corresponding amount. Then, she hung it around the bird's neck. Little Sparrow called it a joyous occasion. As soon as the gem was hung up, the entire bird became energetic. After walking along a busy street, the little bird had a total of 12 jewelry necklaces hanging around its neck and 6 jewelry rings on its 2 thin legs. There were 3 black crystal gem bracelets wrapped around her tiny neck, and even the feathers on her forehead were inlaid with 3 golden jade plumes. At this moment, Little Sparrow's intimacy towards Xianxia had increased to the extreme. You're rich. Xiang Nan glared at Little Sparrow. Originally, he wanted to let Master relax, but in the end, he let Little Sparrow relax. However, after seeing the strange look on Little Sparrow's face and the smile on Master's face, Xiang Nan didn't say anything else. As long as Master is happy,